109 players, 206 men and 103 women, are here for the 2023 Fide World Cup. It's the premier knockout tournament in over-the-board chess. All of these players have one goal: to become a candidate for the World Championship. Only 3 players in each tournament will earn this distinction. The winners will also earn a combined 160 grand in US dollars. Not bad. Yanchishtov Duda, the reigning World Cup winner, is back to try and repeat as champion, a feat no one has ever achieved in this grueling tournament.
And Jan-Christoph Duda wins the 2021 Fide World Cup. What a performance.
The top seeds in 2023 are Magnus Carlsen and Zhu Wenjun. Neither of them have won a World Cup before. Yes, even Magnus has yet to make it past the semis. It's that tough of a tournament. Still, Carlsen is the favorite in pretty much any tournament he plays. But don't sleep on the rest of this field. Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi. They're all here to try and win their first World Cup. For its part, the women's field boasts 5 world champions. Will one of them take the next step in a return to the throne? In a knockout like this, it is truly anyone's game. Who will come out on top? Who else will qualify for the candidates? What upsets are in store? This is the 2023 Fide World Cup.
Welcome all to the 2023 Fide World Cup in the lovely capital of Azerbaijan, Baku. We are about 9 minutes from the start of the 4th round. I can't believe I'm saying this already. The 4th round of matchups in the open and women's section. A look there at the playing hall as the first batch of players, including Peter Svidler, are coming in and settling down and assuming their positions and beginning their long routine that will continue their long road, where only one player will win the World Cup. Welcome, everybody. I am your host, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, and alongside me today, once again, legend, Grandmaster Peter Lecko. Peter, a pleasure to be commentating with you once again. How are you feeling?
Yeah, hello, Danya. Hello, everyone. Super excited. Yeah, what we have seen so far in the World Cup was incredible. So many upsets, so many giants already exiting the tournament, but we still have so many brilliant players there. And I can't wait for the action to continue.
I can't wait for it to continue either. Unfortunately, some players will have to wait for the action to continue in the next World Cup because we have a lot of favorites who've already gotten eliminated, and that is part and parcel of the World Cup experience. What a beautiful graphic there. X marks the spot. It marks the spot where the top players have left the field. Shakar Mamedyarov, Anish Giri, who got knocked out by Nijat Abbasov with the black pieces, MVL, also with the black pieces. It's Javahir Sindarov who does the honors. So many favorites have departed, Peter, and it seems like every World Cup is just a minefield for these top guys.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, also Temur's Rajabov exit came as a complete shock. Yeah, we know that he's a national hero. He wanted to be, again, the superstar there at home, but he was knocked out by Santos Latasa in a kind of one-sided tiebreak. So there are so many surprises, shocks, and that's it.
I also want to point out Peter Svidler, who is just everyone's favorite, who is still in the tournament, defeating Jordan Van Forest, and huge performances by some young players, including Vincent Keimer and Prague. But not to be outdone, in the women's section, we've also had our fair share of big upsets, including former world champion Zhu Wenjun, who did not get upset, who managed to survive, but Alexander Kastanyuk, current women's world champion Zhu Wenjun is still in, but former women's world champion Alexandra Kastanyuk is out, as are some of the other top seeds, including Nana Dzagnidzhe from Georgia. And of course, Katerina Lagno, who along with her husband, Alexander Grishuk, made an early exit out of the World Cup. So we're basically seeing something very similar, Peter, in the women's section where nobody is safe.
Exactly. I mean, for example, Katerina Lagno, Alexander Kostanyuk, both very much known to be fantastic rapid and blitz players with tons of experience, and getting knocked out from the tournament in the tiebreaks. Yeah, yes. I mean, not yesterday, the day before yesterday, we had the rest day. Alexandra basically had no chance of coming back in the tie breaks against Inyat. So unbelievable what we are witnessing. It also shows that the underdogs are feeling more and more that they have a chance, and I think the confidence level of every player is growing.
It is growing, and it grows continuously as the field thins out. We've only got 16 women left as round 4 begins. We also have some really interesting matchups. In particular, yes, Maria Muzichuk is playing her sister Anna Muzichuk. I'm sure much to the chagrin of both players, but they were aware of what the bracket was. They knew that this was a distinct possibility, and their head-to-head stats are pretty hilarious. It is 1 win for Anna, 16 draws, and that's it. They've made 16 draws out of 17 games, obviously, because most times that they play, they are fine prearranging a draw or making a quick draw. But in the World Cup, Peter, that's not going to fly because there ultimately must be a winner. You can draw the first 2 classical games, but eventually someone is going to have to win a game. And I'm sure that neither Muzichuk's sister is particularly comfortable in this situation, but they're going to have to come to terms with it.
Yes, I think the only good news is that they knew from the beginning, and I guess they are kind of relieved that it does happen. It means that both of them are very much still in the tournament, which is not a given, what we have seen in the World Cup so far. And we do remember that Anna Muzichuk against Anna Yushin in a Rook endgame where we thought like Anna Muzichuk will lose that game. She went on to draw and later qualified to the next round. I'm basically expecting to see 2 classical draws, and one could mean that this gives both sisters 2 extra rest days. But there is also a catch that yesterday was a rest day. If you suddenly make 2 easy draws, you lose the rhythm of the tournament. So I'm not exactly sure what the right strategy there is.
Yeah, this is going to be a hard one for the Muzichuk sisters. Big shout out also to Teodora Inyats, who defeated Alexandra Kostenyuk in great style, and of course to some of the pre-tournament favorites that still remain, including Ampi Canero and her compatriot Harika Jurnavali, who defeated Lela Javahishvili in an incredible tiebreaker. She faces Eline Rubers, the Dutch phenom. So many interesting matchups across both sections. Another look there at the playing hall, and another look there at Peter Svidler, who apparently Peter likes to stand before the round and gets his stretches in, and he'll need to because he's got a very tough matchup ahead of him.
Yeah, and he looks very fresh. I mean, I feel like Peter is getting also this confident level that he needs, yeah, because we all know that he has an incredible class. He's a fantastic player, but he hasn't been so active lately. But just before the World Cup, he played Malmö. He won that tournament. Now he also won the Hungarian Open Rapid Championship just 1 week before the World Cup. He's in a great form. He has just been able to knock out Jordan van Forest, and Anish Giri was knocked out by Nijat Abbasov. So there is no Dutch duel. It's much more that it's Peter Svidler versus Abbasov.
Big matchup there on camera. Ju and June, women's world champion, will face Lizzie Putz, the German phenom. And I wanted to ask you, Peter, about Vincent Keimer and the feeling of facing Magnus Carlsen. You know, these 90 seconds before the clocks begin and before you face the greatest player in history. What do you think Vincent is telling himself? How is he approaching this match?
Well, I think he's ready. I really believe that he is he has a bad record against Magnus. I mean, Magnus basically has a great record against almost anyone, including Vincent Keimer. But I do really believe that Vincent has made tremendous progress in the last half year. He got tons of experience playing Tata Steel, then also the Düsseldorf WR Masters, and after many more tournaments, he just finished Prague and the Beer Chess Festival. And in the tournament so far, he has been extremely sharp. So it's going to be a challenge on Magnus.
I was most impressed, of course, by his 2-0 victory over Amin Tabatabai, showing great endgame skill in both games. As we see Hikaru Nakamura there in the foreground, taking one last walk around the playing hall before he settles down. 20 seconds remain before the clock start. His opponent is Pragnananda. That is another match, of course, that we will keep a very close eye on. I know the entire chess world is going to keep their eyes peeled out for Pragnananda and how he deals with his toughest competitor yet. And we see the handshake there as Magnus Carlsen, as usual, shows up 3 seconds before the start of the round.
Yeah, it's some kind of a mind game. You let your opponent wait till very last moment, a handshake, and the game is about to begin.
There we go. 1d4 by Vincent. Not a surprise. Magnus looks like he just stepped out of the shower. He probably did.
Exactly. I mean, whenever the players play in the same hotel, yeah, there is a chance that you are running a little bit late, and also you have to fight with the elevator and so on. But Magnus is there, and we are waiting for his first move. It's another mind game. We have seen Magnus not rushing with his first move.
It's the greatest paradox, I think, that when the tournament is held in the hotel you're living in, you are much more likely to be late than if it's held across the city, because you will budget away plenty of time to get to the playing hall. But when it's in the same hotel, I have plenty of time. I can start my shower routine 5 minutes before the start of the round, and before you know it, you're 3 minutes late. But typical Magnus there, he's not in any rush, just casually adjusting his pieces. And we've seen him go through this routine every round. What is he going to play? Is it going to be knight f6? Yes, it is.
Yes, actually, that was a very interesting moment, because the first piece that Magnus jadubed was his knight on g8, and then it looked like he gonna move knight f6, but he jadubed all his pieces just to keep Vincent in the dark. And we do see d4, knight f6, c4, e6. What we're gonna see, knight c3, a Nimzo Indian from Vincent.
Wow, very principled chess by Vincent Keimer. And knight c3, of course, isn't the big surprise. My big question is, what is he going to do after bishop b4? Assuming that Magnus plays bishop b4, of course, d5 transposes to the queen's gambit decline, but I'm assuming that Magnus will follow the Nimzo Indian here.
Yeah, and look at Magnus is a little bit surprised by the move knight c3. I believe that Vincent is much more often playing the move third knight f3, which is a much more solid move, not allowing the Nimzo Indian. We did see mind games here between Magnus Carlsen and Aryan Tari's game. Yeah, when suddenly Tari played bishop b4 here, and we got the classical Nimzo, and it was Magnus who then spent like 5 minutes on the fourth move with the white pieces. Hikaru is also getting up. I had the feeling like he's gonna check out what is going on here, but no, Hikaru sticks to his own board.
Yeah, that was a bit of an abortive walk, as you see Hikaru writing a move down there in the background. But Magnus, I mean, he has been taking really long amounts of time on the first couple of moves. And again, we talked about this in his previous match. He knows what he wants to play. It's not like he's deciding in real time, okay, do I go for the Queen's Gambit? Do I go for the Nimzo Indian? But exactly what it is he's doing, what he's telling himself right now, is a bit of a mystery. And it's what makes Magnus Magnus, I think. Okay, it is d5.
Wow, it is d5. So no Nimzo Indian. This is, on the other hand, something Vincent faced a lot now in the Prague Chess Festival. I believe that he had a game against Hare Krishna, and he also had it against Martirosyan. See the ED bishop g5 on the board.
The famous Carlsbad structure, named after the city in Germany, where the Carlsbad was sort of first played and developed by the masters of the past, including Aaron Nimzovich and Capablanca. But bishop b4, a departure from standard fare, reaching a Rogozin-like position, and yet another, I wouldn't say surprise, but step in a side direction by Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, ever since this move, this whole move order became quite big.
So this is not the Rogozin, just for clarification. If white plays knight f3, then you transpose into one of the main lines of the Rogozin with an early CD and bishop g5. But of course, white does not have to play knight f3. White can play e3. White can play presumably queen c2, maybe even a3. Peter, what is there something with more meat on the bone than knight f3 that Vincent might be contemplating here?
Yes, I think that in this move order, you definitely don't want to play knight f3, because you feel like this is your advantage compared to the Rogozins, that you have more flexibility. And I think that the most natural move is e3, and then we might be seeing something like h6, bishop h4, g5, bishop g3, knight e4, and the sharpness continues.
Wow, what a position. And white has to defend the c3 knight. He's got a million ways to do it, right? There's knight e2, rook c1, queen b3, queen c2, and black has this h5 idea, which is incredibly nasty because it threatens to trap the bishop. And I know that there are lines, Peter, where the bishop is even sacrificed, like on e5. The position can get very irrational here.
Exactly, yeah. Basically, white needs to be very much familiar with the lines to fight for an advantage. On the other hand, also, I believe that this is a type of position you cannot play solidly. So it almost automatically guarantees some very interesting double-edged fight.
If white wants to avoid direct confrontation, is there a move after bishop b4 that leads to quieter positions? Perhaps bishop takes f6 instead of bishop h4, or does it not make sense to give away the bishop pair so easily?
Well, if you want to have stability, then it's possible. I mean, now you can try to target this bishop on b4 because the pawn on d5 is vulnerable, to make sure that black will be forced to capture on c3, and then you get a kind of traditional position. I don't know if we play a3, for example. That's a possibility. We force the trade on c3, takes, and we got something very solid, very stable from the white side. On the other hand, I don't believe that you really can fight for an advantage like this.
Yeah, this type of structure is very well studied and it's incredibly solid for both sides. So I feel like there are, warring factions that are influencing Vincent right now. If I was playing white, I would be very tempted personally by any line that gives me good drawing chances against Magnus Carlsen. At the same time, Vincent is trying to win the match. So you have to try to exploit the white color, and you really cannot just, take the freeway exit and make that quick draw, because I think Magnus, correct me if I'm wrong, would be not opposed to a quick solid draw with the black pieces.
I'm not sure. It's kind of also look at his opening choice. Yeah, he goes for for a surprise, for another surprise. Yeah, because I believe this is an incredible strength of Magnus, apart of being a fantastic player, and he understands everything, that he knows everything. That's kind of insane. Yeah, because usually what is the situation? Yeah, that you are expert of something. Yeah, you are expert of 5-6 things, but Magnus is expert of everything. This is just completely unhuman, and that's how he also drives his opponents completely crazy.
Yeah, you say Najdorf expert, King's Indian expert. Magnus is just an expert, period. And we're not saying expert in the American Chess Federation sense of the word, which is a person with 2,000 rating. Magnus slightly higher rated than that for now. And there we go. You called it, Peter. E3, H6. And an early big decision. First big decision for Vincent. Bishop F6 is the solid move, but we're expecting the more confrontational Bishop H4.
Yeah, well, I'm not exactly sure. If Vincent would have expected this, then definitely he would play the move Bishop H4, knowing that Magnus is the one who selected this line. And let's just quickly go back to this moment that basically with the move, third move, Knight C3, Vincent showed a lot of courage. It's a big question how he wanted to play against the Nimzo Indian. And then Magnus kind of anticipating it, and then himself going for this line, which probably Vincent couldn't have expected, because in order to play third move Knight C3, you mostly first of all worry about the Nimzo, that what do I do there? And it's very tough to call how he will react.
What do you think is the significance of Magnus playing the Queen's Gamma Decline through the Nimzo move order, as we see Bishop F4, a third option by Vincent? We can focus on that instead. That is a very interesting move, presumably against G5, and Magnus continues to blitz out his responses.
Yeah, it just goes on to show that, yeah, you can't surprise Magnus. I mean, the move Bishop F4 surprised us. We mentioned the move Bishop H4, Bishop takes F6, the two alternatives which almost exclusively look to be the move. And then Vincent plays Bishop F4, and by judging the fact how quickly Magnus reacted to it, it means that Magnus probably had respect for the move Bishop F4. That's why he's ready for it.
Bishop to F5 is a move that sort of a priori makes sense. He develops a piece to an active square, but you don't always see this move played this early in, let's say, Rogozin, Carlsbad structures. There's something that seems a little bit awkward about the move, and I'm curious if Vincent will try to punish it with Queen to B3. Of course, the non-confrontational move is Bishop D3, but Bishop D3 to me seems like an admission that Black has succeeded in his opening goals. There will be a trade on D3. Black will play Knight BD7 and maybe even C6 later, and I just don't see, that being too exciting for Vincent, Peter. But maybe I'm underestimating White's chances for an edge in this position.
Well,
Never
Bishop
mind.
Bishop D3 played. Yes, I would perfectly agree with everything what you said if the white knight would already be committed to f3. But with the knight still on g1, white has this kind of flexibility to eventually go knight g2, play the move f2, f3, which can bring much more spice to the position than if white's structure would have been compromised already with the knight on f3, which does not allow white to go for any dynamic ideas.
So the fact that Vincent hasn't committed the knight makes it more exciting for him to play this structure. Now, Magnus is very likely to castle, and I guess a big question for black here is whether he's going to play this with c6 or the immediate c7, c5, seeking direct battle in the center. Of course, black then runs the risk of exposing himself to an IQP structure where white has control of the square in front of the pawn, that is the d4 square.
I think that actually there was a very important game between Vincent and Gukesh last year in Biel, right before the Olympiad. And if I'm not mistaken, then maybe it's exactly the same reaction what Vincent did there. I believe, okay, the chat will know, but I do believe that this bishop f4, bishop d3 probably was played. And the big question is, when do you castle with black? Because you have to watch out in every single Carlsbad structure when white has not yet committed any castles, short or long, eventually, especially after h6 had been played. So there is a hook. So if white can ever play the move g4, for example, just to highlight something like if black castles, white plays something like knight g2, then who knows, maybe the idea of g4, g5 is in the air.
You're absolutely right, Peter. I just checked. This has occurred twice in the database, and the second time was indeed Keimer against Gukesh, Biel 2022. And indeed, after the trade on d3, black castled, knight g2, c6 was played, and Vincent strikes with g4, leading to a fascinating tactical battle on the king side. And in the center of Gukesh responded in the center, knight f6 to e4, Vincent undeterred, h4, knight d7, and now Vincent discharged the tension first with a3, forcing the bishop back to a5, and then with f3, chasing the knight out of the center and inducing a knight trade on c3. Then he parked his king on f2 and continued the kingside attack with g5. Now, I'm seeing that Vincent lost this game, but by first impressions, he definitely is better in this position. Clearly, he did not lose this game because of the outcome of the opening.
Yes, definitely. I mean, he had a wonderful position. It was also those couple of runs when actually Vincent was very ill. It was a big question if he can play the game at all. At the same time, you know, he never holds back. He wants to fight, and he did not care. He just wants to play a full-fledged game. Finally, Gukesh managed to counter it and went on to win. But this is what I really admire in Vincent, that no matter how he feels, in which situation he is burning for a fight.
That's incredibly admirable, Peter. I have my own, you know, unpleasant stories of trying to power through a flu or a cold, and it's one of the hardest things to do is to play any kind of chess when you're not feeling 100%. I'm sure you have your own stories. So definitely the sign of an ultimate fighter, someone who uncomplainingly comes to the round and plays his best chess, even when, you know, you're delirious with a fever.
Yes, exactly. I mean, I was consulting Vincent during that tournament, and we talked about it. I felt like, okay, you know, it's your call. I perfectly agree if you want to make an easy draw. But he said, no, I want to fight. And yeah, basically, I only congratulated him after the game for the big fight. And okay, forget about the result. This is the right attitude for the future.
Wow, incredible attitude for Vincent. And I'm very curious where Magnus is going to deviate from the Gukesh game. Obviously, he is aware of the game. My guess is that he might refrain. No, he's already played c6. So is he following the Gukesh game? No, technically not. Gukesh castled first and played c6 second. Magnus starts with c6. So is he planning a different move after knight ge2? By delaying the castling, is he trying to discourage Vincent from carrying out his typical plan of g4?
Exactly, yes. And yeah, Vincent goes knight e2. I'm expecting the move knight b7. This is the professional way of reacting. I mean, and here you see the incredible difference, yeah, between a youngster and Magnus Carlsen. Of course, Magnus also knows the game, but believe me, I believe that Magnus would have never ever castled, even if that would be his first game, because he knows and he senses and knows all the dangers. Yeah, he's extremely experienced in all these cards path structures. But a youngster can think like, okay, I first castle. If my opponent goes g4, okay, come on, I will I will handle it energetically in the center. But a really high class experienced player does not even want to get into such situations.
That's such an interesting insight and such an interesting position, which may look very tame, but there's so much fight that hides behind the solid surface of the two pawn structures. And we will keep a very close eye as this game unfolds. And Magnus moving his knight to the side, knight h5, trying to go after Vincent's bishop. And I do, Peter, want to direct us also to the Hikaru game and to some of the other interesting games in the round. So I'll give you the final say. Perhaps we could take a quick look at how our other anticipated match is going between Hikaru, who has the white pieces today, and the young Indian phenom Pragnananda, who has been playing sparkling chess so far this tournament.
Absolutely. I mean, these youngsters, and I spoke and I mentioned Gukesh last year in Bill. It was just 1 year ago. I mean, believe me, he has already become so much more stronger and so much more experienced. So the thing what I mentioned about him castling in the Magnus game would never happen already to him today. That's clear. And let's take a look at the opening. What do we have? It's an English. I'm guessing an English.
English, yep, good call. And how did Prague respond? This started out as a symmetrical English, but Prague quickly striking at the center with d5. This is actually a very well-known and popular line these days. I'll give you a little bit of a report after we look at the move. So d5 and a reverse Marozzi bind, Peter, is ultimately what transpires.
Yes, I mean, the reason why I would say that it's not that common, that usually black plays this with knight c6, knight f3 included. Usually these two moves are included, and then black has an option that do you play knight c7 or do you play the g6 setup? Then black has a choice. However, by going third move d5, black is kind of forced to put the knight back on c7, and the structure is already determined, which leads to a very complex and double-edged Marozzi, because white is a tempo up, and white is trying to make good use of that tempo. d3, e5, knight d2. The knight starts the journey immediately, opening up the way for the bishop. The big question is when and how white should capture on c6. Knight is heading to c4. Bishop e7, knight c4, castles. It's a pawn sacrifice, but it's modern chess. It's modern chess.
No, thank you, says Hikaru.
Yes, I mean, especially if your opponent quickly castles, it means that the first thing that he checked was bishop c6, b takes c6, knight takes e5. You know exactly that black will get serious compensation. Probably, okay, let's just put it on the board. Bishop c6, bc, knight takes e5 probably will be followed by something like bishop f6, and the two bishops, and the fact that white has not yet castled. Certainly, if the knight retreats to c4, black will play something like bishop gh3, making sure that the king stays in the center. Eventually, knight e6, knight d4, rook e8 to follow. Of course, you don't want to be white here.
Wow, castles is an exceedingly rare move. It's only been played twice, both in correspondence games. One of them a high-level correspondence game. So this pawn sacrifice, definitely something from, Pragnananda's home laboratory. But Hikaru, obviously a very practical player. He wasn't born yesterday, and so he transitions back to more mainstream theory with castles, f6 by Prague. And this position has been reached well over 100 times. I'm seeing games of Hans Niemann, who played this with white, therefore it must be good. And Vladimir Fedoseev played it recently. Tons of grandmasters, Lubomir Lubojevic. So this position was first reached in 1953. So it's been known for a long time. And white's typical plan, Peter, I think, is f2, f4. This is the move that the kind of textbooks recommend. But of course, white has other ways to approach this position. And Fedoseev actually took on c6 here and went after black's queenside pawns.
Yes, I actually happen to know this position a little bit because in the end of 90s, I was exclusively playing this line with black. And then, of course, it was common knowledge that this bishop takes c6 is a serious positional threat, not because of winning the pawn on e5. It's much more about damaging a pawn structure, and then white will play a slow game. So when I was playing it from the black side, I was playing bishop d7. That was the main move back then. And after castles, if you castle, then white can take the pawn. So here black was playing f6, and this is when white plays f4, black plays something like b5, white plays knight e3, e takes f4 and knight f5. This used to be the critical position in the end of 90s. I had games like this. I was analyzing it, and it was always very risky and dangerous for black. That's why it also went out of fashion. But this new approach of allowing bishop takes c6 and computer not really caring about this bad pawn structure, because believes that black will have enough counterplay with knight e6, knight d4, or with some other moves. This is a new development.
I suppose I should recuse myself from this conversation, because as a lifelong King's Indian player, it tears my heart out to play the move bishop takes c6. I never fully buy into lines that involve giving away your fianchettoed bishop, but I understand the appeal of them, because the pawn structure on the queen side is a major, major downside for black. But f4 seems more appealing to me on the surface. But black generally responds with e takes f4 and then knight e6. And I think there's no question that white doesn't have an objective advantage here. Peter, I think white is more fighting for a long-term strategical game. I don't know how the game is likely to continue. Probably white should preserve his dark-scored bishop and then try to put a knight on d5. I don't have a very good grasp of how the battle is likely to unfold here in the event that white plays f4.
Yeah, well, I would say that if white plays f4, then black is the moral winner, because he did save the move bishop d7 and he got castle in and was not forced to weaken himself with b5. So I believe that black actually should be more or less happy with this position. Even an idea which computer mentioned, and it was also one of my first reactions, instincts, that what happens if you fall back with the bishop to d2, I fall back with the knight to c7, I want to get bishop e6, knight d5 in, or bishop e6, queen d7. If black gets that, he gets perfect harmony and has no problems. I do believe that Hikaru will spend a lot of time after f6, because he knows exactly if he has to play f4, he won't get anything out of the opening. On the other hand, if you take on c6, you should also better be prepared. For example, bishop takes c6, bc. I believe that in the old times, white was going for moves like queen a4, and it was considered that white puts the queen on a5 and starts targeting the pawn on c5. It's not really going after the c6 pawn. It's much more about blocking black, and eventually if white could trade queens, it would be sensational news for white. Yeah, every endgame is clearly in white's favor, so black needs to probably play something like bishop h3, queen d7, and then make sure that he gets active with his knight towards the d4 square, or eventually bringing that knight to d5. In the meantime, white's usual typical reaction is putting the bishop on e3, playing f3, moving maybe rook f1 to c1, and putting as much pressure on the c5 pawn as possible.
Great insights. And as you were talking, I was looking through some of the older games in this line. I'm seeing a lot of goodies from the 1990s. First occurred in 1977. In 1997, I see a game between Venueli and Valery Solov, who at the time was one of the top players in the world. And Luke played knight c4 on move 11. Solov responded with f6. So they reached this position via a different move order. Bishop e3, move 12 was Solov's choice instead of queen a4. Then Solov responded, Venueli's choice. Solov responded with bishop h3, rook e1. And here, interestingly, black makes a somewhat counterintuitive move, knight to d5, whereas I thought that the more natural position for the knight is on e6. But I guess I should interrupt my own train of thought, because Hikaru has indeed made the decision to play f4. And I'm also a little bit surprised, Peter, given what you just explained to me about how easy it is to get a decent position here with black. The speed with which Hikaru played f4 tells me that maybe he has something in mind that appeals to him here.
I'm not sure. It's maybe more like he believes that he can handle this structure over the board without preparation easier than the other one, because this bishop takes e6, b takes e6 structure is so specific. Unless you are really familiar and you have analyzed with the computer, and then finally you ended up getting a setup that you feel like, yes, okay, this is the reason why I can take bishop takes e6, then you understand why you do that. But not knowing all the details, basically I feel that f4 is the more practical choice.
And Hikaru did take 12 minutes on that move, so it's not like he played instantly. He devoted considerable time to considering bishop takes c6, but opts for the line that keeps the fianchettoed bishop. I'm happy about that for sure. Now, I'm seeing in the database that bishop e6 is actually the more common move, although knight e6 has been played by more titled players. In the Niemann Ganguly game that I had referenced earlier, we did have bishop e6, and then Hans responded with the somewhat counterintuitive queen to b3, self-pinning the knight, and he had a very specific idea in mind. He provokes rook b8, and then he plays bishop takes c7, he gives away the other bishop, and then after queen c7, bishop d5, trying to go for the light squares in the center. But this is none too impressive, and I love Ganguly's response. Bishop e6, back to f7, trading on his own terms, and Hans Niemann was left with a slightly worse position that he ultimately did manage to win.
Yes, actually, we already get quite a lot of insights what's really going on in this position. Yeah, that everybody is trying to get his own will on the opponent, but here after bishop f7, black stops any kind of direct tricks, is trying to get that queen back to d7, targeting the e4 bishop, and it's not so simple to just go e to e4, cementing that bishop, because black will have an eternal outpost on d4 for his knight, compensating for the d5 weakness. Very interesting, nice position for black. In general, as I explained, I used to play this with the tempo done with bishop d7. I understand that with black I'm not having the upper hand yet, but I feel like, you know, the main target with black is to equalize the game, and I do believe that black has nothing to worry about.
And so a pretty positive start here for Praggnanandhaa. He's got almost his entire time to work with, and obviously an important developmental decision. He can put two different minor pieces on e6, and we will keep a close eye as this game unfolds. Both Carlsen Keimer and Praggnanandhaa Hikaru are not disappointing in the early going. We've got two completely different types of battles, but both of them are both strategically rich and, of course, have a tactical component to them, a component of imbalance. So I'm very happy with what we're seeing so far. Perhaps we can take this opportunity to keep going around the horn. We do see knight e6 from Praggnanandhaa, but Peter, I'll give you the wheel to decide where we go next.
Yes, I think we have to use the chance to keep on moving, and let's go to the All-American duel, Fabiano Caruana against Ray Robson. I think here you have probably more insights how often these players have met each other. I believe also in American Cup there were many chances of these players facing each other. What is their record? Any thoughts on this?
Yeah, so Caruana and Robson have faced each other in three main tournaments. The first, of course, is the U.S. Closed Championship, which is the premier American tournament. It is an invitational where the top, usually 12 players, determine the U.S. champion. They faced each other in 2016, in 2017, 2018, 2019, basically every year except 2020, when the U.S. Championship was not held. And Fabiano Caruana has a big lead. They've also faced each other in the Pro Chess League and, of course, as you mentioned, Peter, in the American Cup. So these three tournaments. Fabiano has a 4-0 lead with 6 draws. Pretty commanding. And their last couple of games have been draws. So Ray has played better in their late encounters. But I almost view these players as having relatively similar styles. Very, very theoretically heavy. Great opening preparation. And they're calculators, right? Ray is a calculator. He gets in time pressure very often, and he can sit down for 30 minutes and really work out a complicated position. Just a very fearsome player, and someone that I named before the tournament as a dark horse. Someone that I think can go very far potentially if he is in good form.
Yeah, he just won the very strong Prague Chess Festival, beating Deak in the decisive tiebreak. And yeah, his play was very impressive. What I also like in Ray's development, that I do remember him as a youngster, and then he was exclusively an e4 player, going for all the sharpest lines, heavily dependent on computer analysis, of course, and he never shied away from complications. But he's adjusting himself to modern times, because those very aggressive times, I believe, are more or less in the past. Now that everybody is backed with supercomputers and everybody knows their theory very well, it's very important to expand your horizon, and that he became a great Catalan player. And I do remember that he beat Levon Aronyan also with the G3 bishop G2 setup. I think it was an English with C4. It just goes on to show that he became extremely universal, just as the super guys, as the top guys. And let's just quickly see, this is certainly a classical Catalan, but just to understand how did we reach here. So knight f3 d5, g3 bishop e7. Fabiano is also now lately sticking to this very good old classical Catalan line with black. Castles, d takes e4, queen c2, a6, a4. In the last 10 years, almost exclusively white plays the move a4, avoiding any kind of b7, b5s. And the reason why I'm highlighting b7, b5, because it did happen later in the game. So it has a very important psychological effect. So a6, a4, bishop d7, queen takes c4, bishop c6, bishop f4, all fairly standard, bishop d6, queen c1, knight bd7, knight c3, and b5. That's the current position. Are you familiar with this type of structures?
I've only played it with black. I've never dabbled in the Catalan with white. I did play this line with black mostly online. Recently, I've switched to the Hikaru variation where black plays the early b5, except somehow Hikaru always ends up a pawn down and draws. I end up a pawn down and lose. So I have yet to figure out some details of that line. But I'm just trying to get my bearings here and figure out what black wants. Like, is black trying to play b5, b4, and chase away the knight? Because it's all well and good to chase the knight away, but the move b4 comes with a heavy price tag. You're weakening the c4 square. The bishop on c6 is going to be targeted by white's queen, and the knight can reroute, as you're showing, to d2 and then potentially to b3 and a5. So my first question, Peter, would be, what is black's next move? And based on that, how should white continue to develop his grip in the center?
Yeah, my very first instinct after b5 was exactly as you mentioned, that I'm not worried of b5, b4. The very natural traditional rook f1 to d1 looks like a solid, good, useful move. It also kind of pins the black queen on d8. And I believe that the most natural move, and the reason for black playing the move b7, b5 is to prepare the classical idea, queen d8 to b8, and eventually the queen reaching to b7, reinforcing this pressure along the long diagonal on the bishop on g2. It's kind of also common knowledge that if finally white ever kind of releases the tension and trades the bishops with knight e1, black usually equalizes automatically. So yes, black wants to get pressure on the long diagonal, but if white releases, then he might give up the chance of fighting for an advantage. So a lot of maneuvering, a lot of very interesting strategic decisions are ahead of us here.
After queen b8, there's a tactical attempt that I've been wrestling with. Bishop d6, cd, and then knight takes b5, which I believe is ineffective on account of bishop takes f3. And you get this interesting unbalanced position that I thought at first might be worth exploring, but upon closer inspection doesn't seem to offer anything appealing for white. Takes, a takes b5, and the queen probably should park itself on the most aggressive square, and it's so important that the knight on d7 is completely holding down the b5 pawn. It's very hard to push that pawn forward, and the other knight has active prospects potentially on the d5 square. So this has to be calculated, but it looks like black has the upper hand in this position.
Yes, exactly. I mean, if white would have a connected two passers on the queen side, it would be a different story, but with these double pawns, and as you mentioned, black's beautiful knights placed very close to the queen side action, blocking that b pawn, black should be very happy with this variation. I was also thinking, like, it's typical, like after queen b8, to check what happens after knight f3 to e5, and I do remember that when this move first appeared, because it was, I believe, like in 2013, b5 was maybe played by Daniel Friedman. I do believe that I have analyzed this b5 move like 10 years ago. Then I believe knight e5 was the main move. Here, something like knight e5. And the big question was that where does this position lead us to? I don't know exactly if white should trade on d7, or should he just recapture on G2. In any way, a very rich, double H complex middle game position.
Indeed, and you could get a lot of liquidation in the center with tons of minor pieces disappearing, but the game could also go the other way with absolutely no pieces getting exchanged. In any case, all three games that we have focused on so far, positionally rich, offering us a whole slate of different types of battles. Folks, we will take this opportunity to go on our first break of the day. Don't go anywhere. We see Ray Robson there, the top players in the women's section, including Sasha Goryachkina, and we will be back with more Round 4 Game 1 action in just a couple of short minutes.
What's the best way to follow any chess event from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, Fide World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, Opening Explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tiebreaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before. What's the best way to follow any chess event from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, Fide World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, Opening Explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tiebreaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
Hey everybody, it's Danny here, and as you may know, Chess.com and Chessable are now one, and I'm here to show you how you can make your Chess.com and Chessable one in just a few clicks. To start, let's log in and connect our Chess.com account. I just scroll right here above the browser and click Login. Scroll down and click Continue with Chess.com. Now, if you're already logged into Chess.com, it's just going to ask you if you want to approve that connection. I'm going to say yes, sir. But after approving, it'll bring you right back to the Chessable homepage. Now, the Puzzle Connect feature can be found under Tools, and you click Puzzle Connect. Now, what that does after you type in your username is it's going to pull positions from the games you played on Chess.com, create your very own personalized Chessable course, and then quiz you with the positions where you may have missed the best move. And the more you play on Chess.com, the more games it will have to quiz you as long as your account stays connected. It's pretty sweet, and it's going to help you get better learning from the mistakes in your games. Yes, this is a pro feature at Chessable, but if you go to chessable.com/link, you can get 30 days of Pro for free.
Okay, we are back at the 2023 Fide World Cup in Baku. A look at the playing hall as we are 40 minutes after the start of the first match game of the fourth round. And we've been sort of going around the horn looking at all of the top games from the round. And now let's travel to the women's section and look at the top games from the ladies group. Obviously, a lot of the favorites are out, but a lot of the other favorites are still in, including Bikanero and Alexandra Guryashkina. We've got a couple of very interesting battles unfolding, Peter. What we have in front of us is Humpy Kanero's battle against the Georgian Grandmaster Bela Hatanashvili.
Yes, and actually I'm a little bit surprised of what we are seeing here because, I mean, we even have to go back. This is only move 7. How did we reach here? Because it's a very critical position, and I want to understand what happened. So everything standard, knight f3, d5, knight c6, knight d7, yes, okay. Here white has the chance of going c takes d5, bishop f4 or bishop g5, classical moves. Humpy tries to go for a rare, I mean, I think also a main move, but a little bit more rare. Line with queen c2, a very aggressive way of, dealing with d takes c4, e4, and I believe that here black was almost exclusively playing the move c7, c5, and black played the move b5, which to my eyes comes completely shocking because I know this move b5 is typical in this Vienna variation, which is the modern Vienna. But I mean, here exactly b5. Why white is not able to capture on b5? I'm not really understanding this. Yeah, I mean, okay, knight takes b5 is the thematic move, and instead of knight takes b5, white goes on to play a4. And knight gives black the chance of going b4, followed by bishop b7, very quick development, hitting the e4 pawn. Do you understand what we are witnessing here?
I do not. Well, first of all, I'm trying to figure out why the pawn is poisoned. But it's not like white doesn't take the pawn and play something like e5. White seems to get a seriously inferior version of anything that she could have gotten after knight takes b5. Could this be a case of confusing preparation or some sort of hallucination? Because after a4, b4, the knight has to move away from c3, and the bishop comes out to b7. In what universe could this be more appealing than the position after knight takes b5?
Yes, exactly. I mean, just very quickly to highlight something which is very important to understand. That after knight c3, if black takes d takes c4, e4, b5, this is what we were talking about the modern fresh Vienna variation when white pushes e5, knight d5, knight takes b5, knight b6, and quite a lot of theory happens here. Everything understandable because black sacrifices the b pawn, provokes white going e4, e5, so black gets some very nice light squares, the d5 square to compensate for the damage structure. But what we are seeing here after queen c2, d takes c4, e4 is exactly the reasoning why I don't get it. That after the move b5, white has already protected the e4 pawn with the queen c2 move. So basically, knight takes b5 is the move that you say, thank you very much. You gave a pawn, I'm gonna take it. The pawn on c4 is vulnerable, and I don't even understand how black is supposed to continue.
Yeah, and I'm checking the database here, and b5 is a novelty. Everything, okay, I was going to say everything about this. Nothing about this makes sense. Bishop b7 here. White plays queen takes c4, and this is just a disaster for black because c7 hangs. Ugh, you have to play c6 because rook c8 actually drops another pawn on a7. So, I mean, if I saw this in the abstract, Peter, I would almost assume that this is some sort of transmission error, not just because of b5, but because of white's response. But no, this is actually on the board, and this is some sort of mutual hallucination, shall we say? Or could it be that there's something we're missing here?
Well, I don't know what we are missing because I do know that c5 is kind of the main move here, and it's considered to be a serious move. And that's the reason why the queen c2 line is interesting, but black's supposed to be fine. But after the move b5, knight takes b5, almost it feels to me like white just gets a very clear advantage without any risk whatsoever. So in a blitz game, I would understand that you somehow believe that your opponent shocked you and there is some big point behind it. But in a classical game, and not taking on b5, and instead of this, going for for a4 and b4 now knight e2 after long thought, I just don't understand. I'm completely shocked.
This could become a big disaster for Humpy Canero, because right now the c4 pawn is hanging, yes, and black could protect it with the sort of typical hyper fianchetto bishop to a6, and white does have to remove this knight to g3 in order to continue the kingside development. But in that time, as you're indicating, black could either counter-strike in the center with c7, c5, or push the pawn up to b3, try to goad the queen into stepping up to c3, and then playing rook b8 and setting up bishop b4. I mean, this goes from bad to worse. And, the eval bar is giving a big advantage for black, but just visually, this looks really ugly. Bishop b4 and then c5. And it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that if white does not tread very carefully in the next couple of moves, and of course, if black plays accurately, that this position could end up being pretty much lost for white out of the opening, which is shocking given what black played.
Yes, it's completely shocking, and especially all the more shocking because it's Humpy Canero, such a great player, and she has always, very solid, nice understanding. It's clearly some incredible hallucination. It just shows on that, goes on to show that this World Cup is somehow magical. You have to control your nerves as well, because this is shocking development.
Incredible. So as Bella Hotunashvili ponders her next move, this could not have been a more successful opening for black. The trick worked. The pawn on b5 was not captured, and bishop a6 here will lead to a huge advantage for black after only 8 moves. But we've got some other interesting games in the women's section. Teodora Ignatz, who defeated Alexandra Kostenyuk, is playing, but I'll give you the choice. We can maybe go to the Teodora Ignatz game. She has an extra pawn in her game against Polina Shuvalova, and another interesting opening here.
Yeah, she was incredibly impressive against Alexandra Kostenyuk, knocking her out in the rapid tie breaks. It came as I did listen to her interview, and she was completely shocked herself, saying that it was her first ever tie break. And I mean, handling that match so effectively was truly stunning. Polina Shuvalova, a very experienced player despite her young age. She is already around this 2500 rating level for I think at least 3 years. And what do we have here? How did this happen? It had to be some kind of a reti. Yes, I always like to go back if you are like move 8, 9, 10, just to understand how we reached here. Yeah, this is because for an experienced guy, it's quite clear that the structure which we had to happen from here, the symmetrical Grunfeld, transposition, castles, and after the move c3, which is a rare customer. I mean, usually white plays the move c2, c4, and then black has options of going for d takes c4 or c6, transposing to different type of Grunfeld structures. But white opts for c3. The idea of c3 is to discourage black from going c5, because then white is ready to capture that pawn. And here we see c3, a5 happen, and after a4, she played c6, and after knight b2, c5 happened. What on earth is going on?
Modern chess. What is happening in any of the games, in all of the games that we're looking at? So you wait for white to play knight b2, which is a move that I would want to play, because the knight jumps out to b3 and protects the c5 pawn. What sense does this make?
I don't know. I'm completely shocked, because usually if you sacrifice a pawn like this, you already want to make sure that your next move going to be e7, e5. You grab the center, somehow disconnect the knight from f3 from the game. Because right now what I'm a little bit afraid, or seriously afraid, that if black plays a move like rook e8, then white has the time to activate that knight from f3 to d4. The knight heads towards the very lovely b5 square whenever there are pawns on a5 and a4. This is a wonderful outpost. And this is the reason why I'm also not liking the move rook e8. I don't feel like I have the right to lose this tempo. But if I don't prepare e7, e5, then how do I play this position?
Well, there's several attempts to win the pawn, and all of them fail. If you go knight e4, then I think white could protect the pawn with bishop to e3, or even this move knight g5, which is probably even more unpleasant for black. You're just going to be down a pawn for no compensation. Knight g5 is super strong because it opens up an attack on the d5 pawn in the event of knight takes c5, white simply trades and then takes on d5, and she's a healthy pawn up. If black plays queen c7 instead of knight e4 and tries to attack the pawn like that, then the queen is vulnerable to the move bishop f4. And this is the whole point. If your rook was on e8, you'd be able to meet that move with e5, but because you can't, your queen has nowhere good to go. Obviously, queen c6 runs into a litany of possible moves, including knight f to d4. And much like the Humpy Canero game, just an incredibly surprising sequence of events here. Black waits for white to play a move that she wants to play anyway, and then plays c5. Strange indecision from Polina, and as a result, I think she's struggling with a clearly worse position and very questionable compensation, maybe non-existent compensation for the pawn.
Yes, this is the problem. I mean, usually also that this happens. I mean, let me just very quickly show this because it's important that there is this theory that after castles, black is not castling, black plays c6 with the desire that after c4, black will take d takes c4. That's the main idea of c6. So white anyway plays after c6, c4, and after d takes c4, white plays a4, castles, and usually I think plays the move knight a3 here. Yes, in fact, black should not even castle. Black often goes for this knight e4, knight d6, protecting that pawn. And hello, but here white is white. White has sacrificed the pawn. Black has not yet castled. We understand it very much. This is fighting for initiative. But in the current game, after castles, c3, it is finally black who ends up sacrificing that pawn. So it means already that she is tempo up compared to the traditional reverse kind of positions. Plus, she even loses a tempo on c6 and then goes c5. That's why we don't really understand what on earth is happening here.
Strange stuff in the women's section thus far in some of our top games. With Humpy Canero and Polina Shabalova, the higher-rated players really struggling out of the gates. Maybe a mixture of nerves and confusing preparation. I mean, you never know what goes on under the hood. So big positive news here for Teodora Ignatz, who is on a Cinderella run, defeating Kastanyuk, and now in a great position against Polina Shabalova. Well, I think this is a good opportunity to go back to the open section and perhaps visit Jan Nepomniachtchi land. We haven't stopped by Jan's game just yet, and then, of course, we'll come back to Magnus and Hikaru's two marquee matchups. But let's see how the world champion challenger is doing in his match against Nihal Sarin. Really interesting position here. And again, a pawn down. Everybody sacrificed a pawn, it seems.
Yes, but here we understand why, and this is very much a theory duel, which I think Jan is more familiar with than his young opponent. Look at the clock situation. Usually, Nihal is also famous for blitzing out his preparation, but he got caught off guard. And Jan became a great Catalan expert last year. He started almost exclusively to play Catalan in almost all of his games last summer. I believe in the Sinquefield Cup last year in September, he was using the Catalan, and also before already in the Global Chess Championship. G3, bishop g2, d takes c4, knight f3, c5. And in my view, actually, the Catalan suits match type of play, especially a two games mini match, perfectly, because white has everything under control. White is trying to play from the strengths, not taking any big risk. And the line c5, knight c6 was also a line which Jan has prepared for last year's candidates. So this is very much some territory where he probably feels very much at home. Queen a4, bishop d7, d takes c5, knight a5, and queen a3. This is a rare line. I do believe that Fabi actually played it against Jan last year. If somebody is interested, I believe that chat can help us out, or if you have access. I do believe that Fabi has played it against Jan himself.
I will enter the moves right now. But queen a3, what is the more popular move? Is it queen to b4?
Well, the whole point is that usually after bishop d7, white takes on c4 exactly for this reason, that the move d takes c5 runs into knight a5, and you will have to sacrifice a pawn. You can sacrifice it with queen c2, or you can sacrifice with queen a3. I do think that already if you are willing to sacrifice, you actually do it with queen a3.
So I've checked, and indeed, you're absolutely correct. This happened in several high-level games, including Caruana Nepomniachtchi, with Jan winning the game on the black side. It also occurred in Dingli Ren against Aronian from 2021. I see some older games. Gelfund played this with white. In fact, this is a very old line. First occurred 1948 in a game where black was the famous German grandmaster Wolfgang Unziker, and a lot of classical grandmasters played this line. So it's not like this is a new innovation, but compared to Queen C2, you're right, Peter. Queen A3 is quite a bit more uncommon. 54 games compared to 127 in my database.
Yes, I mean, since I was involved with Jan at the candidates tournament for Madrid and for the preparation, so I can, you can imagine that if he already opted for this line with C5 Knight C6, then I should have had quite a big contribution in this line as well. That's why I happen to know things, but yeah, there are so many lines, and to my eyes, it's surprising that Nihal was ready to play this with the black pieces against Jan, because okay, it's kind of a scary thing. On the other hand, Nihal probably believes that it's a very good line, and also if Jan relied on it in the candidates, it means that black should be perfectly fine, which is true, but you have to know your stuff.
So they deviate from the Caruana Nepo game on move 12. It's move queen to b2. Fabi had indeed played bishop to d2. Queen b2 is not a novelty. Dingli Ran also tried b4. Queen b2, 5 games in the database, and nobody ultra strong played this. I see Ori Kobo, who also participated in the World Cup. He played this in 2020. This was first played in 2009. So Queen b2 is not off everybody's radar, but compared to Bishop d2, it's definitely in the shadows. And I think it's important to point out, Peter, that it's not all about making a novelty. Sometimes a move that just isn't quite as played by the top players can also be a great surprise, even if it's technically not, a big novelty.
Exactly. I mean, sometimes the good old forgotten lines are the ones that can come up as a real surprises. We do see that black has collected a pawn, but he's faced with some very awkward pieces. The rook on c5, knight on a5. White is not yet starting to play b4, because then black has this typical tempo move with knight a5 to c4. The same was actually the case with the queen on a3 as well. However, white is much more trying to target that rook. Let me just remove these arrows. Yeah, trying to target this rook on c5, and if the rook goes to b5, which seemingly makes a lot of sense targeting the b3 pawn, then it runs into knight f3 to d4, another tempo, hitting the rook and protecting the pawn. So a lot of mysterious questions. We do see the computer believes that black is perfectly fine. There is no danger. But if Jan already opted for this, then probably he understood, or he felt like it's definitely worth a try.
And Bishop b7 has just been played after a long think by Nihal, who's down to 50 minutes. And it's so important to point out that b4 is unlikely in this position because the knight from a5 jumps into c4, and white doesn't achieve anything. It's counterproductive. The pawn on b3 keeps the knight at bay. So we're much more likely to see a more positional approach with bishop b3, and then the rook coming to d1. And I would honestly hate playing black here. It's passive. White's pieces are coming out quickly. And, if the black knight ever drops back to c6, then white could counter that with a knight f3 to d4, assaulting the queenside pawns, which will be under fire. The rook from a1 will be pressuring a7. The bishop will be pressuring b7. I don't want to overstate the case here. It's probably equal objectively, but I would hate to play this position unprepared.
Exactly. That's the key word. Are you prepared or you are unprepared? That's two completely different things. If you know exactly the computer lines and you know that yes, it's an interesting line from the white side, but I know my stuff. I know exactly those kind of mysterious moves, why they are happening. Then I have the total confidence and I'm not worried. But if you don't have access to all that knowledge, it's kind of frightening, because you have to spend so much time double, triple checking exactly that, is this construction really holding on? How long is it holding on? Where are all the threats? For example, after a move like bishop e3, if the rook would fall back to c8, that gives up the e5 square. Yeah? So for example, white might be able to play rook d1, knight e5, and the ideas that you mentioned, that the bishop on g2 comes to life, the rook on a1 everything kind of targets black's queen side, and black will still be faced with a very unpleasant pin, and not even to speak about that, does he have enough time to castle or not?
Yeah, Jan's preparation always seems to be on point. It's so funny you made the point about leftover candidates prep, like opening your fridge and you're surprised to find a slice of pizza there. Wait a second, I've got some pretty decent prep that I had for my world championship match that I could use in this tournament. So Jan really harnessing his incredible experience and his newfound expertise in the Catalan. I think it's always fascinating, Peter, when somebody refashions themselves and starts playing a completely different opening. 10 years ago, Jan was still at the top, but he was an E4 lifer. You would never imagine him playing one C4 or the Catalan. And not only does he play this regularly, but you could easily confuse him for someone who's been playing the Catalan their whole life. And I think this is one of the hallmarks of modern chess. Top players are quickly able to refashion themselves, and not only to start playing a different opening, but to start playing it extremely well. It's like super learners who learn a language in 3 months.
Exactly. Yeah, basically this is another talent that the top players have, and that's why they are top players. Yeah, they are adjusting to the situation. I do remember Vichy. I was working with Vichy when I was, for the first time, I was 16 years old. Vichy is, I think, exactly 10 years older than me, so he was still also extremely young with the age of 26. And I was completely shocked by the fact that within just 10, 20, 30 seconds, you show him something, some essence, some basic about the position, and he grasps it instantly. And he is basically that, thank you very much. You prepared me. I can go and play immediately. It's always truly stunning.
That's absolutely incredible. And it's much like, I like the analogy of language learners, because you sometimes hear about the savants who, can learn Icelandic over a weekend. And I think this is not that dissimilar because these players are so knowledgeable in general, and they've got such good fundamentals that, whatever opening you show them, they get down to the essence of the position so quickly. It is really breathtaking. Must have been a fascinating experience. But Jan, he is taking his time, Peter. So bishop e3, not the only move on his radar. He's probably also contemplating rook d1, maybe even knight c3. I think move order is going to be pretty important here. These subtleties. Jan is trying to figure out the best way to apply pressure on the center.
Yes, exactly. I mean, there are so many different move orders. Also, Jan probably is thinking about that. Hang on, my opponent spent a lot of time. It's clearly my way of handling this line came as a surprise to my opponent, which means that maybe not even the top computer move is the best choice against an unprepared opponent. Yeah, and this is also a very interesting situation, that if you know that you are playing against a computer or a computer-backed guy who really prepared everything and he knows and he blitzes out his moves, then you tend to make the best possible move in the position that you know that the computer indicated. But if your opponent is showing some sign of weakness or not enough knowledge, then you might think like, hang on, yes, according to computer, that was the best, but the reaction why that move was not so good, it's only not so good because of some great point by the computer, and then you feel like, maybe this is the right way to test my opponent.
Yeah, that's such an interesting point. Like, you wait for signals from your opponent, and based on those signals, you might have 2 or 3 lines in your pocket. One of them, the top engine line. If my opponent plays quickly, I'm going to go for that. If my opponent plays slowly, as you're saying, I'm going to go for something more testing, because it's very unlikely that suddenly my opponent will uncork 5 or 6 engine moves out of nowhere when he's clearly in unfamiliar waters. Quick point before we move on, perhaps to the next game. Blunderpotamus was proposing rook a5 and b4. Unfortunately, after rook takes a5, black can recapture, not with the queen, but rather with the rook. And b4, the rook has plenty of real estate along the 5th rank. So good tactical eye, but unfortunately, white will have to play more patiently than that.
Yes, that's for true. Yeah, that's true. We have to continue our journey because, okay, this is now a critical moment for Jan. He has to pause and make up his mind for which direction he should go. And do you have any info? Which game should we check out next?
Well, I was looking at Wesley's game against Caruana on my phone. I thought that they had an interesting confrontation in the center, especially because I really think that Alexei has a shot in this match. Wesley's form has not been ideal. Alexei has shown amazing results over the last couple of years, particularly in online rapid events, but it has carried over to the classical realm as well. So maybe a quick look at this crazy position here, Peter. What's happening?
Wow, what's happening is actually look
question,
at this.
Yeah.
It happened. It featured exactly the same line like Vincent Khan against Magnus Carlsen.
Whoa, that's so cool.
Yes.
I didn't realize that.
And look at this. Even after EC-H6, Bishop F4 had been played. So we got two Bishop F4s at the same moment.
No
also,
way.
Wesley opts for Bishop F4. However, Sadhana is the one who deviates. He does not follow Magnus's Bishop F5. He castles, and the game gets a completely different turn. I do remember you were mentioning, and I was even highlighting with arrows, that Black has the classical way of going for C6 or eventually for C5. And in this game, we do see that other idea, Bishop D6, C5, targeting white center immediately.
Mm-hmm.
It leads to more double-edged direct positions, direct confrontational positions.
Okay, so
Knight
DC
C6.
and Bishop D6, very principled chess by Wesley.
Yeah, he wants to hang on to that pawn, but it comes at the cost of inviting Rook to E8, which might be a very nasty pin along on the E file. Knight E2, B6 did happen,
Mm-hmm.
immediately breaking that construction. You can't really tolerate this for too long. Wesley opting for Bishop B5, and Black playing the move Bishop B7. I have no clue. I have never ever analyzed this position.
Jeez. Well, I think Bishop B7 is actually a very astute move. I think some players would find it counterintuitive to not unpin with Bishop D7, but here's the thing. After Bishop D7, you cut the contact between the queen and White's bishop. You want to make sure that the move B takes C5 comes with tempo, because after White castles, B takes C5, White doesn't have time to play Knight takes D5, because again, the bishop on D6 hangs, and there's no discovery against Black's queen. So I think Alexei is just in time to play this move. And I'll tell you more. I think that Black is contending for an edge here, because his next move will be BC, fixing his pawn structure, and then D5, D4 could be particularly unpleasant with that rook sitting pretty on E8. I think Wesley might have bitten off a little bit more than he can chew here. And if he keeps going with Queen A4, if he keeps, applying pressure and running on the treadmill, then he's going to run off the treadmill. Whoa! There is a beautiful move here. Rook C8 is fine, but there is even Rook E8 to E4. What a shot. Pinning the queen laterally. The rook is untouchable, and White is in huge trouble.
Yeah, wow. I mean, the move Rook E4 comes as a complete shock. Actually, it's very easy to miss it. And you highlighted that Queen A4 is a natural move. It's indeed a very natural move. And after Rook E4, probably your first reaction is falling off from the chair. Oh my God, the White King has not yet castled. Yeah. And if you have to retreat that queen to C2, then B takes C5 comes with another tempo, as you already beautifully indicated. The queen from D8 hits the bishop on D6. I really feel like Wesley is in a, not yet in a lot of trouble, but in a very unenviable situation, because Black is fighting for the initiative and Black has probably already taken over.
Great preparation by Alexei Sarana. I think he's a part of these players who are between 2650 and 2700 who nobody wants to face. Every time I see Alexei, he's beating somebody in the top, and Wesley already feeling the heat here as he plays A3, kind of forcing the bishops off the board. Alexei will take on C5. We're likely going to get a trade. I don't think White has time to play bishop D6 back to G3 because of the possibility of D5, D4. So after the trade on C5, Wesley will probably castle. And finally, the smoke will clear, but I think there's no question that Black is for choice here.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, these pawns are the famous hanging pawns. They can become vulnerable or they can become strong. And I do believe that, yes, this is now the current position. B takes C5 happened. We're going to see castles. And also the knight on E2 is misplaced. The bishop on B5 is doing absolutely nothing, because you don't really want to give up that bishop unless you are able to take on C6 and get B2, B4 in, fighting for the D4 square. But I mean, it's Black to move. White will never get chance to block those pawns comfortably.
And Black has many ways to improve his setup. Queen D8 can yield the parking spot for the rook. You can play queen c7, and that bishop on b7 is such an important piece. It ensures that the pawn on d5 will be untouchable. Queen c7, rook d8, lots of tactical ideas, including knight g4 and d4 as you're indicating diagonals and files, and the piece is well coordinated here. So without overstating the case, I think Alexei has to be thrilled with the outcome of the opening. And speaking of being thrilled with the outcome of the opening, I think the current biggest advantage that any player has in the open section is Peter Svidler, who has a very clear advantage against Nijat Abbasov. So maybe we can take a quick look at that game and then return to our marquee matchups between Carlsen and Keimer and Nakamura and Pragnananda. But this just caught my eye, Peter, because this looks like a nightmare Carlsbad for Nijat. Am I missing something?
No, to me it also looks exactly as you highlighted. White seems to be in a wonderful shape. And you know, we have witnessed this incredible match between Anish Giri and Abbasov. And the reason why, in my opinion, Anish lost that match, because he was getting more and more desperate. How do I target Abbasov? What do I do in the openings? And now when looking at this, Peter Svidler kind of brings the answer. Go for this. And Anish will be kicking himself. And he sees this position that Peter, after 10, 12, 13, 14 moves, gets a dream scenario. How did we get here? It was a Carlsbad coming from c4.
Yeah, no bishop b4 though.
Exactly. Probably it should have been played.
Yeah.
Yes, black sticks to the more traditional bishop e7, e3, h6, bishop h4, and bishop g4. This is also a line that Magnus Carlsen has introduced, shocked the world. I think it was Parham Makstodlu in Vaikanzi who was first confronted in a high-level game with this bishop g4, and Magnus went on to win a very nice game there. However, now the white players are already prepared, and it certainly did not surprise Svidler. Knight f3, knight b7, bishop d3, castles, h3. If black has to give up that bishop, that already feels like bad news.
Yeah.
Takes, rook e8, g4, thematic. White has also not yet castled, keeps everything flexible, and after the move c7, c5, which is kind of making the pawn on d5 vulnerable in a long run, Peter immediately goes short castle. He feels that this is the right moment. In the game, c4, bishop f5, knight b6 featured, and this is the current position.
Yeah, and I mean, white's got the bishop pair. That's number one. Number two is that black doesn't have the traditional counterweight on the queen side, this b5, b4 idea, because the knight is in the way. So the big question to me is, okay, how does Svidler accumulate his situation on the king side? You don't want to rest on your laurels because black will keep consolidating. So I mean, you can play this very directly with a move like queen g2 and try to prepare g4, g5. I mean, the attack down the g file looks like a very appealing plan to me. And then king h1, rook g1 could come a little bit later. In fact, I would wonder what black does against this plan of, let's say, queen g2 with maybe king h1 thrown in and then g5.
Yes, it's a very big question, because one thing we have to highlight, that usually after g4, g5, black would love to react by moving his knight away and then relying on this spin on the bishop on h4. But here we will have g takes h6, opening up the way of delivering checkmate on g7. So this kind of defense will not work, which means that black will have to capture g5 after g5, and we get bishop takes g5 and the g file opens up. I don't know, probably black has to play a move like knight h7, just protecting against this g5 as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and of course here white would have a big decision between bishop takes bishop or the more positional bishop g3, a more restrained continuation if you want to keep your bishop pair. Hard decision to make, and I always feel when I'm in these situations on the winning side, you know, on the side that has the advantage, that I feel stressed because I want to squeeze the most out of the position. I feel like I've got a chance and I really, really need to prove my advantage. And I hate that feeling when the advantage starts slipping away bit by bit. So I think Peter doing the right thing, investing a large chunk of time trying to find the best setup. But he also has to be careful not to dig himself into a bit of a time pressure hole.
Yes, I mean, there is always a very fine line between trying to play the absolute best chess and making practical decisions. And the FIDE time control with this 90 minutes plus 30 seconds increment for the first 40 moves does not exactly favor those who wants to play a perfect game. Yeah, you have to make some practical decisions at some point, because if you get too low on the clock, then with all the tension arising, you can just blunder away any kind of advantage. So better keep a good eye on your clock.
Absolutely. And as Peter keeps that eye on his clock and makes his next decision, let's go back to the Magnus game before we take our second break of the day, because we have a lot of developments in that marquee matchup between Vincent Keimer, who is fresh off his convincing victory over Tabatabai, and Magnus Carlsen, who defeated his compatriot Aryan Tari in the previous round. So the last we saw, Peter, is this move, knight to h5, going after White's bishop. Vincent said, I'm not cooperating. He slid that bishop up to e5, which is a very standard reaction in many openings to the move knight h5. And after knight d7, the point is that you leave the bishop on e5, because if black captures it, then the knight on h5 is going to be stranded. Its escape square taken away by the pawn on e5. So knight takes e5 is very inadvisable here. And so Magnus shifts his knight back to f6, and this in turn enables Vincent to preserve his bishop by tucking it away on that little window on h2.
Yes, so the white bishop falls back to h2. Black, however, simply castles. Now it's clear that black does not need to worry about g4 anymore. White bishop was forced back to h2. Black has also gained some extra time by developing the knight and already having the pawn on c6. And in this case, Vincent also sticks to the classical type of reactions, just a3, bishop a5, castles, no fancy business. Rook e8 played, rook ac1, queen e7, and that's the current position. We do see that it would be a typical kind of Carlsbad structure if for not the fact that this bishop on a5 is slightly mysterious, right? I mean, if the bishop would be on d6, it would be perfect harmony for black, but there is some kind of a case made that this bishop is still awkward.
Yeah, it's awkward, and it's hard to even invent prospects for it. I mean, I guess you could go rook ac8 and bishop c7, but that in turn is a little bit cumbersome, and there's potentially tactics with that rook on c7 being undefended. Of course, so that's something which works to White's advantage. What works to Black's advantage is the difficulty that White has in carrying out the typical plan of f3, e4. I would even go so far as to say that that plan is currently out of the question. Of course, because the e3 pawn will hang, but it's hard to even invent a setup where the e pawn doesn't hang. You'd have to go rook e1 and move the knight away, and all of that takes forever. So Vincent should probably take a slower approach. Or, Peter, do you think he should be stubborn and really try to get this plan in motion?
Well, it's very hard to believe, yeah, that it's possible. I mean, I don't know exactly, on the other hand, what White should be doing, because the last move from Magnus was queen d8 to e7. And to my eyes, if he wanted to be super solid, he could have just played the move bishop c7. I don't believe that White would have had any chance of fighting for advantage. Let's just say bishop c7, bishop takes c7, queen takes c7. I believe the position is fairly equal. And the fact that Magnus opted for queen e7 gives me the feeling that he feels that Vincent is behind on the clock. He has equalized. He does not want to shut the game down. He wants to keep some more dynamics, some more questions in the position, and force and provoke Vincent to spend more time on the clock.
Indeed. And Vincent is taking his time trying to figure out on which side of the board to play. But to me, it really does seem like the f3 plan would miss the mark in this position, even more than perhaps Megan Rapinoe's penalty kick. But I don't know. It's a tough position, and Vincent is digging himself into a bit of a time hole with only 40 minutes now on the clock. On the other hand, his position is very solid, so it's not like the price of a move is that big. But as Vincent ponders his next move and his strategic decision, we will take this opportunity to refill our coffee cups and go on our second break of the day. We hope you're enjoying our coverage of the 2023 World Cup. This is the first match game of the fourth round, and a great view of the German phenom there, Vincent Keimer, as he ponders his 17th move against Magnus Carlsen. We will bring you more action from the Carlsen and Hikaru and other matches when we return here at the World Cup. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few.
Dude, it's impossible to not hear you just breathing super loudly.
Okay, fine. I will hold my breath for 3 minutes.
All right, let's go.
Okay,
let's go
sure.
right now. Got the
Ready?
chess clock app right here. Almost there. And you did it.
What can you do for 3 minutes?
My wife says not a lot, but I can plank.
Keep that big butt down. Dude, nice.
2, 1, you did it. Wow. I feel better. Oh, yeah. You were timing me?
Yeah, you were in there for 30 minutes.
Oh, man.
Let's
Sorry.
play some chess and get some dinner.
Let's do it.
Time odds?
Yeah.
Okay. You bring your clock?
Oh, I left my clock at home.
Dude, you idiot. I told you to bring it.
Let's just go get something to eat.
Okay. Download the new chess.com clock app so you can time yourself playing chess or whatever other dumb stuff you and your friends do.
Chess.com's game review recently got a major update. Here are 4 key notes. At the end of each game review, you will now see a summary of the game from your coach, your performance rating for that game, and a quick grade for you and your opponent in the opening, middle game, and end game. We've added a new classification called miss for when a move fails to take advantage of an opportunity, but it is otherwise a sound move. We've also changed the definition of blunder. Now a move will only be considered a blunder if it loses material or allows a checkmate. Coach will now draw arrows and highlight squares when you hover over or click on the highlighted words in the move explanation. This should make move explanations easier to follow. Finally, Coach's explanations will now reference specific pieces and threats in explanations, making move explanations much more intuitive. The new game review experience is available on chess.com right now.
Back we are at the 2023 Fide World Cup, a playing hall there in Azerbaijan's capital, Baku, the birthplace of Garry Kasparov. This is the first match game of the 4th round. This is a knockout tournament. We hope you're enjoying our coverage. GM Peter Lecko, GM Daniel Naroditsky chopping it up for you today, once again. And Pragnananda trying to chop up Hikaru's knights, which have ensconced themselves both in the center. This fascinating English battle continues to get more and more complex. Let's take a look at what's going on in this marquee matchup. Both players under an hour, and Black's last move, Peter, b7, b5, chasing the knight out of c4. What do we make of these latest developments?
Well, I feel that it was a very natural type of development in the last couple of moves. But honestly, I really like Black in this type of position. First of all, because I feel like whenever you equalize or you get a comfortable position, then psychologically, it's so nice to be Black. Because, okay, usually White is the one who is fighting for an advantage, and it's a nice playable position. What are your thoughts here? Yet, how you would like to play it from the White side?
So I guess the big question is whether and when to take on e7. My instinct, because I like knights in the center, would be to play knight c to e3. Of course, that gives Black the extra option of bishop to d6, which is actually a very unpleasant positional idea because the bishop will travel to e5 and really clamp down on those dark squares, particularly the d4 square. So on the other hand, you might say, okay, maybe it's worth, instead of knight e3, playing knight takes e7 check, and then replacing one knight with its colleague, knight e7, probably queen e7, knight c4 to e3. And this, I think, is a more likely development because knight d5 or knight f5 will now come with tempo. But I still feel like Black's got a great position. Even, let's take a neutral move, like rook b to d8, for example. Not saying that's the best move, and actually maybe that walks into knight f5 and knight d6. But even with a move like this, if White plays knight to d5, Black plays queen d6, maybe the other rook should go to d8 instead. Even after knight d5, it just doesn't feel like White's got all that much going for him in the center, Peter. After queen d6, Black will eventually play knight e5, and maybe in certain situations expand on the queen side with a5. I definitely think Prague is for choice here, but I don't think that objectively his advantage is anything more than slight.
Yeah, it's kind of a very complex position. Just a very quick update that after ef bishop f4, Black played the move knight e6, bishop d2. He just continued playing very natural move, developing move bishop d7. Hikaru jumped on d5, everything perfectly understandable. Rook b8, preparing b7, b5. Hikaru opted for e4, b5, and this is the big question, yeah, because it's the typical scenario when if White plays knight c3, then he might end up with two pieces fighting for the same square. Both knights heading to d5. One could argue that, okay, but the knight from e3 might go to f5, but the f5 square isn't that serious in this position because as Danny mentioned, Daniel, bishop d6, bishop e5, also knight going to d4, fighting for that f5 square. I do believe that, yeah, knight c4 to e3 is maybe the more ambitious move, but maybe White shouldn't be that ambitious here.
Yeah, and it's important to mention that hiding under the skeleton of these appealing knights are serious positional weaknesses. The d3 pawn is backward. The d4 square is weak. The e5 square can be used as a really nice post either for the bishop or the knight. So Hikaru really has to make these knights count. And your point is well taken about two pieces fighting for the same square. I think Dvoretsky really popularized this concept, which he calls the superfluous piece, when, you know, there's only one outpost and there's two knights that want to access it, and that can create fundamental awkwardness in the coordination of your pieces. Now, we see a little bit of hesitation there from Hikaru. I think he is, or at least he was about to make a move, but now retracts his hand and takes some more time to think.
Yeah, it's not an easy choice, and we can see it on his face that he is not exactly sure. He knows exactly one would argue, if you look at this position, that this had to be an anti-Berlin, but actually it wasn't.
Whoa, it was not.
Yes, there was a twist. Yeah, that after bishop b5, actually black played the move a6, and once you play the move a6 and white falls back with the bishop to a4, you would say that this position that happened in the game will never ever arise. But what happened? It did happen from here, and it featured the move bishop takes c6, the delayed exchange Spanish bishop d6,
Wow.
dc d3, bishop d6, and it's very similar like to the anti-Berlin, with black having this extra move on a6. The point being that black's bishop was on e7, so he goes bishop d6. It could have also happened from the anti-Berlin that the bishop from c5 falls back to d6. So basically, in order to make good use of this position of your preparation, you have to be an expert in both move orders. And just very quickly, we run through how the players reach this. So black goes for a5, making sure, because white's strategical idea was to go knight bc to a5. Black stops that. White, however, plays the move queen e1, targeting that pawn. And of course, you know that the opponent will not blunder it, the pawn will be advanced, and then you get access to the a5 square. Knight a5, cast queen b8, b4, clear follow-up of all these positions. Black castles, knight g5, rook e8, you take that strong bishop, takes king h1, and knight d7. That's how we reach the current position.
Wow, a lot
And
of
rook b1.
Rook b1, yeah, latest move, and it's black to play.
Exactly. So how do we play this position? What do you think of it?
Well, I think one thing is pretty clear to me, which is that f2, f4 is a really natural plan here for white. And you would play this move even with the bishop on d6. You're defending that square enough time. So if f4 happens and you get a trade on f4, then white can nurture some play on the f file. Queen f2, and this was a viable alternative to rook b1. But there was a reason that Gukesh wanted to solidify his queenside before committing to this plan. I don't know exactly what the reason was. Maybe he felt like the knight on a5 is going to be excommunicated after a move like b7, b5, or knight e5. And without the services of the knight on a5, it is very difficult for white to apply serious pressure on the f-file, because the f7 pawn, yes, it's a target, but you need more than that, and b6 becomes a very nasty threat. It would force white to play knight c4 and accept the complete ruining of his pawn structure. So instead, rook b1 is a more flexible choice, and the point is that, of course, knight e5 is impossible. b7, b5 gives up the c6 pawn. So I think Gukesh is playing this very interesting waiting game where he's claiming that Yasipenko just doesn't have a very helpful move. Maybe black should just go h6 and wait for white to put his cards on the table.
Yes, or to fall back with the bishop to all the way to f8. Yeah, just to make sure that you might be able to play b6 or b5. Maybe this b7, b5 is a clever kind of idea, shutting that knight on a5 out of the game. But bishop f8 does, for example, opens up white the chance to play f4, and then after he takes f4, bishop takes f4, black is not able to trade the bishop. And also there is some other argument to be made that, hang on, all those heavy pieces from black, the black queen is on b8. Maybe there is also some argument to bring that knight towards the king side and eventually try to fight against black's king. That's also kind of another plan.
Yeah, this is just such a positionally rich situation. I distinctly feel like black has committed an inaccuracy somewhere. Do you share that sentiment, Fide? It feels like in the last two moves, somehow, or the last 3 or 4 moves, somehow white's position has become a little bit easier to play.
Yes, I'm actually not such a big fan, or I'm never a fan of allowing that trade, this knight g5 trade, what happened. But the point is that it was already kind of the follow-up of everything. This knight on a5 does a very good job. And probably black felt like, you know what, if I retreat that bishop to d7, I might get simply massacred on the king side with f4 and with a very dangerous king side attack. So that's why black was giving up that bishop. But in long terms, this is kind of a great achievement for white, eliminating that monster bishop from e6. and just playing on both sides.
Yeah, it's just so interesting how in these types of tournaments with a lot of games, you realize that there's still room for creativity. There's still room to bring certain lines back from the dead. The deferred exchange, I faced it only once in my entire career. It has a reputation as a relatively innocuous line, but this is another hallmark of modern chess. Players taking lines that are supposed to be innocuous and bringing them, trotting them out at the unlikeliest moments and really preparing them deeply and saying, listen, yes, the position is equal if you know what to do, but I'm going to study the typical ideas better than you, and I'm going to understand the plans better than you, and I'm going to know how to play this equal position better than you. And I think that's what Gukesh is proving here. I think he's got a relatively pleasant position, and so we can say that his opening choice has been a modest success.
Yes, I fully agree. I think that black has to fight for equality. White has all the chances to fight for some initiative. And in this type of positions already, the possibility of fighting for a small initiative is an achievement.
It is indeed. So we will leave Andrei Yesipenko to his devices here as he contemplates an antidote to this F2, F4 idea. And you also mentioned an interesting game during the break between Duda and Maksudlu, which you've just pulled up, Peter. We've got a really interesting battle here between these two super GMs. What do we make of this position? Looks like a very small pull for the Polish Grandmaster, but I'm not totally sure.
Yes, I mean, in order to understand and to be able to evaluate this position, we again have to very quickly go back and to understand where did this come from. Because at the moment we see a very strange looking move, rook on d5. On the other hand, I don't really see how to make good use of it from the white side. I mean, it's not so easy to punish that rook, but still this rook in long terms will feel very uncomfortable just very quickly. So it was a Spanish, classical Spanish. In fact, it was the Zaitsev system. D5, the good old 12 move D5. It used to be also one of my favorites in the middle of 90s. Then Zoltán Almasi, another very, very strong Hungarian superstar, was making a lot of contribution with the white and with the black pieces here. And then he kind of forced me to give it up, and I was moving to different directions. Knight h to c6. I'm not exactly familiar with the latest developments, but we see all the classical ideas in this position. What we see, white is fighting for the d5 square. The knight f3 to h2 g2 plan is a typical affair, trying to trade one pair of knights and get more access and more control of the center squares. Black takes. That's how we get that pawn to g4. Black goes knight c5, bishop d5. Takes, and we see a very interesting transformation. Yeah, now the situation changed completely. White is dreaming of going bishop e3, eliminating that knight and placing his knight on e4. That would be a dream come true. And believe it or not, it's obvious we could be betting everything on black's next move. Black has to play e5, e4. We'll never give that e4 square for white. And take it from there, Danya.
So here, the natural bishop e3 runs into knight d3, which is nasty because the d5 pawn gets cut off from the queen. And so a very interesting move. The e3 square is used, but not by the bishop, rather by the rook. So Duda says, well, the drawback of e4 is that the pawn is now significantly weak. So he brings the rook up, and the point is to take the sting out of knight d3 and prepare queen e2 in order to apply even more pressure on that pawn. So then we have rook c8, sort of a semi-waiting move, bringing the rook into the game. Queen e2 is played, and the drawback of queen e2 is that it leaves the d5 pawn unprotected. So Maksudlu says, you're going to attack my center pawn. Two can play at that game, and he plays rook e5. We get that liquidation in the center. Knight takes e4, rook takes d5, and this is how we reach the current position on the board. We just have had the move bishop to d2, completing white's minor piece development, so it is black to play. And I think the position is probably equal. The reason visually that I prefer white by a smidge is that d6 pawn is a small weakness, and I feel like white's pieces are a little bit better coordinated. You pointed out, Peter, the rook on d5 can be a little bit awkward, but perhaps there's nothing concrete, and perhaps black can just play a neutral move like, I don't know, queen d7, for example, and claim that white has no easy way to improve his position.
Yes, that's true. But on the other hand, I feel like with the white pieces, I do see something like rook e1 and putting that bishop from d2 back to c1, getting out of the range of the black rook, also protecting my only kind of weakness on b2. And if I do those two little natural moves, I feel like in a human game, over the board play, I should be confident, because black has to kind of solve this problem with I mean, this rook can't stay forever on d5, and you do make a move like natural move like queen d7, but I also do it with rook e1. Still, you have to prove how you're gonna get rid of that rook on d5.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Queen d7, rook e1. It makes me uncomfortable here. It would make me uncomfortable that white possesses the e-file completely. So my instinct here with black would be to go rook e5, but that is associated with, well, maybe not. I was going to say knight takes c5, but then black can play rook c takes c5 and protect the rook on e5, fighting for control of the e-file. So I'm jumping the gun here a little bit, but I do think that a draw by some sort of liquidation is not unlikely in this position.
Yes, on the other hand, I agree with your assessment that after all, white should be better. Yeah, I mean, a little bit, at least humanly speaking. Yeah, the pawn on d6 and also the bishop on f8 is still not doing that much. I do see some eventual potential of this white bishop landing on d4, beautifully placed there and putting some pressure. The computer does indicate that it's completely equal. I think humanly, we would always pick the white side.
For sure. Yeah, that d6 pawn is a long-term weakness. White's got the more compact pieces. Black's got the inferior bishop. So a lot of very small factors that I think taken together give white a very modest pull and mean that black has to be a little bit more careful than white. But nonetheless, if I had to bet on the result of this game, I think that we will likely see a draw because Maksulu has plenty of time and there's no reason for him to do anything sloppy to endanger his position. He's just taken on e4, so he discharges the tension and then will likely lift his queen up, much like we discussed.
Yeah, probably. On the other hand, or does he simply continue rook e4, rook e5? That would be also possible, using the fact that the bishop... Yes, rook e5 is played.
Okay, so forcing the action here, using the x-ray against the bishop. The pawn, of course, will be untouchable, but maybe white can strike with a2, a4 at some point and really try to exploit that pawn on b5, which is a very typical Re-Lopez idea.
Yeah, it's basically, I think white has to be patient. White has to understand that, yes, I'm not really fighting for anything big, but there is a certain chance that I might get a lasting little edge which I can play. And we do see that black is ahead on the clock. Yeah, some 50 minutes time advantage, which kind of compensates for the slightly damaged pawn structure. In my view, Duda is trying to find the way how he can play a long game. He doesn't think about the result at the moment. He just has to find the way how he can torture, insert some pressure on black. Black is very close to equality, but hasn't equalized yet.
Indeed. And so Duda taking his time here. A4 is possible. Rook a1 to e1 is possible. He will try to find the way, the best way to squeeze the most out of the position. Okay, so I think we can leave young Shistov to his devices here. We've got a wide menu of interesting games. We've got that Caruana game. Of course, we have our two main matchups between Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. So, man, I always feel this anxiety. So many interesting games, but we can only look at one at a time, Peter.
Yeah, well, we haven't looked yet at Ivanchuk, so I feel like we should be jumping there. I think the whole chess world is extremely happy seeing Chuki progressing all the way to round 4, and now he's basically also a favorite against San Al-Wahab, who sensation has knocked out Abdusatolov and also Korobov out of the World Cup, showing that he's a very tough player, handling critical moments extremely well, so beautiful nerves there. And I believe there was a tweet that when Chuki arrived to Baku that the biggest challenge was something like of 17 hours wait at the Hungarian-Ukrainian border. And I mean, imagine a legend like Ivanchuk finally arriving to Baku after probably more than a 24 hours traveling. He might feel like, okay, finally I'm here, I can play chess, and that's what I'm best at.
Wow, that is a grueling travel, and all the more impressive that Ivanchuk is acquitting himself as well as he is playing just fresh chess, the kind that we're used to, knocking out Wei Yi in the previous round in style in the tie breaks. But a huge shout out to Vahap Sanal. He hasn't had a single easy matchup, even his first round against the veteran from Croatia, Zdenko Kozul. He wins the first game, loses the second. He was in trouble in the tiebreak and still managed to win. So nerves of steel, iron nerves for the young Turkish chess player. And, he's just nothing short of impressive. But here we have a major time disparity. Chuki is down below 30 minutes. It's only move 15. And I think he is trying to figure out a way to squeeze some juice from this otherwise very sterile position. Because if he plays CD, Black plays knight takes d5, we get a liquidation on c3, and we get a completely symmetrical endgame. So I think Chuki believes that worst comes to worst, he can essentially force a draw here. I mean, he doesn't feel like, oh, I'm going to end up in time pressure and it's going to be a very sharp position. Do you think that he has any way to generate some form of complication here? I guess we've gotten the answer. He's just played c takes d5.
Yeah, he takes cd5, and I believe you hit the nail there, that after knight takes d5, which will be played, rook c1, I believe, will follow. And after knight takes c3, queen takes c3, yes, we do trade a lot of pieces, but compared to Abbasov Giri's endgame that we discussed, it's a different story. White already has the rook on the c file, the knight on b3 ready to jump to c5. Black potentially, if Black puts the knight on f6, White will be able to put the bishop on f3, putting pressure on the b7 pawn, it becoming some kind of a Catalanish bishop there. And Black still has to find the right way of neutralizing White's initiative. So I do believe, especially given the time situation and that Ivanchuk has already invested so much time, he's probably very happy with such type of endgame.
Yeah, that's so interesting because when I look at this position, I focus on the symmetrical pawn structure, but it's very important also to focus on the relative activity of the pieces. So with that being a little bit less appetizing than I realized, perhaps Vahap will invest more time in the alternatives, but it's not easy to generate an alternative. You would love to play knight 7 to f6, but you can't because of knight takes d5, and that's what Vasily's last move was aimed at. Knight takes d5 wins a piece, queen takes queen, and actually either knight e7 or knight takes f6 check, and then White recaptures the queen. So Black is just one tempo away from untangling Peter, and that one tempo is what makes Black's position uncomfortable. If he had knight f6 included, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. It would be a dead draw. Bishop would come out to d7. With the bishop on its initial square, there is that little bit of, there's that tickle of slightly uncomfortable situation. And I really, my understanding of this position really changed in, the last 3 minutes. When you look at it, you might think this is a classic symmetrical structure. It's a draw. Then you see that Black has a hard time getting his queenside pieces out, and you realize that Vahap still has some problems left to solve.
Exactly, and Ivanchuk is also famous for just give him this tiny little edge. He has this incredible class of playing with computer precision. I mean, I have witnessed this, I have experienced it myself. It's always astonishing to see. I did mention during one of the broadcasts that legendary game between Vasily Ivanchuk and Levon Aronian from Morelia, I believe 2007 or 2008, where he won that game against the isolated pawn. Yes, we talked about it during the Vidit Bluebaum tiebreak. If someone has not seen that game, please check that out because it's truly instructive.
Yeah, I really think that Ivanchuk's, the legendary nature of Ivanchuk's career cannot be overstated. There's a lot of stories about him. He's such an eccentric character, and I mean that in the absolute best possible way. One of the most loved characters in chess. And I think it's a great blessing, Peter, that we have so many of these characters in the chess world, not only who are amazing chess players, but who are legendary personalities, larger than life personalities. And, I'm biased, but I really feel like there's so many of these personalities per capita. There's more of them in the chess world than I think there is in any other, discipline or field.
Yeah, I mean, Chucky is an institute by itself. Yeah, really. I remember when I was like 11, 12 years old in 91, he already beat Kasparov in Linares in that famous Bishop B5 Sicilian. And I was studying his games. Then when I suddenly got the chance to start playing with him in the middle of 90s, I remember that every single game was some incredible joy that I'm facing the legend Ivanchuk, and I believe that Ivanchuk is the person with whom I played the most games in my life. It's just incredible. We had I think something like 100 games with each other.
Wow. And obviously, I think the label genius is something which should be used sparingly. I think it can be overused, and it's a pretty amorphous term. But I feel like if you are to assign a representation of that word within the context of chess, it feels to me like Ivanchuk would be a pretty good epitome of what a chess genius looks like and plays like at his age. To be playing at this level, to be competing with the best in the young generation is really inspiring.
Yes, I do remember Doha 2016 when Ivanchuk won the Rapid World Championship ahead of Magnus Carlsen, and that hilarious closing ceremony
Yeah.
where he was playing he was playing a completely different game with Jobava while the closing ceremony was on, and then I mean everybody has to watch that video to understand what I'm talking about. It was one of those historical moments.
It was incredible. He was playing checkers with Badur Jubava. Then he goes up to the and I'm spoiling it, but please search this on YouTube and watch it because there's no replacement to watching it. He goes up, receives his laurel wreath and his medal, whatever, just ticking down the seconds until he can come back. He comes back and finds an incredible combination on the checkers board. Now, I only know the rules of checkers, but he finds an incredible combination while he's standing at the stage and receiving his chess prize. And the joy on his face, he sacrifices one of the checkers pieces and then captures 4 of them. So watch it if you're a checkers fan. Watch it if you're an Ivanchuk fan. Just do yourself a favor, watch that video.
Yes, exactly. And I think by this, we should also now move on because this is not yet the most dramatic position.
Yeah.
But Chucky is building up some pressure. I think it's time to go back to one of our big games, Vincent against Magnus or Hikaru against Prague. What is your choice?
Okay, well, I know that chat was interested in the developments in the Hikaru game, so perhaps we could start there. And then, of course, also look at the Magnus game is still pretty balanced. Vincent is down to 20 minutes, but let's start with the Prague game because there was, at least according to the engine, a serious inaccuracy by Hikaru. He played queen d1 to d2, which I think, visually is a pretty understandable move. I mean, you're connecting your rooks, you're improving the placement of your queen. But he had this really interesting pawn sacrifice b2, b4. I think a very difficult move to take the support away from the d4 knight and fight for control of the center. But this, to me, is an incredibly hard move to play. Hikaru, I think, prepared b4 with queen d2, but it came a day late and a dollar short. Prague says, 2 can play at that game. I'm going to be the one to play b4, freezing White's queenside pawns, opening the b5 square for his bishop, and really establishing the dominance of his knight. And it does feel like Prague has to be better here.
Yes, it looks that he is better actually just very quickly because we were discussing what will happen and Hikaru did capture on e7. Yeah, we were just moving away from that game when Hikaru made up his mind. So he felt like I should trade these pieces, and after knight e3, Prague goes knight ed4 immediately, knight d5, queen d6. I remember you were highlighting the e5 square, I was highlighting the d4 square. Finally we get both knights in their perfect position. And after bishop f4, knight e5, yes, if not for the fact that White had this stunning b4, which we still don't know exactly I understand now. After b4, c takes b4, queen d2, I was thinking like, why on earth Black is
A5.
unable to simply protect? Yeah, but then you dislocate that knight from d4 with a timely queen f2.
Oh.
And suddenly it seems like Black is losing control, and if he loses control, then there will be a pin along this f4 b8 diagonal. The knight can't move back to c6 because of d3, d4, and Black also can't protect that knight with queen c5 due to rook ac1. Or am I blundering some knight e to fork? Probably I am. So bishop e3 then should be the move after queen c5.
Ooh, and bishop e3, knight takes d3, bishop takes d4 anyway, because that hits the unprotected queen on c5. And it's actually a miracle that black doesn't lose outright in this position. Well, after queen c5, he does. Bishop e3 ends the game. But black would have to play knight d to c6 instead of queen c5, and after d4, exploit the fact that even after pawn takes e5, black plays f takes e5. But it's a moot point. Clearly, white has a massive initiative here because white does not have to take on e5. White can play a general improving move like rook a d1, and it's clear that the landscape of the position has changed completely. The knights have been pushed away. White is dominating in the center, and we can forgive Hikaru for missing b4. It's one of those moves where once you understand the intention behind it, nothing seems more natural, but it's a trap, right? It's a trap. Hindsight is 2020. When you know the inner secrets of the position, you can never look at it the same way. But put yourself in Hikaru's shoes. He doesn't know that this random tactic exists, and instead he plays a much more pedestrian move, more natural move, and he allows Prague that tempo to close down the prospects on the queen side. And rook ac1, Hikaru continues to make small improving moves. Will we see bishop b5 from Prague? Will we see a5? Or will we see something a little bit more extravagant, Peter?
Well, black has tons of choice, and he has a very stable position, practically speaking, a very important moment. And I think that after the game, of course, based on the result, it very much depends how this game will continue, but Hikaru will be kicking himself that he had this golden opportunity of creating imbalances with the b2, b4 pawn sacrifice. Also very much his style. Usually he is finding those things, but I feel like here this is a mini match, and this mini match is playing with the players' minds. They don't know exactly that. Can I allow myself to play speculative chess, or should I just try to make natural, normal moves and wait for my chance? However, I feel like now black is in total control, and black is the one who can start squeezing white.
Yeah, and squeezing is the right word because it's actually hard for black to make direct threats. Even if black plays bishop b5 here, you're not technically threatening bishop. Actually, you're not threatening bishop takes d3. Not, I think, because of queen takes d3, which runs into queen takes d5, but because of bishop takes e5, removing the defender of the bishop, and then white captures the bishop on d3. So the point of bishop e5 is to create long-term pressure against the d3 pawn. And part of the difficulty of playing this position with white is that Hikaru is running out of helpful improving moves, but the same cannot be said for Prague. Prague has a million of them, as you're indicating. a5, a4, you can reposition the rook on b8, solidify your control over the c5 pawn. For Hikaru, it's harder to find these types of moves. Maybe king h1, but you definitely cannot move the rook from f1 because you run into the fork on f3.
Yes, exactly. That's the point, that black's play seems to be so much easier. The big question, of course, that if you know exactly that bishop b5 does not threaten the pawn on d3 yet, then do you put it there, or do you feel like, okay, hang on, let me keep that bishop on d7 and I just play a move like a5? But on the other hand, I understood very much the move b5, b4 locked the position down. White doesn't have a break. But the move a7, a5 is a bit slow. Yeah, it does not look like it's such an important move at the moment. So I somehow feel like something like rook f8, moving that rook from b8 and playing also bishop b5 is at this moment more natural than just advancing that pawn.
And Prague seems to be about to make a move, and it is one of those general improving moves. Rook b to c8. Totally understandable. I think you called it, right? Really solidifying the c5 pawn, making sure that white can't attack it, and preparing to drop his bishop in to b5. Definitely a very nice position for Prague, but I think we're in for a long game. I think that much is clear, with the center being kind of occupied by the respective knights, and with no opportunity for either side to generate direct threats just yet. This is going to be a fascinating second part of the middle game.
Yes, that's for sure. The big question is for me, however, that how Hikaru will try to create counterplay, because whenever someone feels that in long terms I might be under pressure, you have this intuition to try to create some counterplay. I don't see the counterplay. At the same time, maybe the counterplay lies on the fact that we already have counterplay thanks to the knight on d5, so we should just be patiently sitting and just waiting for black. Is he really able to improve his position, or he's just also happy that he solved all the problems? Knowing Prag, however, Prag has so much confidence, and he will be trying to make the most out of his chances here.
He will indeed, and we will wait for Hikaru to return to his board. And as he does, perhaps we could revisit our other big matchup of the day between Keimer and Carlsen. The position there continues to transform, and Vincent's clock continues to tick down. Now, a completely different landscape of the position. It's almost jarring to adjust your eyes. It's like night and day between Hikaru and Magnus here. This position a lot more tame, a lot more balanced, except on the clock, where Vincent has to keep a very close eye. He's got 20 minutes, and yet the position seems simple enough to play. Who is pressing for an edge here? It feels to me like the answer is black, Peter, but I'm not totally sure.
Yes, I also believe that, especially given the time situation, Magnus is feeling that maybe something is possible. The big question in this type of position is that, is black in time to play something like b5, knight b6, knight c4? If that would be the case, black would be overtaking this position. But clearly white is trying to eventually break with e3, e4. That's the good news of the knight on g3. Usually when you have a knight on f3, you are unable to create that counterplay with e4. And talking about this, it also comes to mind that eventually moves like g6, h5, h4, kicking that knight away from g3 might also be on black's agenda. However, for the moment, we have to appreciate that white's last move had been queen d3 to b1. First of all, protecting that b4 pawn because it was hanging, but also maybe eyeing at the possibility of b takes a5, targeting that b7 pawn, or not just targeting, but after ba5, rook a5, just to push that pawn to a4 and change the structure like that.
Great insight, and I do think queen b1 is aimed against the move knight b6, because Magnus would love, I mean, if the knight appears on c4 in the best circumstances, that's major trouble for white. White's queenside will get under serious fire, and there will be ideas of a takes b4 and rook a8 to a3 if a white queen appears on b3. So Vincent is keeping track of the immediate knight b6. He's preparing b takes a5, and that's not the end of the story. I think Carlsen is calculating the ramifications of that move, knight b6, ba5, knight c4, because the b7 pawn there is untouchable. The queen will get trapped with rook e to b8. But the good news for Vincent, no squares for the queen. Here, knight f5 can be met with simply rook takes b7. The knight from c4 is protecting the queen on d6, and black will emerge up a piece. But instead of queen takes b7, there is this move, queen not takes b7, but rather a couple squares underneath the pawn to b4. And if black plays rook takes a5, then, oh my goodness, there's a crazy tactic, Peter. Oh my lands. Knight takes d5. Are you kidding me? The engine sucks. I hate this. Let's get at it. Knight takes d5.
Unbelievable. Yeah, because you first think like, what is knight takes d5? Black can simply recapture with the pawn, but then comes the tactical justification. Rook c1 takes c4, and the queens are in such situation that white is winning the pawn for nothing, and also destroys black's construction. An incredible, a stellar idea. I have never seen this motif before in my life.
Jeez, and there's so many components to this. Even the fact that the rook defends the queen. This couldn't happen one square down because black would play queen takes b4. Everything works out here, and white is obviously much better. So that's one candidate move. The other one is to play b7, b5, and avoid these complications. We know the phrase long variation, wrong variation, so maybe Carlsen plays b5. And the other thing I wanted to point out is it's very important for Vincent to prepare e4 in a timely fashion, literally and figuratively. So after b5, he's got no time to waste. I think he needs to get down to business, probably play the move rook f to e1 to reinforce the e4 square one more time. And in response to knight b6, he already needs to be seriously considering the move e4 again, because if he allows the knight to get to c4, the pressure on the queen side becomes unbearable very quickly.
Yes, Yeah, so basically he has to push e4, and we understand why he's taking also so much time on the clock, because these lines are not so trivial. Knight c takes e4. You have to be exactly sure that you will be able to neutralize black's pressure. For example, knight takes e4. How do we recapture? I'm not even completely sure.
Because knight takes e4, you have to calculate queen takes d4, which is a mess. And of course, the queen can slide over to g6 and apply pressure against the knight diagonally. And then knight c4, once again, is a very nagging idea. It feels like Vincent needs to tread really carefully. The next couple of moves are going to be critical.
Yes, I mean, I do believe that Magnus has the initiative, not only on the clock, but also on the board. And it also feels like, yes, it would be such a giant step forward if I would be able to make the most out of my practical chances. And however he goes knight b6, so we might be seeing this b takes a5, knight c4, queen b4 position. Of course, Magnus does not need to blunder this incredible tactic, but we have to keep an eye on it.
We have to keep a close eye on this game. And of course, b takes a5 is not forced. Vincent could resort to his other plan of e4. He could even play e4 immediately, sacrificing the d4 pawn, but trying to get his knight to e5. We'll keep an eye on this game and on Vincent's decision. This is a big one, folks. We hope you're enjoying our coverage of the first match game of the fourth round of the 2023 World Cup from Baku. And as Vincent captures the pawn on a5, we will return to this and the other games after a very short break.
So now we're going to try the Airthings memory test. 2 years ago, in 2021, I tested Magnus's memory by setting up a bunch of famous positions and seeing whether he could recognize them.
Okay, this is the 24th game from Seville, obviously.
Now we're going to do the same, but with an added twist. We're not even going to be able to see which pieces are which. Every piece will be represented by an Airthings device instead. So let's see how Magnus gets on.
First of all, I'm thinking like, what are all these pawns on the last rank? But if I'm going to go piece by piece, I'm hoping that this is a king, and these are pawns, and that this is a bishop, and hopefully queen h6 should be mated too.
2016, right?
Yes.
Carlsen against Karyakin.
So this test is called, has Magnus been following the World Championship? Ding is white against Nepomniachtchi. And here he could have taken the rook with the queen. Eventually, queen goes back here. King to d2. Queen boots. And eventually the king is running away. Ding should have found us then.
Is this any more difficult for you?
No, not really. The games are too famous, that's the problem. This has to be Kasparov Topalov from 99 Dinars.
What characteristics make you recognize this position?
Maybe like it's just the structure on the queen side.
Nice.
So this one is one of my happier early chess memories. It's from the World Youth Championship under 14. I'm playing black in the first round against future Grandmaster Ludovic Hammer. That's the king over there. This and this checkmate. And this looks like checkers. So few pieces. But it's definitely a game I've seen, yeah? Almost.
It's. I don't want to give it away, but you will have. That's the clue. You will have seen it.
I'm not sure I've actually seen this.
Okay. In that case, I apologize. It's from the Queen's Gambit TV show when Beth plays, what's his name, Towns in her first ever tournament.
Oh.
And this is a rook, and it's trapped now because there's a knight on d4 and a king on d2.
Ah. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that sequence from the series now, but like I wasn't even close, to be honest.
309 players, 206 men and 103 women are here for the 2023 Fide World Cup. It's the premier knockout tournament in over-the-board chess. All of these players have one goal: to become a candidate for the World Championship. Only 3 players in each tournament will earn this distinction. The winners will also earn a combined 160 grand in US dollars. Not bad. Yanchishtov Duda, the reigning World Cup winner, is back to try and repeat as champion, a feat no one has ever achieved in this grueling tournament.
And Jan-Christoph Duda wins the 2021 Fide World Cup. What a performance.
The top seeds in 2023 are Magnus Carlsen and Zhu Wenjun. Neither of them have won a World Cup before. Yes, even Magnus has yet to make it past the semis. It's that tough of a tournament. Still, Carlsen is the favorite in pretty much any tournament he plays. But don't sleep on the rest of this field. Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi. They're all here to try and win their first World Cup. For its part, the women's field boasts 5 world champions. Will one of them take the next step in a return to the throne? In a knockout like this, it is truly anyone's game. Who will come out on top? Who else will qualify for the candidates? What upsets are in store? This is the 2023 Fide World Cup.
Welcome, everybody, to the 2023 World Cup. We are back, and this is the first match game of the 4th round, and what an incredible round it is. We've got so much action on our hands. We've got very different types of positions in a lot of the rounds, in a lot of the games, both in the open and in the women's section. I will give a quick update. Magnus Carlsen and Vincent Keimer are going down precisely the line that we prescribed, so we will get to that game in a bit. But first, maybe a quick look at one or two of the top and most interesting games in the women's section. We've heard that Eline Rubers, the Dutch phenom, has an interesting position. So maybe we could take a quick look at her position and then see if Vincent Keimer will find the move knight takes d5.
Yes, so I'm having the position against Harika, Elina Rubers against Harika. By the way, I have seen the camera feed of Vincent, and I know Vincent very well. He is about to play the move knight takes d5, no doubt about it, but we will be back shortly there. So what's in store for us here? We do see this monster bishop on b5, but it's kind of tapped. It's those kind of pieces that you don't know exactly how to evaluate.
Yeah, it's like on the one hand, it's on an outpost. On the other hand, it's out of the game. This was a Sveshnikov, and this is a classic Sveshnikov pawn structure with the knight on d5. And Jornovali did manage to carry out the typical plan, which involves f7, f5, opening up the f file. So I would say the position is approximately balanced with good positional chances for white in the center, but also chances of a eventual kingside attack by black. And knight takes d5 has been played. We have to go to the Vincent Keimer game.
Yes.
Let's go there, because this is an all-time moment, a huge tactical find by Keimer, and we're getting massive transformations in the Carlsen game. We have to capture this moment. This is dramatic. This is big, but this should not be overstated, because Magnus Carlsen responded instantly, and he responded by playing Peter knight takes d5 and then recapturing the a3 pawn. So the position actually remains balanced, but let's take a moment just to take our hat off. Finding this wasn't just about finding it in that moment. Vincent had to see it when he was playing queen b1, and to me that's pretty incredible.
Yes, that's the point, that after queen b1, I mean before queen b1 you had to foresee this, because if, as we discussed, like avalanche that knight on c4 and white is not able to counter-strike it with some strategical or with a pawn break, then black will have the upper hand. We did go along all this that we discussed, and Vincent find the move knight c6 takes d5. Magnus clearly instantly reacted with knight takes d5 just to signal that yes, I haven't missed it. We don't know exactly when Magnus first spotted it. Did he miss it, or did he hope that the position was anyway equal. I have to try this chance because maybe Vincent with little time on the clock might not find it, and then I get the upper hand immediately.
Okay, so what do we have here? Rook takes a3. What are the assets for both sides? Well, the position has transformed in the sense that we now have a serious pawn structure imbalance. White has the majority on the king side. It's a 5-on-4, and White's got the prospect of pushing e4. I think a lot of players would be tempted by the move e4. The downside of that move is that you're giving away this big f4 square for Black's knight, and you're potentially biting off more than you can chew. It should also be mentioned that Black has a huge asset in the form of the b7 pawn, which is a passer, and which can serve Black very well in the event that the queens are taken off the board. And there is a possibility that the queens are taken off the board with queen to c5.
Yes, especially because there is also some tactics looming in the air eventually somewhere with knight takes e3. Not yet at this moment because White will have queen takes f7 check after knight takes e3, f takes e3, queen takes g3. So that's not the tactic to be afraid of. But I do believe that, yes, exactly, the move queen c5 is kind of tempting, or just to reinforce the position with something like f2 e1 could also come to mind. It's not exactly obvious what Black's next move is, but Vincent's enemy is the clock. He's down to only 15 minutes.
He is indeed, and he's got many more important decisions to make. Of course, we remind you that the players get an additional 30 minutes when move 40 is played, but man, it feels like there's an ocean of moves to be played before you reach move 40. These 13 moves are going to determine the result of this game. So queen c5 is possible. You could also play a general improving move like rook f to e1, and that move hinges on another beautiful tactic, Peter. After rook f e1, Black seems to have the move knight takes e3, using the overloaded nature of f2. But if I understand this correctly, knight f5 in this position is a bolt from the blue, exploiting the undefended nature of the rook on e8. And there's more. Knight takes c4, rook takes c8 check. Okay, I guess the knight is saying, I was going to say queen f8. There is the even fancier move knight e7 check, but strictly speaking, that's unnecessary because you could also take the queen and take the knight. White wins material in this case.
Yes, in this tactical skirmish, it just shows that, yeah, in this type of strategical positions, strategical decisions go hand in hand with tactical calculation. Otherwise, you cannot make a good strategical move if you are unable to calculate the tactics. I also feel like now that this position has slowed down, now we have the chance to jump somewhere. By the way, Vincent has opted for queen c5. The queens might be traded off. It's going to come down to a quiet endgame. If we want, we can jump to something else.
Okay, queen c5 played. Decision for Magnus here. Will he trade queens? Now, there is a crazy game that I've been monitoring during the break between Vidit and Etienne Bacro. And this game promises to be scintillating also because of the time situation, which was getting quite concerning for both players. This was a Sicilian that went completely off the rails. We're only on move 16, and yet we already might have incredible action on the king side. The last move for Etienne was knight takes e5. This was some sort of a weird Taimanov, where Vidit carries out the typical plan. He sacrifices the pawn on e5, and I actually think that his idea after knight takes e5 is to play the move f6 and smash through on the king side with potential sacrifices on h7 and potentially the knight from c3 at the right moment, jumping into the attack via e4.
Yes, we have to analyze and calculate the consequences of this move. I believe that Black should take with the bishop, which will be probably answered by rook takes f6 would be the thematic reaction. And then I believe it's kind of important for me that I have this intermediate move, the intermezzo knight takes d3, eliminating that bishop as quickly as possible. And then how does this line continue? C takes d3, g takes f6. Do you still believe that you have mating attack, or am I defending this?
Yeah, it doesn't look all that appealing because queen g4 check is counterproductive. After king h8, you are merely helping Black involve the rook into the defense via g8. And very importantly, if you play knight e4, then Black has this very annoying move, queen e5. The queen comes back from the dead, and already White has to figure something out, has to throw more oil onto the fire because f6, f5 is a huge threat. Maybe bishop d2 and bishop c3 is the way to rejuvenate the attack. But this is a hard position to evaluate It's easy when you see the eval bar and the eval bar reassures you, but I mean, in an actual game, you don't know because you might be lost here. I mean, you're down a huge amount of material. So actually going for this requires nerves of steel. And that is why Vidit is investing this much time on the calculation of the move f6.
Exactly. For example, here in this final position where we have reached with computer assistance, nothing was obvious. But here also nothing is obvious unless you find the key move bishop d2 to g5. So there is so much finesse going on. Yeah, it's not just let's go. I'm gonna go f5, knight takes e5, and then f6, and I'm gonna checkmate my opponent, because you know exactly that the opponent is a very strong player who has foreseen something. He believes in some kind of a defense, and then finally finding all this sequence of moves. I would say it's almost impossible, but sometimes the players also get help by the intuition. Yeah, the intuition says you that yes, there should be something. On the other hand, and look at this, Vidit is fighting with himself. He feels that there should be something. He's definitely calculating these lines that we have just talked about.
Absolutely, and I have two comments here. After bishop takes f6, I was flirting with the idea of first sacrificing on h7. Bishop takes h7, king h7, and then rook takes f6. And what's fascinating is the amount of times in these lines where one side does not recapture a piece. So if black plays gf, everything works, like butter, like knife through butter. Queen h5 check, king g8, knight e4, everything comes in the attack. This is clearly checkmating. But after rook takes f6, black is under no obligation to capture that rook, and black can use that tempo instead to diffuse the flames of the attack with the very quiet and very powerful defensive move, knight e5 to g6. Not trivial at all, but you're taking the sting out of bishop f4, you're beefing up the security on the king side, and you're preparing just to complete your development with bishop b7 and queen e5, and white's attack evaporates. This is another line that it's easy when you've got the engine, but really hard to come up with. And the last thing I'll say is that in addition to f6, there is the more pedestrian bishop f4, which has to be evaluated. But black has several ways to defend the knight on e5, for example, f7, f6, and this takes away white's ability to push the pawn to f6 himself. But Vidit, with less than 20 minutes on the clock, it's time to make a decision.
Yeah, it's only move 16. And yeah, and there is so much to calculate, and such an important moment, because he has the white pieces. If he over pushes, yeah, he hopes that there will be a checkmate, and then he misses something. Basically, he can simply lose the game, yeah, and he knows it. In order to play this f4, f5, and eventually f6 sacrifices, you have to calculate a lot. You feel like it should be very dangerous for black, but it's so difficult to work all these things all out over the board.
And I think Etienne is just kind of enjoying the moment here, right? Enjoying watching his opponent suffer, watching that clock tick down. And with every ticking second, the clock situation becomes more and more alarming. I mean, imagine having 5 minutes in a position like this with the complexities merely increasing, right? It's not like you make one move and then all the tension is decided and then you can play quickly again. It's entirely likely that the most complex moments of this game are still in the future. So a pretty unenviable situation for Vidit. This would be very fun in a blitz game, but not necessarily in an elimination mini-match where you need to make your white pieces count. And facing someone as solid as Etienne Bacrot, who is not in the business of losing with white.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm a little bit shocked seeing Etienne in this position with the black pieces, yeah, because in my mind he's an e4, e5 player, a very solid player, and then what I see here that he did play some Timon of Sicilian. I mean, I would have tell you before the match, one thing is for sure, we won't be seeing some open Sicilian here, and it's exactly the opposite.
And man, I'm looking around. I was looking at my phone during the break. We've got so many turnarounds and crazy occurrences. A couple of quick updates, and I really do want to go to the Svidler game as well, Peter, because we've seen a sea change in that game, a turnaround where Peter has been unable to make the initiative work for him. I also will just quickly mention that Robson Caruana is likely to end in a draw, and my guess would be we'll get a result in that game within 30 minutes. But that one's a boring endgame. This one is far from boring. And the position, Peter, is almost unrecognizable. Where is Peter's bishop pair? Where is his kingside attack? why is his queen side riddled with weaknesses? What's going on in this game?
Yes, it's unbelievable what we are witnessing, especially because Black has just played this very strong Queen D8 to E7, sacrificing the pawn on B7. And I believe that maybe the reason why things escalated, that Svidler has foreseen before that after the move F takes G3, he recaptures and there is a double attack on the F7 pawn, on the pawn on B7, and that Black is simply not able to go for this line. And he based everything on this calculation. And it turns out that Black can sacrifice this pawn with Queen E7 because after Bishop takes B7, Black probably just moves that rook. I don't know, rook E8, rook D8, I mean somewhere, I don't know exactly where to put it. Gives Black incredible counterplay, the control of the E file. Black eventually entering with the rook to E3, targeting the queen, hitting the pawn on G3, hitting the pawn on C3. By the way, the white queen has to keep an eye on the bishop on B7. I just feel like Black is completely out of any danger.
I think the bigger culprit, if we go back a couple of moves, and we won't dwell too long on the past, but just to deepen our understanding of how this happened, Abasov plays this really interesting move, knight e4. And I was just doing a lecture the other day to my group class about how to behave and not physically behave, how to behave on the board when you're much worse. And one of the most effective techniques is to change the course of the game. Confront your opponent with a new set of challenges. If your opponent is positionally better, create some tactics on the board. Vice versa, if your opponent is attacking, maybe get the queens off the board. Make your opponent deal with a type of challenge that they are not expecting to deal with. And here, in order to expand the advantage, Peter had to find a crazy tactic. Knight takes d5 would have yielded an extra pawn and a winning position. This is a findable move, Peter. This is definitely a findable move, but I don't think Peter Svidler was expecting a tactic like this to exist.
Exactly. I mean, and even his move rook a1 shows nice intuition that he guarded the d2 square.
Yeah.
Guarded this fork. So basically everything was ready for this tactic with knight c takes d3, c takes d5. The big question is that if something goes wrong and he loses this game, then I don't know how he will forgive himself if after the game he realizes that he missed such a easy, simple tactic which could have just win him the game.
And it should be pointed out that after bishop takes h4, how does this work? Bishop takes e4, and if rook takes e4, not automatically queen takes e4, yielding two pieces for rook, but no, the intermezzo knight takes knight, and both rooks are under fire. Black has no way to defend both of them. He loses the exchange. And obviously, if instead of bishop takes h4, Black takes the knight on d5, then white plays bishop takes e4, bishop takes h4, bishop takes d5. You know, let's not sugarcoat the reality. This is a tactic well within Svidler's pay grade. This is something I think he would have a chance to see in a blitz or rapid game. But again, he just wasn't expecting something like this to exist. And instead, he played the much more kind of vanilla move, bishop h4 to g3. That is what precipitated the trades. First, Abasov takes the knight off the board, diminishing the tension on d5. And now the crescendo of Black's pressure. Bishop d6, Svidler drops his bishop back to c2, a little bit aimless, and Abasov continues to improve. Rook e6, solidifying his position, and then we see Svidler opening up the center with e4, but doing it at the wrong moment. A trade on e4, a trade on g3, and then that excellent move that you highlighted, Peter, queen e7, cold-blooded, and Svidler goes down the rabbit hole. He takes on b7 because at this point, he's in too deep.
Exactly. He had to take. He is not happy. I mean, definitely is very upset that how on earth did this happen, that Black is seizing the initiative. Now, Black's only problem is that he has too many squares for the rook. Yes, one could say rook d8 the most natural. Also, there are some arguments just hitting that bishop with rook b8. It's kind of a tempo move. Also very natural. Some arguments for tripling, even some arguments for rook f8, protecting the f7 pawn, making sure that Black's queen will be able to move away from e7. It's never easy when you have too many options to place your rook.
I think the biggest argument behind rook d8 is that it takes away the d5 square for white's bishop. So suddenly, after rook d8, the bishop is completely stranded on b7. It does have a6, but if you remove your bishop from this diagonal entirely, you open for black a whole set of prospects with the d5 square. Knight b6 to d5 to e3 becomes a problem. Of course, we should not forget about rook e3, which I think is the biggest concrete threat, and then the c3 pawn will fall. So it really feels like in this position, white is on the verge of collapse, and Peter would need to demonstrate tremendous precision to stay in the game.
Yeah, and knowing that he had this winning strike with knight takes d5, we had seen the much more crazier knight takes d5 happen in Vincent Keimer against Magnus Carlsen, which shows that this kind of knight takes d5 ideas are so much in this type of positions. Yeah, you have to watch out. Vadam is, I'm pretty sure that if Peter would have been following this game as a commentator from outside, he would have seen that idea from miles away.
And we've talked about this before. For me personally, I find it hardest to forgive myself when I've got games where I literally was one move away from winning. I could have made one move and the result of the game, the result of the tournament would have been different. Those are the sleepless nights. Those are the hardest games to get past. And just objectively, if you lose with white in the World Cup, you're not totally screwed, but you are kind of screwed against someone who is determined to play solidly with white. Speaking of being screwed, if we could revisit the Alexei Sarana-Wesley So game, it looks like major trouble has befallen Wesley. He was off on the wrong foot in the opening, and the situation has not gotten any better. Alexei Sarana has a big advantage on the board and also on the clock.
Yeah, it's looking horrible for white. I'm still completely shocked what I'm witnessing with Wesley, because I feel like in this tournament we have seen Wesley in so much trouble that I haven't been seeing him in the last 10 years altogether. It's just so uncharacteristic. Yeah, he's a player who stabilizes the positions. He has everything under control. His opponents never really get a chance. And almost in every single game, he's in some kind of a trouble.
That's a great way to put it. We're used to seeing him like a well-oiled machine. It's like he's driving a Ferrari, and in this tournament, every match, he's got some form of engine trouble, and the car keeps stopping. Now, why is white in such big trouble? I think it comes down to three main factors. The first is the pawn on d4. It's a pass pawn. The second is that bishop on a8. It's a beast of a piece as it attacks the g2 pawn and can combine at any moment with the queen to threaten checkmate and induce weaknesses. And I think the third is just the discombobulated nature of white's pieces. The knight on a4 is out of the game. The knight on g3, it has certain prospects, but knight f5 will always be associated with a high degree of risk because the e4 square will be left unsupervised. And Alexei has several ways to improve his own position. The queen on d3 is a bad blockader because it can be easily attacked. And I think there is this maneuver where you go knight f6 to d7 to e5, and that is one way to try to set that d-pawn in motion.
Yeah, it's such a scary position to be in. Eventually, if we would just remove the rooks from the c file, then just to demonstrate that a queen d6 to c6 move would be a double attack on the knight on a4 and on the g2 square, setting checkmate, adds to the dangers that white is faced with. I do see the evaluation bar, I do see computer line, which indicates that after rook takes c1, knight d7, black is kind of almost winning by force. I don't know how easy it is to see or calculate all this because black has so many different tempting options, but it just goes on to show how dangerous it is for Wesley.
Yeah, the situation is critical. And Alexei Sarana, he plays with such confidence when he senses the initiative that I really do think that he will find knight d7 in any version, either after or before rook takes c1. This is the most accurate sequence, but man, this is looking bad. And he's already played rook takes c1. I think Alexei Sarana understands that this is a golden opportunity which cannot be passed by.
Yes, absolutely. And the move rook takes c1 basically indicates that he has calculated, foreseen some direct moves, because otherwise you don't want to just simply give up the c file like this. I'm expecting, okay, Wesley will have to recapture, of course. The big question is, does black have any other tempting options apart of knight d7? Because we know that computers say knight d7 is very strong, but for the human eye, what other moves would attract us? Something like queen f4 targeting that rook and the pawn on f2, is that a choice?
Definitely, and knight g4 was also attractive to me with this idea h3, knight takes f2, and then your move, queen f4 is what it all hinges on. But yeah, queen f4 just seems like a move that has no downsides. You bring the queen to an active spot, you keep d4 under control, and you set up knight g4. So I really feel like Alexei is spoiled for choice here after rook takes c1.
Yes, and also white has some back rank issues, and the pawn is not yet on h3. Yeah, the pawn on h3 would at least guard this g4 square, making sure that white already has a luft. Wesley is not yet at the board, otherwise he would have blitzed out the move rook takes c1. I believe that this is also typical. If you feel that you are under some pressure and the opponent is thinking, then you try to go away as far as possible from your board, just to make your opponent feel, first of all, very comfortable there, but at the same time also a little bit irritated that where is my opponent? It looks like he should be fearing for his position. It would be so nice to see him, shaking there, but he goes like, and he goes knight g4. All right, so your move on the board.
Trusting the commentator, always a bad idea, and I think this position is no exception. Now, it's so tempting when you see a tactic to justify the move and subconsciously to not take your opponent's other defenses quite as seriously. Now, h3, knight takes f2 works perfectly, but apparently white has this very nasty defensive resource. Queen d3 to f5 with a dual idea. Yes, you're attacking the knight, but the rook from c1 can suddenly dive into c8. And what white really needs in this position is to take some heavy pieces off the board and to generate activity along the 8th rank. It does appear that queen f5 removes the lion's share of black's advantage, Peter.
Yes. Well, actually, because of this rook c8, and the rook trade wouldn't be end of the story, but the problem is that the bishop on a8 is hanging, so black actually has some trouble reacting to a move like rook c8.
Wow. Well, we will see if Wesley picks up on the opportunity to turn this game around. And as he does so, perhaps we could swing by Hikaru's game one more time, because the situation there is escalating. Maybe not as much on the board, but definitely on the clock. And I don't think we'll spend too much time there because we've only had a couple of moves since we last visited this game. But look at the clock situation. Both sides really, really down on time. And the situation is not clarifying. Both sides are playing this cat and mouse game as indicated by black's last move, Peter, which is king h8. Prague clearly showing that he's comfortable with the position, and he keeps tossing the ball back into Hikaru's court.
Exactly. Finding those little prophylactic moves that make your position tiny bit better than before, just in case getting away from this 97 check, which could be somewhere a very unpleasant fork. Super prophylactic. Now the big question is, usually if you have such situations, you might be tempted with the opposite side also just to make a king move. However, Hikaru has a choice. Yeah, do I go king h2? Do I go king h1? It's not yet obvious which one is better.
To me, the move b3 also makes a certain deal of sense, just trying to freeze the c5 pawn. Of course, obviously, c4 is never a threat. That's never an idea. But white's supply of helpful moves is drying up, and your moves start to resemble waiting moves a lot more than helpful improving moves at this stage, which explains the amount of time that Hikaru has spent in the last couple of moves. I think he's come to terms with the fact that he's almost in a certain kind of zugzwang. Of course, not literally, but he's out of waiting moves. At this point, out of healthy moves. At this point, he wants to find a move that doesn't hurt his position. That is the top priority for white. Whatever you do not want to create any more weaknesses in your already fragile position.
Yes, but then how to do a useful waiting move? Because Beastie actually runs into some kind of an a5, a4 idea. I'm not sure you want to let that happen. At the same time, you don't know if you should move that king away from g1. It's a very difficult spot because whatever Hikaru does, he also feels that I'm under some kind of a pressure, yeah? And knowing that the clock situation is ticking down, both players are having around 20 minutes each for almost 20 moves. He will have to think about the development and how to approach this position in the coming time trouble. Yeah, that will be a very crucial and critical moment.
Well, we have a bit of a lull here as Hikaru ponders his next move, and as Carlsen Keimer also clarifies into an endgame that is likely to end in a draw, and we will bring you an update on that. But first, I'd like to revisit the ladies section, and before we do that, to talk about the bracket and the significance of the Women's World Cup. We should point out that there are 3 qualifying places for the women's candidate tournament, the top 3 finishers in the World Cup, the winner, the second place finisher, and the bronze medalist. Here we see the round of 16. Only 16 players remain. And one other important clarification is that Katerina Lagna, who has been knocked out, as well as Alexandra Garyachkina, who is still in the tournament, are already in the candidates. And there we see the spots which have already been claimed by the women's world champion challenger, Leiting J, Katerina Lagno, and Garyachkina. This is going to be one of the strongest women's candidate tournaments in history. Of course, the winner of the candidates challenges the newly minted world champion, Ju In-jun, who is also still in the World Cup. Okay, on that note, we can take a quick look at some of the more interesting women's games. We were looking earlier at Aline Rubers' battle against Ronavale Haruka, and this game, Peter, seems to be going squarely in White's favor.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, White stabilized, and basically the only counterplay for Black is the pawn on f2. But in this construction, White often has the right to play moves like f3, eventually queen f2. Of course, you have to watch out for some timely e5, e4 ideas. But I do feel like White is also now in time to eventually just target the d6 pawn. Yeah, it's also a possibility. There are even ideas like rook d2, queen d1, also some kind of a typical regrouping that you protect, you guard the f2 pawn, at the same time you reinforce the pressure on the d6 pawn. One thing is clear, White has a totally safe position at the moment.
Absolutely. Rook d2, queen d1 will apply pressure on d6. I'll tell you who doesn't have a safe position, and that is Humpy Canero, who has been in a disastrous amount of trouble, really ever since that quizzical opening that we observed. And the situation, one could argue, hasn't gotten that much worse, but it definitely hasn't gotten better. And let me tell you something crazy. 4 minutes on the clock for Humpy Canero, and we're only on move 17. If she pulls this one out, then I feel like she's going to win the whole World Cup.
Well, yes, this is a terrible position. I mean, not just because the king is on e2 and White has the isolated pawn, also this pawn on a4 is a horrible pawn that gives this lovely b4 spot for any of Black's pieces at the moment. The bishop is sitting there, but in the long run, even that knight from f6 can land there, even the rook on b8 can land on b4, and White still needs kind of a lot of moves, rook d1, king f1, king g1, to run away from direct problems. Then White will only be slightly worse or clearly worse. Very, very tough spot.
And rook d1 is met with bishop c2, which forces the rook back to the king's side, so White can't even castle by hand. And the secondary problem is that Black in certain positions wants to go c7, c5. So if, for instance, White plays knight e5, trying to centralize, trying to garner some activity, Black responds with c5, d takes c5, and queen c7. This is a pretty classic, or queen e7. This is a pretty classic idea in many openings. Apparently here there's the crazy move knight to g4, which is why the queen should instead attack the pawn from e7. But I almost think that this is water under the bridge. 2.5 minutes for Humpy. How does she expect to survive this position, period? But how does she expect to survive it on increment alone is beyond me. Hotanashvili with 30 minutes. That's a lot in this position.
Yeah, it just shows that Humpy is a total shock. Yeah, that how did this game get so out of control? What have I done to my position? And she's not yet coming to terms with that. Yeah, it's the typical reason why you end up with so little time so quickly.
And I think that affords us a good opportunity to go back to the open section, because we have some very exciting developments in our top matchup between Keimer and Magnus Carlsen, who did in fact trade queens. And it almost seems like, despite his massive time disadvantage, it's Vincent Keimer who is the one pressing. He's almost putting on Magnus Carlsen's hat and doing to Magnus Carlsen what Magnus Carlsen does to other people. So we will bring that game up momentarily, and we'll just wait for that game to come up. But I'm actually feeling pretty optimistic about Vincent Keimer's chances in this endgame, Peter.
Wow, I mean, that's kind of a big development. First of all, okay, no trouble whatsoever, yeah, because, okay, the pawn chain was clearly in White's favor in long run. Yeah, White also has some beautifully active pieces, and Vincent still has the clock under control because there's only 3 moves to be played till the time control. And
Whoa.
what on earth has happened?
Magnus Carlsen has blundered. He forgot about knight d6, Peter, because b7 hangs and rook f5 is a massive idea to attack the f7 pawn. Knight c7, an uncharacteristically sloppy move by a frustrated Magnus Carlsen, frustrated maybe that he didn't squeeze more out of Vincent's time pressure than he did. And now he's paying the steepest price of all. He will go down a pawn.
Yes, and a very vital pawn, because both the f7 pawn and the b7 are the soul of Black's position. The reason why he got fooled was that with knight c7 he himself wanted to set up the double attack on the rook on c5 and the pawn on g5, and probably he rushed it too much, completely blundered this very, very strong knight d6 move.
Oh, and look at this. If he still goes knight e6 and swings his knight back to d8, looks like he's got everything under control. But no, there's a tactic. Knight e6, rook f5. Maybe this is what he missed. Maybe not. Knight takes f7 is a move. Also, rook e5.
No, then there is g6.
Oh, g6.
Knight f7,
wow.
yes.
But still, g6, I mean, white is probably okay there, but definitely not better. Great call, Peter. But rook to e5, cold-blooded and crushing. Threatening mate, knight e6, and you ignore the pawn on b7. G6, smashing through the defenses. And it's crazy. White has so many options. Instead of rook f5, you could even start with rook e5 in order to paralyze the knight and set up this devastating idea of g6. So this is crazy how much of a transformation we've had in this game. And Carlsen, I think, is just shell-shocked. He's like, what have I done to my position?
Yes, look at basically we don't need to talk. Just enough to look at the live feed, the camera, and we see exactly Vincent Keimer is completely shocked that, wow, I got a golden opportunity here. At the same time, Magnus in a total state of shock that how could I have blundered the only thing to be that was able, was in the position to be blundered.
And the other issue is that once the knight takes on b7, you can't somehow build a trap for 2 reasons. The first is that c6 is then going to be dreadfully weak. And the second is that the knight can drop back to a5. That rook on c5 is golden. It's like Vincent's pieces have acquired a certain magical power. Everything is exactly where you want it to be, down to the pawn on g5, down to the pawn on e3, which is protecting d4 and protecting the f4 square. Crazy that 2 pieces can wreak such havoc on the opponent's territory, and this is so uncharacteristic. As Magnus puts his head down and runs his hands through his hair, he is furious at himself for allowing what could be, and it's not an exaggeration to say, a game-deciding blunder. Is he lost here objectively, Peter?
Yes, it could easily be that he will have to go down to some 3 versus 2 rook knight versus rook knight, and even with a very ugly structure. I mean, ugly in the sense that, for example, a move like king e7, knight takes b7, knight e6, just to highlight what I have been talking about. Okay, white is maybe not forced to take on c6, rook e5 is possible, but just to look at this position, what I had in my mind, for example, check, black plays a move. Hang on, even there are some direct issues because the knight on b7 and the rook on c7, they are kind of protecting all the squares to make sure that this pawn might even advance. But what I wanted to highlight is something like king f6, and if white just falls back with the knight to c5, this is practically speaking, if it would be Magnus Carlsen from the white side, I would say that yeah, Magnus will definitely win this, grind out against anyone. But there are even tactical problems. Even it's not clear that Magnus can reach this position.
And also, you pointed out that time control could not be more important. If this was move 25, okay, you can stir up some complications. As it stands, Vincent has 3 more moves to make, but in reality, he's got 2 moves to make because the next move, by definition, is going to be elementary, whether it's a rook move in response to knight e6 or it's knight takes b7, and that hurts Magnus's chances even more, or rook f5. The next move is easy, then he'll have only 2 moves to make time pressure, and those extra 30 minutes man, that will be golden. That will be manna from heaven as Vincent tries to convert what could be the opportunity of a lifetime against Magnus Carlsen.
For sure. It also just shows that yeah, this is the World Cup. Magnus so far has been super impressive, and just one mistake can cost so much. I don't know. Maybe Magnus escapes here by a miracle, but this is definitely a very, very critical moment for him.
Well, Magnus has plenty of time to stew in this position. He has 40 minutes, maybe playing a little bit too fast in the critical moments of this game. But what an effort thus far by Vincent. And I was impressed with knight takes d5, which he found, and he gets rewarded by the chess gods for his creativity and for his cold-bloodedness. Can he convert this technically winning endgame? That remains to be seen. It's for sure that a very difficult technical task remains in front of him because Magnus, he never goes gentle into that good knight, and neither, for that matter, does Hikaru Nakamura. But someone who is going gentle into that good knight, Etienne Baku, has completely lost the thread against Fide. We don't necessarily have to go to that game, but maybe we can pay a quick visit because Etienne and Fide has just sacrificed his bishop, leading to a completely devastating attack. Look at that play by the Indian Grandmaster.
Yes, and now we see king takes h7 runs into queen h5 check, followed by rook takes e5, I believe, or depending where black's king goes. But yes, let's just show that king takes h7, queen h5 check, king g7, for example, and I was expecting rook takes e5.
Yep, or even bishop takes e5, the more plain vanilla move, because f7 will hang. Either way,
Yes.
black can resign.
Yes, exactly. I mean, I don't know, after bishop h7, black has to run with his king towards the e8 square, towards the center, but I mean, okay, this king will be chased. White practically then also haven't really sacrificed anything. White still gets access to this e4 square, the knight comes to e4, and all the tactics on f6 and somewhere will decide the game.
Absolutely. For instance, king f8, knight e4, and you can basically pre-move queen h5. I mean, and knight takes f6 will be an unstoppable threat. And all of this stemmed from one massive mistake. Etienne Baku getting cold feet at the last second. He recaptured on f6, not with the bishop, but rather with the pawn. We were analyzing bishop f6, rook f6. Something scared him off, and instead he takes drastic measures. But the cure is worse than the disease. G takes f6 creates too many weaknesses on the king's side, and Fide responds in clinical fashion, dragging his pieces into the attack. First the bishop, then the rook, and everything is in place for the sacrifice on h7. Etienne collapses, and he is going to lose this game, most likely.
Yeah, he opted for king f8. It was the only move in the position. I also love the way how Fide handled this attack, because he was kind of feeling that the attack is justified, and he let the attack and the tactics come to him, not like he was chasing the attack. And this is truly stunning. Also developing bishop f4, rook a1. Computer was indicating that there was maybe some bishop takes h7 sacrifice already earlier, but this is the way how you have to approach a human game. Beautifully played.
Amazing stuff by Fide. And a quick update, Caruana and Ray Robson have indeed drawn their first game. As expected, it was a balanced Catalan all the way through. And Ivanchuk and Vahapsanal have also drawn their game, as have Duda and Maksudlu. All three results, essentially, we expected. Those games were all very balanced. And Fide, he brings his queen into the attack. This one is basically over.
Yeah, and what a moment for Fide. Yeah, we have just witnessed this incredible, dramatic blitz playoff there against Matthias Brubaum. It was going down to the wire. It looked like, yes, Fide will make it. Then Matthias was coming back. Then it looked like the match will continue. And then finally Fide won that very critical game at the end of the 3+2 blitz section. And now he gets this golden opportunity to take the lead in the match against Baku.
Crazy how quickly your situation in such a tournament can change from my back is against the wall, I've got no hope, to here I am knocking on the door of qualification to round 5. He has to negotiate his clock, though. He's basically playing a blitz game at this point with 20 moves until the time control. But Etienne has given up the exchange in order to stave off checkmate. Now knight e4 looks absolutely devastating. And f5, there's probably even tactics related to, I don't know, I feel like bishop takes f5 has to work here, although I haven't calculated out the ramifications. Queen h8 check, king d7, and simply rook takes f5. Just look at the overwhelming nature of the attack. You haven't sacrificed anything. That's the key. And black's position is just hopeless here.
Yes, all of white's pieces are perfectly placed, ready to attack, and black hasn't completed the development yet on the queen side. The only problem for Vidi is that he has so many tempting options, so he definitely calculates this knight e4, but also bishop e4 is tempting, and he opts for bishop e4.
Good call, bishop on to e4, attacking the rook and paving the way for a check on h8, which will drive the black king onto the most vulnerable square on the chessboard, because you cannot cover the check. f6 will drop, and with it the whole game. Etienne with bishop to b7, but now I think takes and knight e4 comes with even greater effect, because after f5, the knight on e5 can be picked off with queen h8 check. I mean, I think we're a couple of moves away from a result in this game.
Exactly. I mean, basically the problem usually when you are attacking that you might have to make some very tough decisions. Here it looks like all the difficult decisions are in the past. Now it's time to cash in, and with very simple primitive moves he's doing it.
We have to go to the Wesley So game, because Alexei Serrana has a tactic that wins on the spot. If Alexei finds this tactic, and he missed it, but he found a different winning move, Wesley has collapsed completely, Peter. Now, he found queen f5, but he didn't put his rook on c8. He did not take his opportunity to exchange rooks. And we just saw the move knight h5 by Alexei. His position is completely winning. Instead, he could have captured on g2, which was a prettier way to decide the game. After king takes g2, beautiful geometry, queen to d5, to g5, and to c1, taking the rook and hitting the knight on f1. This was immediate resignation, but his move offers white very little relief as well.
Yeah, and it's so uncharacteristic of Wesley. I mean, what on earth is happening that so many tactics are working against him, and he not using the... I mean, he did spot the move queen f5. Alexei went back with the knight to f6, and there was this golden opportunity of entering with the rook to c8, creating some counterplay trading of the rooks, but instead he opted for knight c5. Then black grabbed the chance immediately to start unbalancing this knight on g3 with h5, b4 stabilizing one knight, but black is kicking the other one, h4, knight f1, g6 kicking the queen away, and opening up the h5 square for the knight. All right, yeah, it looks like Wesley is in terrible situation. And the reason why Serrana blundered the tactic with bishop takes g2 is that he already is feeling so comfortable that knight h5 is probably just winning.
Wesley has just taken on a6, absolute desperation attempt to at least suffer for a pawn. But amazingly, okay, queen d5, f3, and knight f4 is winning. The computer line is actually just queen takes queen, which to me is a very hard move, because mentally you associate a queen trade with the failure of black's attack. But here, after queen takes queen and knight f4, the minor pieces and the rook are plenty sufficient to generate decisive threats against white's game. It's such an instructive line. Even with the absence of the queens, it's mate. And after knight c7, there is the beautiful idea of checking on e2 and following up with h3. Bang! And white is just getting smashed from all sides. The rook is hanging. Everything is hanging. Mate is threatened. f3, knight f4.
Oh my god, no, okay, but...
Oh my god,
this,
yeah, but
this
even
will never happen.
This reminds me of this game, Gormali against Sutovsky, random reference. But there was this Najdorf game where Sutovsky sacrificed all his pieces and checkmated in almost exactly this way, like knight f4, hg, and then bishop takes f3. But all of this is unnecessary. I think Alexei will go queen d5, followed by knight f4, and smash through in more conventional fashion.
Yeah, I also feel like somehow queen d5, let's just put that on board and compare with what we have seen. Queen d5, f3, knight f4, settling knight takes g2, knight e2. So basically, how does white protect, how does white defend at all? Rook c2 would be the multi-purpose move. covering the G2 square, but then black simply pushes the pawn to D3,
Whoa.
opening up the chance of giving a queen D4 check, and eventually the rook might also just, or also knight to queen G1, checkmate is coming. It's lost, it's finished.
Bang, bang, bang. This is resigns after D3. Knight takes D3, knight takes D3, and there's a smothered mate threat as well. We are 3 moves away from Wesley So losing the first game of this match with white. Amazing. Just, again, like you're saying, he is a well-oiled machine. This is not the Wesley So that we know, losing in 30 moves to a devastating attack in rather one-sided fashion.
Yes, no, everything is shocking. I mean, after he survived that match against Jules Moussa, I felt like, wow, this is such a critical moment for Wesley. Yeah, that he had been in a lot of trouble against Emre Can. He was losing also against Moussa, but he survived, and there is a rest day. This is the moment where things will turn in Wesley's favor, and I'm a very big Wesley fan. I was very much hoping to see that. But what I'm seeing at this moment at the board and also throughout the game, I'm terrified. This is definitely not the Wesley we know.
Absolutely not. And I think you bring up a great point, which is that when you get lucky, when you dodge a bullet, often that's a good sign. That means your luck is on your side. You know, you've survived the worst of it, and now you have that extra confidence that, listen, I got a bad position, I won. Now I don't have to get myself in trouble in the first place. But something is off. Something in Wesley So's engine isn't working properly. It's sputtering, and he might have to win on demand with the black pieces tomorrow, which I think he's capable of doing, but it will be a very tall order, and it will require excellent form, the kind that he has not shown just yet. Okay, so as Alexei ponders his next move, he's got several ways to finish this game within a couple of moves. Where do we go to next? Man, we've got the Magnus game that has had some developments. Hikaru's game basically has remained in the same or in a very similar position, but both sides are down now to 10 minutes on the clock. This is going to be a fascinating couple of moves in Nakamura's game.
Yeah, so probably should be slowly getting ready because definitely we'll be covering that time trouble phase just to see what happened. So after h3, bishop b5, rook f2, king h8, Hikaru played the move g4, which probably is a very nice move, especially practically speaking, because it frees up the possibility of keeping that bishop on the diagonal. Pragg jumped on the possibility of kicking that bishop, and what does it mean? Hang on. After bishop g3, there is queen a6 with the double attack. Do we want to go pawn hunting, or is that dangerous because it gives up some center squares?
Whoa, what a move. Queen d6 to a6. And obviously it allows bishop takes e5. But in general, that would be a positive transformation for white. And I think Hikaru paying respect to that idea as indicated by bishop f1 and yielding to black the opportunity of knight takes f4. My instinct would be to jump on that opportunity because one of white's biggest assets here is this uncontested dark squared bishop, which is applying small but nagging pressure on black's knights. Now, do you share that intuition, Peter? Or do you think Pragg should keep the tension with a move like bishop c6 to chase that knight out of d5?
I think that, yeah, knight takes f4 is so thematic. You want to get rid of that bishop, and Hikaru would have never ever let that bishop be captured if he would not have felt that, oh my god, actually otherwise I'm losing a pawn or something. Yeah, this is a very much panicking reaction. Bishop f1, he's not happy, he's feeling the pain, he knows that he's in a lot of trouble, because in fact this is serious trouble. Strategically, once we eliminate this bishop, black only has trumps in his possession, the knight on e5, the dark squares, bishop on b5, white's position in some kind of ruins. But the good news for Hikaru and for his Hikaru's fans, that it's Hikaru. And if someone can survive this position, that's exactly Hikaru. I don't know how he does it, but somehow always, and then time trouble comes and he will find the only way to stay in the game, and then all of a sudden his pieces and his structure will improve. That's what I'm expecting, but of course Pragg is a very tough customer. He will not make Hikaru's life easy.
Hikaru will fight and scratch and claw his way to time control here. This promises to be a scintillating 15 moves before time control is made. The two favorites, Magnus Carlsen, in mortal danger, Hikaru in serious trouble. These are unmissable games which will determine the course of the World Cup. Can the younger generation strike with some incredible results? Well, we will go on a short break. When we come back, we will keep our close eye on the Carlsen-Keimer match and on Hikaru's attempt to wheel his way out of a difficult situation. Do not go anywhere, folks. We will be back with more World Cup action on the other side of this short break.
Interested in becoming a chess streamer like your favorite creators, such as Hikaru, Gotham Chess, and the Botez sisters?
Come on! Look at this! Woo!
The Chess.com community streamer program is growing every day. Whether you're just getting started with streaming or already established and looking to expand your audience, you can now connect your account to Chess.com and have your stream promoted on the game's largest platform. Simply link your account at chess.com/settings/connected accounts, set your category to chess on Twitch, and start streaming. You'll get an ad-free experience on chess.com. You will pop up on our list of live streamers. Your chess.com profile will feature your Twitch stream, and your stream will be linked to your games on our Play server. Type Command Community Streamer in chat and start growing your stream today.
Hey, so what's your rating these days?
About 2100.
Wow, that's amazing.
Puzzles!
What? There are 72,084 different possible positions after 2 moves. 9 million different possible positions after 3 moves. 318 billion different possible positions after 4 moves.
I'm gonna play the London.
Seriously?
I'm sorry.
The two pre-tournament favorites are in big trouble here at the 2023 World Cup. Baku, the site of some incredible battles here at the 4th round. Hikaru Nakamura locked in an incredibly tense struggle as the clocks tick down against the young Indian talent Pragnananda, who has shown magisterial play so far this tournament, and this game has been no exception. Pragg has been steadily outplaying Hikaru, but we know what Hikaru is capable of in worse positions. He is a monster with his back against the wall in any time control, but particularly as the clocks tick closer and closer, first to single digits and then closer down to 0. This is the current position. Knight to e3 has just been played by Nakamura as the knight with dutifully retreats from d5. It was being attacked by the bishop. Peter, definitely still an advantage for Pragg, but there is some potential for counterplay here as the knight swings its way over to f5.
Yes, to f5 or also to c4, targeting some traits. Yeah, it's not exactly clear if white wants to be aggressive, but for the moment also it's black to decide what to do. He needs to decide because the pawn on c5 is a bit vulnerable. Actually, I'm feeling like the position is not enjoyable, not nice, but as if Hikaru at least knows what to do and how to try to limit the damage.
As we look at this game, a couple of updates. Wesley So, as expected, has resigned his game against Alexis Sarana. A huge win for the young talent. He dispatches Wesley So with the black pieces, and Wesley in more trouble than he's ever been here at this World Cup. And Gukesh Esipenko, a very complicated game that we were looking at earlier, that ends in a back and forth draw. And of course, Vidit will be winning any second now against Etienne Bacro. But okay, bishop to d7, a move repetition for Pragnananda. Will Hikaru continue to repeat with knight d5? And his worry might be that Pragnananda doesn't repeat. So Hikaru might be asking himself, is there a way that I can exploit Pragg's indecision to improve my position?
Yeah, the point is that actually black's bishop was coming from b5, kicked away the knight with bishop c6, knight is c9, he regroups that bishop to e6, and it's a very tough call for Hikaru that should he just jump back on d5, but then what do you do after bishop e6? Should he try to use the opportunity now to trade those knights? Whom does this trade benefit? I mean, if black would to capture on c4, I believe that would clearly benefit white, because after knight takes c4, rook c4, white also gets access to the weakness on the c5, I mean the c5 weakness. But my worry is that after knight c4, black will just play a move like queen d4, avoid that trade, and trade that knight on his own terms. Yeah, because knight takes d5, f takes d5 would clearly be in black's favor. So not an easy spot for Hikaru at all.
And importantly, knight e5, fe5, the rook on f2 is pinned, so there is no queen takes f8 check. The tactics really working in black's favor here, but I'm just mesmerized by this clock ticking down for both players. We're at 7.5 minutes now for Hikaru, and we haven't even hit move 30. So knight d5 is the obvious possibility that would repeat the position once. We pointed out knight c4. Maybe there is a move like rook f2 to c2. I feel like the only real target in black's position is that backward pawn on c5. So maybe targeting it with the doubled rooks merits some consideration. Of course, it's very hard to attack that pawn a third time. So maybe that's a bit of a vacuous idea. But a lot of things here to juggle for Hikaru as he struggles with this difficult strategic situation.
Yes, and he has to do something fast, yeah, because black's next move is obvious, bishop to e6, stabilizing the position all the more, taking away any possibilities for white to jump back with the knight to d5 or to c4. He can then also, not only, first of all, white has to deal with the weakness on a2, but black has this very thematic a5, a4 natural move, which especially in a coming time trouble, you are dreaming of, yeah, that you have such stability that just the most natural moves are improving your position.
And the one thing that you do not want to do, an instructive point for newer players, is to play knight f5 stubbornly. The trade of bishop for knight would be a disaster. It would leave black with an incredibly good knight against an incredibly bad bishop. And there it is. Knight to c4 has been played. And I'm with you, Peter. I think queen to d4 here poses white with a very unpleasant set of questions. Well, what is your knight on c4 doing? If you're not taking on e5 and opening up the f file is out of the question, then what is your next move going to be? Because black still will want to play bishop e6 and chase the knight out of c4.
Yes, I mean, one of these human kind of questions to me is like after queen d4, if we play queen e3, how does black react? I mean, clearly you don't want to take, I guess. I was expecting a move like bishop e6. That's the most natural move. And then we transform into a different structure like queen takes d4, c takes d4. And where does this lead us? Yeah, because white also has this powerful knight, but the problem is that black will be the one who decides when to give up, and he can give up his bishop and remain with this powerful monster knight against the bad bishop.
Yeah, and it's kind of hard to say who benefits in the event of this transformation. Like you said, after bishop takes c4, you get that good knight against bad bishop situation, but that is not going to win you a game. As Zygmunt Taras famously said, good pieces don't win games, good moves win you games. So after bishop takes c4, white can play bc, white can play dc. If white plays dc, then the d4 pawn becomes sort of both a strength and a weakness, and white garners the protected passed pawn on c4. So it's really not a given that Prague is going to go into this willingly.
Yes, it's a very difficult kind of question, and if you are having some double thoughts, then it can also easily be that black will just fall back with the queen to e7 and says that, you know what, okay, I don't want to change the character of the position. It might not be the most ambitious move, but I have only 5 minutes left. Let's just keep the stability and play from there. But I do believe that Prague has the confidence to go for real fight with queen d4. I'm expecting to see this move.
It almost feels like he's worked too hard to let the advantage evaporate that easily at this point. He's built up this advantage so steadily with such filigree precision. Now is the time to press the gas pedal and go for it. But that's easy for me to say as I sit in my comfortable room and watch him play. The tension and the pressure is unimaginable. Even if you were playing Joe Schmo, you're not playing Joe Schmo, you're playing Joe Nakamura. And Hikaru's reputation precedes itself. Everybody knows what he's capable of in worse positions. And it almost feels like Hikaru is a little bit more relaxed than he was a couple of moves ago. It feels like Hikaru is happy with the way that the game is transforming. And imperceptibly, he's built up a 2-minute advantage on the clock.
Yes, I think that's the most important, that he has the clock advantage, plus that he feels that he has asked those questions, which maybe would be quite comfortable questions for black if he would have 30 minutes on the clock, because then you can think 10-15 minutes, how do I transform, which trades, where to trade, why to trade exactly the way it is. And we see the move by Prague. What?
You called it.
Queen e7, yeah. Yeah, okay,
Solid.
the solid move. Yes.
And easy to blame him again from the comfort of our rooms and just watching the game from the side. But put yourself in his shoes. Queen d4 was a very committal move in time pressure. And I don't think, Peter, that queen e7 gives away the advantage entirely. In fact, I think it poses white now with a difficult decision. There are several ways to treat this. You can go rook f2 to c2. If I had to predict a move, I think that's what Hikaru is going to play. But after rook fc2, there is knight takes knight. And if you play rook takes knight, then black can actually win a pawn with bishop e6 and bishop takes a2. And in that final position, I think white might have the central break at d3, d4, exploiting the undefended rook on c8. And maybe that is what Hikaru will base his play on. And he has
played rook fc2. Yes,
it's on the board.
Exactly.
Yep, very nicely done by Hikaru. And it's starting to feel like he might be getting a grip on this position for the first time in something like 15 moves.
Yes, I mean, but also with the speed, how quickly he decided on the move rook f2 to c2 is kind of impressive, because as you mentioned, it's of course we know that this is the most natural move, but this knight takes c4, okay, let's even put it on the board because it's such an important line.
Yeah,
takes, and the reason why we are so impressed by Hikaru being able to handle this and decide on it so quickly. Eventually white sacrifices the pawn on a2 and opens up the c file with this beautifully timed d3 d5 push, d3 d4 push, and probably gets enough counterplay to have no problems whatsoever. Even maybe black is the one who has to watch out in time trouble not to let something like this happen.
Exactly, because imagine you allow something like this, and you've just spent 15 moves playing with minimal risk, dominating, calling the shots, and suddenly you're faced with a completely new set of challenges. You've got no time to solve them. And I'm getting really concerned now. Prague down to 3.5 minutes on the clock. And maybe what is required is a neutral move, a patient move like Bishop B5 or even H6, creating some luft. But Peter, that's a really hard move to play because White wants to play Knight takes C5 and Queen E3, and suddenly you can't defend the pawn on C5. So Prague, I feel like this is the time where he might panic. He has to retain his composure, but I actually don't know what he should do here.
Yes, I'm also not sure at all. And look at the body language. It feels like he's becoming very tense. I believe that when he opted for Queen E7 over Queen D4, he was probably planning to play Queen D4, and he finally takes on C4.
Yep.
He believed that Rook F-C2 is maybe not possible due to this Bishop E6, Bishop takes A2 idea. And then to his horror, he realized that actually there is much more to it. There is this D3, D4 idea, which changes the character of the position. And suddenly, that position will have 3 results. Yeah, I mean, it's not anymore given that black is in control.
And it's kind of a sick irony that Prague played Queen E7 in order to mitigate his risk, in order to stabilize the position. And as a result, the opposite has happened. Queen D4 would have actually gotten a position that is easier to play. Now, he's suddenly confronted with a direct attack against the C5 pawn. And this entire game, we've been talking about White's weaknesses. The D4 square, the E5 square. Well, the knights are no longer anywhere to be found. They're off the board. We've talked about the D3 pawn, but suddenly it's Black's weakness that is the most relevant factor in the position. And at this point, I think Prague has to go Bishop E6, Bishop takes A2. Otherwise, he might simply lose the C5 pawn, and then he won't have anything to show for it. But look at the clock. He's under 2 minutes. He's down 4.5 minutes on the clock. When did that happen?
Yeah, he did play Bishop E6, and of course, Hikaru falls back with the Rook to C2. The board will quickly update.
Yeah, the board will update momentarily, and we're expecting Bishop takes A2, D4. And with 1.5 minutes on the clock, how is Prague going to navigate the sinuous complexities of this position with Hikaru the one in the driver's seat after D4?
Yes, and it's psychologically such a big turning point. Yeah, he takes on A2. He feels like he has to, but look at Hikaru. He feels that this is now my moment. Finally, this is what I have been waiting for. I'm not risking anything anymore. At least I definitely have as much counterplay as my opponent. And I do believe that Hikaru is slowly becoming a favorite in this game.
I agree completely. And D4 is going to happen. I mean, it's not strictly speaking the only move. You could play Queen E3 here, but how can you resist, the nectar of a move like D4 after so long on D3? The pawn is suddenly in the spotlight, but not as a villain, but rather as a hero.
Exactly. It's such a pleasing move. Taking his time because he senses the importance of the moment. He still has more than 5 minutes on his clock. There is no reason to rush. On the other hand, you also want to keep the pressure on. Looks at the side. It's the typical way of, trying to double check, convince yourself that, yes, what I'm seeing, it's true, right? I mean, I can go D4.
Yeah, there's 9 moves until time control, folks. This is move 32 at when move 40 is carried out, and he's not going to do it. But you get an additional 30 minutes on your clock. There's something Hikaru doesn't like about the move D4 because he almost touched his queen to play Queen E3. Now, let me not overstate the case here, Peter. I think Queen E3 is actually a very decent alternative. It's a similar kind of move. You're going after the C5 pawn, and once the pawn is captured, you could play D4 at your convenience. It just feels like D4 makes so much noise.
Exactly. I mean, Queen E3 is a very nice move. You hit, yeah, and he's gonna do it.
Or is he? He's done this twice now.
Maybe the reason why he wants to refrain from D4 is just that you never know. It weakens a little bit the structure, and he wants to have everything protected in time trouble.
I think that's a good call. And Queen E3 is a bit of a more open-ended move. It poses Black with a wider dilemma. And one of the most, I think, profound pieces of advice I've ever received is that when your opponent is in time pressure, it's tempting to make forced moves, but oftentimes you want to do the opposite. You want to give your opponent as much rope as possible. You want to widen the decision that your opponent has to make because it's so difficult to choose between 3 or 4 similar looking moves in time pressure. Queen e3 is on the board. How will Prague respond to perhaps the most challenging moment of the whole game for him, maybe of the whole World Cup? What kind of Prague are we going to see here?
Yeah, that's a very big test. I mean, this position and how things got out of control. Yeah, it looked like everything went to perfection for Black. Everything exactly as dreamed of. If I even was able to take that dark squared bishop, we thought like, wow, now Hikaru will really be suffering, and then Hikaru comes up with this knight e3, knight c4 maneuver, trades that knight and creates counterplay against the c5 pawn. And now all eyes on Prague, down to less than 2 minutes for still 8 moves. I don't know how would you handle this situation? It's not easy at all.
I would play queen d6 here and start by centralizing the queen and eye the g3 square. Try to generate play based on white's weaknesses. And right now, the g3 square might be white's only attackable weakness. So queen d6, white will take twice on c5, probably with the rook, and then again with the rook. And maybe retract the bishop from a2 back to e6. And no, this isn't appetizing. This isn't what you were looking for. But the key is just to make sure the position doesn't fall apart, that you don't lose the pawn on a7, and that you don't allow white's d-pawn to rampage through the position. Now, he's made a move. The board will update momentarily, and it is trying to get... Okay, he's played c4.
Wow.
And put the queen on c5. What a big decision.
Yes, actually, it's a stunning decision. I mean, it's a wonderful strategical decision because he wanted to make sure that the C file is logged. It's a brilliant move. I mean, C5, C4, D takes C4, Queen C5, blockade, making sure that White's rook won't be invading on the C file. However, this bishop on A2, if that bishop would not be on A2 but on E6, Black would be clearly better and it would all be fantastic. However, the bishop there, maybe White can just take and activate the rook on the D file. Let's not forget that eventually White can also very quickly run with his king. For example, if he gets this rook D5, king D4 kind of construction, then Black will lose control on the C5 square.
Yeah, the professional move might seem to be king f2, but I actually think it's more important to grab control of the only open file, right? When there's only one open file, the side that controls it holds the main artery in the position. So I would play queen takes c5 and rook d2. I saw the move c4, but somehow queen e7 to c5 did not occur to me. It's a classic technique. You push a pawn, vacating the square left behind by the pawn, and then put a piece there to establish a blockade on the resulting pawn. Queen to c5 is a very mature decision, and now Hikaru is the one investing a significant chunk of time trying to decide in what version he wants to exchange queens. Now, after queen takes c5, rook takes c5, rook d2, how does Prague handle that resulting position? Probably he should put the f rook on c8 so that if Hikaru plays rook d5, that rook on c5 at least is stable, and he can try to exploit his pawn majority on the queen side and run that a5 pawn up the board.
Yes, he only has to watch out for the back rank. Yeah, if his pawn would already be on h6, that would be such a big news for Black, and it will come down to some tempo play. That tempo will play a crucial role. We don't know exactly because Black might get into trouble, or because thanks to that extra tempo, Black would have the chance to squeeze something out of the position. Hikaru traded on c5, and we are expecting the move rook d2.
And he's already played it. Of course, rook d1 would be a horrible blunder on account of bishop b3 skewering the rooks. So you specifically need to put the other rook on the d file. And now I think the biggest decision maybe of the game for Prague, how does he set up his defenses? Because the rook on d2 is rearing to go. It wants to infiltrate, maybe to d5, maybe to d7. You should also not fall asleep on an eventual rook to a1, which combined with back rank threats could cause serious problems. Bishop takes c4, the rook could return to c1. And again, rook fc8, you would take on c4 and deliver that back rank mate on t8. What does Prague prioritize here? Does he play h6 and make some luft, or does he deploy his rook from c8, from f8?
I feel like Rook F8 is the most natural move because you don't know yet if you're gonna go King G8 solving the back rank issues or you're gonna push the H pawn. And even somewhere maybe Black can even count on some H5 move if he will be able to do that. So I feel like the most professional move is Rook FC1, but he's done to a minute.
This is such a high-level game, and the tension has reached a peak. He is down to a minute, fiddling with that pawn, trying to make an informed decision here. Hikaru definitely in the driver's seat at this point. You can just feel it in the air.
Yes, and the good news for Hikaru is that, for example, even after Rook F8, he has this idea of going Rook D5. For example, Black makes a move like A5. He can even just trade and get his king going.
Ooh.
I mean, his king can go. I mean, we should not forget that Black actually has ideas like this to try to queen the B pawn. It again comes down to move pair, move play, that White's king is in time to reach there or not.
And Rook F8 is on the board. Great call with only 12 seconds. And Hikaru putting the pressure on Black's clock. Look at Hikaru playing instantly, even though he still has 3.5 minutes on the clock. It's Prague's move again. Hikaru, I think, played King F2, starting by bringing the king up, preparing himself for the future where there is only one pair of rooks on the board. Another excellent move, again, that gives Prague a wide choice of responses.
Yeah, and the problem is that Bishop takes D4 is never a threat because of Rook DC2. That's why Hikaru keeps the Rook on D2.
Very good point. Keeping his options open. A5 is the most natural move, but Hikaru could continue to accumulate the pressure with King E3. And then Rook D5 and the eval bar goes up. Apparently A5 was a mistake because of this King E3 and Rook D5 idea, Peter, that you had pointed out a couple moves earlier.
Yes, because okay, this is the dream construction. If White reaches that and Black is not able to create winning counterplay with the A pawn, then actually Black's position falls apart if he loses control of the C5 square.
Man, oh man, you can just feel the scene shifting, the initiative sliding over to Hikaru, but I think he's doing such a great job of pausing when he needs to pause and then playing quickly when he feels confident in his move. Here, he needs to decide between Rook D5 or preliminarily King E3. According to the engine, both moves are good, but Hikaru doesn't know that. He feels that this is an important move order decision.
Yes, for sure. I mean, he has to keep an eye on this A4, B3, A3 counterplay, and everything is tempo. He needs to be very precise.
He does indeed, and precise he is. A little hesitation, but there he goes. Rook to D5 is on the board, setting up the possibility of a rook trade, and of course, Rook takes D5 is out of the equation. You cannot give White connected passers in the center. White will recapture, of course, with the E-pawn, and then quickly push D6 and C5. Will Prague continue to see counterplay with A4? Yes, he will. And we're going to get tempo battle, as you called it, Peter.
Yes, and he has to go for it because he has no time. His clock is ticking.
Okay, and he has made his move, folks, so he will not lose on time. It will update momentarily. He has not lost on time. It's Hikaru's move, as you can see on the camera. And King E3 is the likely response. Already played by Hikaru.
Yes.
Okay. Board should be updating any second now.
I hope so. But in any case, if not, then we can get the full... Yes. Wow, and no, Hikaru played Bishop D3.
Huh.
Wanting to cover the B1 square, yeah, that this King E3, A3, B3 breakthrough was probably too hard to calculate with little time on the clock.
Yeah, Bishop D3 is a safe move. He's covering the promotion square. So in the event of B3 and then A3, as you said, Peter, B1 queen will be protected by White's bishop. It's still an exceedingly difficult position for Prague to play. He's got 1, 2, 3 more moves until time control is finally made.
Yeah, down to last couple of seconds.
He's played something.
King G8. Okay. Actually, it was the top engine's move. Incredible with this little time on the clock. Prague felt like, nah, I got that tempo that I really needed. He already has his counterplay going on the queen side. Now he solves the back rank issue. Hikaru comes with the king closer. King is still 2 more moves before reaching move 40.
And Prague could consider keeping all of the rooks on the board. Rook 5 to c7, departing that c-file to keep his rooks trained on the c4 pawn, or he can continue bringing his king up. Both options are good according to the engine, and look at how high level this time scramble is. Another great move by Prague, and he is back from the dead here with rook 5 c7.
Yes, because he keeps all the rooks on the board. He pressures the c4 pawn. Hikaru will play the move king d4. That's no doubt about it.
And this is the time control move. This is move 40. Prague needs to make one more move in 40 seconds, and then he will get 30 extra minutes added to his clock, and we will reach a completely new stage of this endgame.
Yes, and new problems. I mean, the situation, but there is a very important moment, yeah, that after king d4, actually, sooner or later, I don't know if black should come closer or not, but black has this idea of switching that, putting the bishop on b3 and relying on the a pawn as a counterplay. Yeah, king d4 played.
Okay. So bishop b3, c5 is never an option because the rook is pinned, the pawn is pinned by the bishop. Although actually, I wouldn't rule it out entirely. You could consider sacking the exchange. But the big decision by Prague, 20 seconds left, and one more move to make. What will he decide?
Yeah, very tough decision. I mean, because king f8 is apparently the best move according to the computer, but with 10 seconds on the clock, how do you understand this?
With 7 and 6 and 5 and 4, he's got to make a move. With 3 seconds on the clock, he plays rook b8.
It's a reasonable move, but it's apparently not the best. And now Hikaru can maybe play your sacrifice with c4, c5. And in fact, I would go as far as to say that I would never ever take that exchange. I would have to try to rely on my counterplay on the queen side instead.
Yeah, that seems to me a losing proposition, and c5 is going to be a huge decision, but Hikaru has 30 minutes to make it. The time control is made, the smoke has cleared, and we have reached a fascinating endgame in which there is no question that Hikaru is in the driver's seat. But I think we have to update everybody on what's going on our other big board. Vincent Keimer and his attempt to realize the technically winning position against Magnus. They are in a knight endgame. The rooks have gone off the board, and I think Vincent is very close. He is knocking on the door of victory here as Magnus tries his last 2 defensive attempts.
Yes, he was able to force the rook trade, and he set up a lovely blockade on b4. So the big problem for black is that he's unable to trade the knights, because probably white's king is, I mean, white will play the move king f, yeah, king is coming closer. So just to highlight what we have been talking about, that knight d5, eliminating that knight from b4 is not a good idea, because after trade, white's king is in time to protect against the b pawn, and finally the extra pass pawn, the d4 pawn, will decide the game once white's king is controlling the b pawn. And if black is not able to play knight d5, then all he can do is just sit and wait, which will give white the chance. Of course, white is now starting to push e4 and then king e3 and slowly march with all his pieces forward, which means that probably black has to play knight e6 in order to stop the advance of the e pawn, and eventually maybe try some desperate counterplay like king c7, king b6, king a5, targeting that knight.
And it's not as easy as it appears for white to set his massive pawn phalanx in motion, because if you play d5 prematurely, you open up a pathway for black's king to c5. Inadvisable. Survey says, If you try to go e4, well, you can't do it now because the d4 pawn hangs. And if you run your king over to d3, then the f4 pawn hangs. So the bigger question, the elephant in the room, is whether white's knight is actually doing the best job that it can do. It seems that the answer is an unequivocal yes, because the knight is blockading the b pawn. But you could also switch duties. You could say, king, go supervise black's b pawn. And you can say, knight, I want you to play a more active role tying down black's pieces. For instance, knight d3 and knight e5 could be a maneuver worth considering, and ultimately trying to get the king to b4, tying down black's knight, and finally, eventually trying to push e4 and d5. But that's a lot of moving parts, and Vincent down to 14 minutes. He still has a lot of hard work to do here.
Yes, and he also has to fight with his nerves. Yeah, this is a golden opportunity against Magnus. He knows it. He doesn't want to spoil it, which is on one hand, very good idea, yeah, that you spend time with every single decision, but with this time control, when these are his final 15 minutes, I mean, he will get 30 seconds increment after every single move, but he won't have enough time already to make some very big decisions. He certainly believes that the position should be winning, and he's marching with his king towards the queen side. This is the way to go.
And I would add, Peter, that especially for newer players, the computer evaluation in such positions can be extremely misleading. It says +4. Now, +4 is basically equivalent to being up a piece, but this is not the same as being up a piece. The computer says +4 because it is long-sighted. It kind of sees the winning approach, but actually the process of seeing the winning setup is much, much harder than, let's say, converting an extra piece for no compensation. So it's important not to put quite as much stock into the computer evaluation and to recognize that these types of endgames are savable if the winning side does not play with exceeding accuracy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if White would be clearly winning, then Magnus would not be playing this position. It's clear that he's still hoping that there are chances. Vincent knows that it should be winning, but he knows exactly that he still needs to be super precise because there are chances. For example, in the line when we talk about that we want to get the king to c3, then we want to get knight dc knight e5. Black will have this counterplay with king d5, king e4, targeting the e3 pawn, and once the e3 pawn falls, then suddenly all White's pawns will be vulnerable. And all this you have to always keep excellent care, because just one inaccuracy and things can fall apart.
For Magnus, correct me if I'm wrong, Peter, it is not an option to move the knight. If you play knight g7, unless you're trying to bait Vincent into playing e4, then you want to keep your knight on e6 and shuffle your king between c7 and d6. But maybe he's thinking seriously about playing knight g7 because it's not a given. It's not a given that after e4, the knight returns to e6. White presumably plays king e3. No, but I think that that's good for White because White will play e5 to chase the king out of d6 and then d5, and that'll be game over. So I think Carlsen will play king c7 and toss the ball back into Vincent's court.
Yeah, but this is the problem. Then it might turn out that this is a Zugzwang position because the king on d6 is so vital in order to create the counterplay. Now it's clear that once White's king is reaching the queen side, all these ideas that I mentioned before with king reaching to a5 is bringing absolutely nothing. This means that Magnus will have to rely on this king d5, king e4 counterplay. But if we even have to move that king away from d6, that's kind of bad news.
It is indeed, but king c7, d5 has to be calculated. But as you've been pointing out, that opens up several pathways for the black king, particularly king d6 and king c5 would have to be calculated by Vincent. 15 minutes, Peter, that's a tricky amount of time. It's not that little, and yet it's very easy to fall into the trap of spending 10 minutes calculating. I personally have found that this amount of time can be really hard to manage. It's easy to play either too quickly or too slowly in a situation like this.
Yes. I mean, okay, it's clear that he already spent quite a lot of, because this was the moment when they reached move 41. Yeah, and since then only 5 moves have happened, which means that all these invested 15 minutes were actually invested into the plan of how to continue the position. And Magnus has opted for your try with knight g7, so he's provoking e4.
He's provoking e4, and I think Vincent's going to play it. At e4, knight e6, king e3, and I think Magnus's counterplay is drying up pretty quickly there. Maybe Magnus is trying to keep his king on d6 as long as possible, but again, Vincent will start with e5, knock the king away, and only then play the move d5. But when you're playing Magnus, you're triple and quadruple checking any committal move like e4.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure that Vincent wants to play that move instantly, but yes, he's double checking. I mean, he wants to, yeah, his heart wants to play e4, king e3, because that was the whole position. I mean, the whole point. But you think like, okay, but why does Magnus allows this? Yeah, this is the big question. Probably the answer is because there was nothing else. But you don't know exactly. Yeah, you might have been thinking about focused on king c7 defense, and you have to readjust yourself.
A couple of quick updates as we continue to watch Vincent Keimer convert this endgame. Peter Svidler managed to pull out a draw with some magical play against Nijat Abbasov, much to the relief of Svidler fans. He was in mortal danger, and your compatriot, Ferenc Berkish, is knocking on the door of a victory. He is completely winning with white against Ruslan Ponomarev. What an incredible run for Ferenc Berkish. A story made all the more amazing by the fact that he lost his very first game.
Yes, it's incredible. I mean, Ferenc is doing some incredible things in the tournament. And if he gets the lead, then okay, it will be Pono who will have to strike back. And Berkish is such a solid player. I mean, fundamentally so sound, it will be very difficult to create winning chances.
And do not be fooled by his rating. He is a former 2700, and he has been playing like it this tournament. You can see his board there on the bird's eye view, bottom right, next to the Solemn Vocaturo game, which was a very balanced draw. He's got the two bishops for a rook, the pawn on c6, or shall we say the pawno on c6. And Berkish is going to take this one home. He's got plenty of time.
Yes, the two bishops, I mean, basically, thanks to the two bishops, things should be rather trivial. On the other hand, Pono is famous for being an incredible fighter, and if ever given a chance, he will certainly jump on it. But now the time scramble finished, it's very hard to imagine that Berkish won't be able to convert this.
I agree. And perhaps we should go back to the Carlsen game, because we are getting more moves. We're getting clarity as to Magnus Carlsen's defensive setup. And that defensive setup involves not knight e6, but rather the knight jumping out to h5, knight on the rim, and Vincent instantly protecting the f4 pawn with king f3. I'm just not seeing it. For Magnus, I think what he wants is to, no, he goes back to g7.
Yeah, and then, okay, now white can simply advance with e5 check and then king e4, d5. The lines that we already mentioned before, this is looking more and more like a relatively easy win, like a smooth victory.
After white plays e5, king e4, and d5, what is the final straw that breaks the camel's back? How is Vincent going to actually break through there?
Well, the big question is how at all is black putting up resistance, yeah? Because if you rely on some knight f5 setup, okay, let's just make some moves.
Some moves.
Okay, so e5, king c7, I don't know, king e4.
Sure. King b6.
How, yeah, king b6. So, okay, we, for example, advance. Yeah, we wanted to talk about what happens if we advance the pawns.
So let's say king c7. I wait passively.
Yes, just to illustrate, yeah. Okay, now it's probably time to start maneuvering that knight. I would be guessing, because king d4, you are relying on this knight h5 counterplay against the f4 pawn, I guess.
Bingo.
But even this I can simply stop with knight d3, so maybe I just play human natural move king d4.
Knight h5, knight d3, let's say king b6, I continue to wait.
And then e6, then I go e6.
Then you go
I
e6,
break.
trade, I have to try to stop the pawn with the king, king c6, and king e5. Yep, this is just
And
completely
king
winning.
e5, yes.
f6 square is so weak.
Yes. And
And
the knight is doing fantastic job.
And Vincent, as if on cue, he puts his knight on d3 first. The key is not to hurry. I think he wants king e3, d5, and king d4.
Yes, it's super fine, but probably it was not necessary. I mean, this e5 check and then putting the king to e4 looked so natural, but yes, you're absolutely right that he does not want to give Magnus the slightest of chances. Yeah, this is a very nice kind of regrouping. And black is basically helpless against this idea.
There is this one trick where you go knight h5, which Magnus just played. White plays d5. Oh, but black is in Zugzwang. I was going to say you wait for king e3 and then you go knight g3. But black literally has no moves. If you move the king back, you allow e5. If you move the knight back to g7, then white plays king e3 and is able to stick his king on d4 and play e5 before the knight reactivates to g3. This is basic Betty at this point for Vincent Keimer. I mean, the moves are really, really basic.
Yes, I think that here it's only about the nerves. Yeah, it's because it would be the first ever victory of Vincent over Magnus Carlsen. He has lost a bunch of games, so he has to come to terms that oh my God, I'm just about to win a game against Magnus. Yeah, this is what he's faced with. The position itself, yeah, if it would be against anyone else, Vincent would have this position. I think he would be saying that, okay, but this is a kindergarten against Magnus. Nothing is so easy.
It's crazy how just the fact of your opponent's name can literally alter your perception of the position. You look at the pieces in the board differently because of who you're playing against. And it's important for Vincent here not to do that, to play the same way he would play against anybody else. But there's no question that he's spending a little bit more time than he would against another player. I think against another player, he would play the move d5 instantly. But against Magnus, everything is being double checked. He knows that, one move to the side, one wrong advance, and if you let Magnus back in the game, you will not live to tell the tale. So Vincent being so careful here with his remaining 10 minutes.
Yeah, and look at this. There is even something to be worried about. After d5, there is maybe some stunning idea of, I don't know, breaking. So I just want to illustrate the what I want to highlight. That g takes f6, knight takes f6, seemingly blunders the knight away. But after check, king takes d5, e takes f6, king e6, it might be a draw. Wow.
And the reason is not because Black forces the exchange of the last pair of pawns. It's because after king g4, king takes f6, Peter, it's a positional draw. Why is it a positional draw? Because the knight is tied down to the protection of the b pawn. You reach a situation, for example, after knight c6, king h7, because king f7 allows knight e5 with check.
Yes.
And the g6 pawn lost, and the knight returns to stop the b pawn. But here, if you try knight e5, you are not in time. Black plays b4, and after knight takes g6, b3, Black actually wins the game because White is unable to stop the pawn. And White simply cannot make progress. King f6, king h6. The king always has just one square to go to, and you're unable to shoulder the king past the h-file. What a catch by you, Peter. I think that's exactly what Vincent has located and what he's trying to figure out a workaround against.
Yes, because I'm not liking this. Yeah, if the position looks like so winning that I don't want to calculate any crazy thing. And the other line, we might be seeing Vincent just bringing back that knight to b4 and going for the e5 king e4 plan that we just discovered. I mean, previously analyzed, because this d5 f5, and not only about this, but for example, hang on, I wanted to highlight that d5 f5, gf6, knight f6. Now Black is probably also threatening to sacrifice the knight on d5. Yes, it's true, we can protect that pawn with knight b4, but still the previous construction looks so much more completely clearly winning than this one.
And after knight b4, there is the move king to c5. And you have to figure out the move knight to a6 check. Far from trivial, getting the knight as far away from the king as possible. And after king b6, Peter, I think the winning idea is d6. You have to sack the knight and play e5. And when you're analyzing with an engine, all of that is easy. But man, the margin of victory is uncomfortably thin in this situation. King to e3 is Vincent's choice with 8:45 on the clock. And will we see knight g3? What will we see from Magnus here?
Yeah, so it's clear that Vincent wanted to make sure that he will not let this f5 counterplay happen. Yeah, because now with the pawn still on d4, the same idea does not work, of course. And he just wants to come closer. Yeah, it was a very important move, yeah, not to rush this d5. And if now he's given a chance to go d5, and then in the same line, White will just play king d4 and be completely winning.
I think this is, and you never want to say the O word when you're talking about Magnus Carlsen. It's just never over until it is. Magnus will exhaust every last chance that he has, as well as some chances that he doesn't have to try to survive this. But the well is completely dry. There's no resources here after the move d5, which Vincent has just played.
Yeah, and you were highlighting that it's some kind of a mutual Zugzwang, yeah, that Black has to move. Now king d4 would be met by knight e2 check, but it's Black to move, and Black is running out of moves. If the king falls back, then already we have access to, yeah, Black is falling back with the king. Now White can simply go king d4, king c5.
King d4, king b6, I think, has to be tried by Magnus. That might be the last-ditch desperation attempt. But can White go king e5 there? What's the clinical way to win after king d4, king e5, king b6?
Yeah, I guess that there are already too many winning moves. I mean, one
95.
of them, yes, probably you can, but also just king e5 and then f5 breaking through with the pawns look also very tempting.
That's game over. The knight on d3 is the hero of the position, holding the b4 square. Exquisite technique by Vincent. I loved the move knight d3. It was so tempting to leave the knight on b4, but he realizes that the knight is better used as a multi-purpose piece. It's not just blockading the pawn, it's also holding some important squares in the center. Are we in resign territory now for Magnus?
Well, pretty close, yeah, because he did dodge that last bullet with knight h5, hoping for the quick d5, premature d5, f5 counterplay. But Vincent did not fall for it, and he's just slowly, step by step, improving all of his pieces, not giving Magnus any chance of any tricks. Yeah, king b6 on the board.
King e5 or knight e5 are the two moves which win more easily, but king e5 just seems so clean.
Yes. I mean,
oh my gosh.
It looks like a little bit counterintuitive that, oh, the king is moving away from the b pawn, but as you indicated, this knight on this is such a monster, not only blocking the b4 square, but also taking away the c5 square from black's king. And once you see that after king e5, you can just follow it up with f5, then it's obvious that this should be a win.
And obviously, if Vincent drives this point home, he won't have time to celebrate. It'll be a huge moment for him, his family, his coaches. They'll be euphoric. But for Vincent, how important is it to get down to business? How much time do you think is he going to spend basking in the moment versus sitting down at his laptop and saying, I got to hold Magnus Carlsen to the black pieces tomorrow?
Well, clearly his task is to stay calm. I mean, it's a mini match. It's fantastic to win a game against Magnus, but it's not a tournament. It's a match situation. And as long as you haven't knocked out Magnus Carlsen, then the whole win means absolutely nothing. It's good for the future. You will be very proud of yourself, but and Magnus will be coming back with incredible energy. Yeah, it's clear he has been in stellar form throughout the tournament, and this one mistake, yeah, this uncharacteristic mistake with knight c7 blundering away by rushing too quickly, playing against Vincent's clock. Yeah, we talked about that. Magnus has incredible experience, and he falls for this basic trick of never play against your opponent's clock because it can backfire.
Yeah, he falls for the provocation. I think Magnus just felt this feeling of invincibility, that at this point I'm safe. Maybe not that we're playing for two results, but that there are no sources of danger. Everything is protected. And Vincent, even before setting himself up for success, finding that knight takes d5 idea in the early middle game, because at some point it looked like Magnus Carlsen was knocking on the door of taking the upper hand in the middle game. And Vincent finds a way to get the queens off the board, and just exquisite technique as he glances over at the clock. This is the final important decision of the game. King e5 ends it. Knight e5 likely ends it, but he just has to avoid letting his nerves get in the way.
Yes, that's the key. And the trick is that so far he simply improved his position. Everything was natural, and now the killing blow or the killing plan requires some calculation, some decision making. Yeah, and this is never easy, especially when you are so nervous.
And I think the move I would refrain from is pawn e5. I'm sure it keeps a winning position, but it closes the airspace for White's king and knight, and it allows Black the f5 square as an outpost to start checking and harassing White's king out of the center, right? Knight f5, knight g3, knight f5, and you definitely don't want to create a situation where your pawns are taking away the infiltration squares from the knight and the king, as Vincent now drops to 5 minutes on the clock, and he's got to leave himself, I would imagine, with at least 3 minutes to deal with any unexpected ideas by Magnus.
Yeah, because the game is not yet over. I mean, even this king e5, f5 finally will still require some more precise moves. Yes, it's of course completely winning if you have time, but if you go down to 30 seconds, then you can mess up any position.
And we just know what Magnus is capable of. It's almost as though even with literally nothing, he's got nothing but dirt to work with, he still manages to apply pressure on the board and obviously off the board. Just the fact that he's Magnus Carlsen already hurts his opponent's winning chances. As he gets up from the board, just kind of walking around and creating that pressure on Vince. Why is he getting up? Isn't he completely lost? Why isn't he miserable? All of these thoughts swirling around in Vincent's head. He's got to push them away and find one more critical move.
Yes, exactly. There are so many tricks, that you can play with your opponent's mind. You should not fall for those tricks, because when you are sitting there and it looks like you are expecting that, you are kind of signaling that you know that it's losing. Then you get up, your opponent clock is ticking. Also, you give him the sense of feeling that, you have enough time, please think. But no, Vince has no right to think too much. He has to make a decision.
And I would compare the situation to, seeing a bug or cockroach in your home, and then every little crumb on the ground starts to resemble a cockroach. Everything takes the form of a bug. And when you start getting in your own head and you start seeing your clock as it ticks down, every line you calculate seems to be not good enough, not clean enough. And Vincent has to fight that enemy as well. And his knight has jumped into e5 before the instant response by Magnus. And this is going to get a little bit tactical, Peter, as Magnus tries to use his last remaining active resource, the B pawn, to deflect White's king and use his knight to take some of White's pawns off the board.
Yeah, basically the decision knight e5 means that Vincent wants to take on f7. He has calculated this line. I would not have had the nerves to do that. I wanted to keep that knight on d3. And what do we see?
Okay, b4.
Yes, b4 on the board.
Knight f7, b3, and knight e5, I think, is a crucial trick because b2 runs into knight c4 check, picking up the pawn.
Yes.
Okay.
Against b2. So basically after knight takes f7, then Magnus will give some knight e2 check. Try to disbalance the situation. But okay, then White can also just play king c4. That should be it. And b3 on the board.
Knight e5. Has to find knight e5, but there's no other move.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
Oh, my lands. The tension is unspeakable here. Plenty of time, though, for Vincent. He has done a good job leaving himself with just enough time here to deal with Magnus Carlsen's last-ditch efforts to complicate the game. Knight d6, Peter, would be a horrible mistake because of the check on e2, followed by king c5.
Exactly.
Only through e5 do you want to go.
Exactly. That's a devilish trap because then all of a sudden the knight does not have the c4 square. From e5, then the knight can fall back to d3. So that's why knight e5 is so much better because it aims at c4 and the d3 squares.
And that's what helps Vincent, the fact that it's just intuitively more logical to put your knight on e5 from every perspective. But he's down to 2 minutes. You can just sense what this moment means to Vincent, the nervousness. He's got to push that away for just a couple more moves as he tries to bring this incredible result home. Knight e5, only move that preserves a winning advantage. Everything else allows a draw.
Yes, and that's his idea, but he has to make it.
He's got to move. Knight e5, 2 minutes on the clock now. And d6 here is wrong, not because of b2, but because of king c6. And what cold-bloodedness by Vincent. Knight e5 on the board.
Yes, he has played it. My heart was beating like crazy because knight d6 also looked like a winning move. Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, it's always kind of, that it's never too late to spoil a winning position.
Absolutely. And at one point it seemed to me that Vincent was moving his hand in such a manner as to indicate that he was going to go knight d6, but he retracted his hand and righted the ship with knight e5. Does Magnus have any last-ditch efforts, perhaps a check on e2, followed by king b5, or something to that effect?
But okay, then already knight d3 comes, yeah? Just to highlight, knight e2 check, king e3, king b5 sidestepping, but we are falling back with the knight to d3. And the last trick, knight c1, will be ignored. Yeah, we don't have to react to knight c1.
literally just push d6 and you've got 1,000 extra pawns that you
Yes.
can use to deflect Black's king.
You can also just put the knight on b2 and say, you know what, I don't want to calculate anything, and then I'm gonna push.
F5 and g6. Wow, beautiful. And Carlsen is going to try something. He's not going to resign here, but I think Magnus was holding his breath too, hoping against hope that Vincent would panic. But no, calm is the order of the day.
Yeah, and now the body language says it all, yeah, because before Magnus was holding a poker face, you couldn't exactly, of course he was not happy, he knew that he is lost, but he did not signal it that is hopeless. However, now his body language tells it all that, yeah, that's it, no more tricks.
Wow. 46 minutes with which to ponder the hopelessness of his situation, and I don't think he's going to spend all of them.
Yeah, no, it basically makes absolutely no sense. If you don't see any trick or anything, then you don't do yourself any favor of just sitting at the board for no reason.
Wow, you couldn't script this World Cup better in Hollywood. Every time you think that things are going along a predictable track, okay, the favorites are holding with black and doing well with white. It's the reverse that happens. Of course, in Hikaru's game, which hasn't had that many moves, I've been keeping an eye on it. Hikaru has taken over the initiative and does have, at this point, a good, relatively good chance of striking first with the white pieces. But let's stick to this game because we are likely to get a resolution within a couple of moments. Magnus has played the move knight e2 check, and of course, king to e3 by Vincent, leaving the d3 square for the knight.
Yes, very important. So basically, we are expecting the move king b5, and after king b5, knight d3 falls back. Magnus might try that fancy knight c1 because it's beautiful, but he knows exactly that it will not change anything.
You know, it's funny, after knight c1, knight takes c1, b2, it seems like knight e2 wins the game, but no, because of king c4. So no fanciness, no shenanigans for Vincent. Just make the hammer moves that prevent all counterplay.
Yeah, let's just show that because that's actually beautiful. If white tries to be too smart and say like, you know what, knight c1, I can actually even take because I'm going to fork you, it loses the game because of king c4, and eventually there is no power to stop the b pawn.
And they're precisely going down this line. Perhaps Magnus will try knight g3 in response to knight d3. And I forgot what we were banking on there. Is it the immediate? No, it's not the immediate f5. What's the clinical way to punish knight g3?
Well, there I think everything wins. I mean, you can just play the move king d4, and black is running out of moves. I mean, you don't need to do anything. Everything is covered. Everything is protected.
Beautiful stuff by Vincent. The body language says it all. We are 1 or 2 moves away from the conclusion of this incredible game by the young German talent. What a moment this will be in his chess career. I don't like to exaggerate, but any win over Magnus Carlsen in a classical tournament of any kind is a momentous occasion in the development of a young chess player.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is a historical moment for him. On the
Knight
board,
c3.
knight c3 played.
Okay. So king d4, he wants to go back to e2 and involve his king to c4.
Yes, but basically, I mean, I guess every single move wins, but okay, you have to win it. However, the good news for Vincent is that with the last couple of moves, he also accumulated quite some time.
d6.
d6 played.
King c6, though. King c6.
And then e5.
And then, I guess king to... No, you can't go king d5 because the d-pawn promotes. Yeah, black is running out of ideas. Look at that knight on d3. I guess knight d5 check there, Peter. Trying to go knight takes f4, squeezing the last trick out of the position.
But I'm going to play king d2.
And stop the pawn that way.
Exactly, not going to fall for any provocation.
Just shut it down, shut down that b pawn, and keep that knight on d3 to guard the linchpin, the f4 pawn. Without that pawn, without accessing it, black cannot win any of the other pawns.
Yes, exactly.
There we go. There's e5. I mean, the moves basically play themselves at this point.
Yeah, he just protects all his pawns.
Magnus did not go far. No, not much to fight for here. You're right, Peter. King D2, King C1, and King B2. That's going to be the winning idea. Once you win B3, you are 3 pawns up.
Yes, and basically, black can do nothing against white's construction. Yeah, the only vulnerable pawn F4 is protected by the knight, which before took excellent care of the B pawn. Knight protects the F4 pawn, and white's king is just slowly walking towards the B3 pawn.
That's it. There's literally nothing to fight for. Every move you lose the pawn. King D7, Knight C5 check. Knight C5 check, King D2. At this point, it doesn't matter who's sitting across from you. If it's Magnus or a 3-headed dragon, this one's over. And black can't even sack the knight for the pawns because white's got too many of them on the king side and in the center.
Exactly. Yeah, it looked a bit shaky. Yeah, that Vincent spent a little bit more time than he needed. On the other hand, the position was complex, and he made sure that he calculates everything to the slightest detail, and he proved right.
And to convert any endgame against Magnus Carlsen in so smooth a fashion is also what impressed me. It's not just the fact that he seized his opportunity, but also that he traded rooks, which was a very mature decision. It was a hard decision because he left Magnus with this outside passer on B5. And Vincent realized that even though his own pawn majority was less advanced, that it would ultimately decide the game. And it just has a historical moment. Vincent Keimer defeats Magnus Carlsen, the highest rated player in the world in chess history, in the first game of their mini match. What a huge moment, Peter, for the German youngster.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this means a lot. But as you said, no time to celebrate. It's clear that Magnus will try to bounce back tomorrow with all his energy, all his efforts. We'll use some brilliant preparation to try to get chances. But a big win and a big step forward for Vincent.
And Vincent making sure he stays hydrated there. Nothing more dehydrating than a nerve-wracking finale against Magnus Carlsen. You see it there, white's king on e4. Its counterpart placed diagonally. That means and signals to the DGT board that white has won the game. They will play the second game tomorrow. Magnus Carlsen will have to win on demand. But the good news is that he will have the white pieces. He has shown very good form this tournament, and he definitely will have his work cut out for him. Okay, no time for us to rest on our laurels because we have another big game to go to, and it is the Hikaru Nakamura affair, which is continuing to heat up. They've made time control, Peter, and it's a classic scenario. They make time control, and then they basically spend the rest of their time on moves 41, 42, and 43.
Yes, there was so much tension in this game, and sometimes when reaching the time control, you feel like, okay, I want to rest a bit. Yeah, that's why this FIDE control with 90 minutes plus 30 seconds increment for the first 40 moves and then only 30 minutes for the rest of the game is so tough on the players. Yeah, usually all this nerve-wracking moment has passed. You want to relax, you want to get all your strengths for the second part of the game, but you don't have time to do that. And we see that only after the move rook b8, Hikaru made up his mind to push c4, c5, which was, of course, the great decision and the move we spoke about, because bishop takes d5, ed5 would clearly play into white's hand, and Prague has stepped closer with his king. He simply ignores that rook, king f8, and rook f1 played.
Rook f1 played, rook f1. So his idea is to provoke king e7. That's, I think, the clearest part about this move. So my first question is, what does he want against king e7? My second question is, can Prague try to exploit the drawback of this move and push a3? Because Hikaru has kind of abandoned his queen side a little bit.
Yes, on the other hand, probably Hikaru feels that with the bishop on d3, I don't have to worry about any of these pawns. If black pushes a3, b takes a3, b takes a3, it doesn't look like it's a big deal. The rook is covering the a1 square quite nice. Against b3, we are also in time to put the bishop on b1 any moment we want. And I feel like Hikaru wants to break the construction with g4, g5 on the king side. And if, for example, king e7, g5, and if white gets some time to take gf, gf, then the g file also opens up.
Yeah, and Hikaru basically carrying out the principle of two weaknesses, or you can flip it and say you need either one strength and an opposing side's weakness, or two weaknesses. His strength consists in the pawn on c5, and attendant to that is compact piece placement in the center. He wants to create a second weakness for black on the king side, and ultimately to overextend black. Black will have the task of defending f6 and keeping the c pawn at bay. So rook f1, a very deep move and an open-ended move. Prague will presumably invest some time deciding between king e7 and a3, which has to be calculated, Peter, and that looks like a very challenging move to calculate. Well, as Prague is thinking about his next step, this incredibly fascinating endgame will continue, and we will take this opportunity to go on a break. We congratulate Vincent Keimer, a huge result as he deals Magnus Carlsen a massive blow. And we will be back with more Nakamura Prague, as well as action in the other remaining games here at the 2023 World Cup in just a couple of minutes. It is every player's dream to defeat the greatest player who ever lived, Magnus Carlsen. And now for Vincent Keimer, the German phenom, this dream has turned into reality. He defeats Carlsen on the strength of some excellent, exquisite endgame play, and he puts himself in position to knock out Magnus Carlsen from yet another World Cup. But to do that, he will have to hold his own with the Black Pieces tomorrow. Welcome back to Round 4, Game 1 of the 2023 World Cup. Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky and Grandmaster Peter Leko bringing you commentary, and there is plenty of action left to watch. In particular, this game between Hikaru Nakamura and Pragnananda. It's been interesting all along, and now it's exploding with some endgame tactics. Peter, the last couple of moves have been nothing short of dramatic.
Yes, exactly. After Rook F1, it looked like a mysterious little move from Hikaru Computer. I was a little bit critical of it. It did not sense the human touch. Yeah, it basically gives Black the move. Black goes for the move A3, which, by the way, is Computer's top choice. And Hikaru immediately jumps on the chance of trying to benefit of the situation with Rook A1. However, Prague has foreseen all of this. After Rook A1, he falls back with the bishop to B3. Now they're expecting the move B takes A3, which is on the board. And Black will probably follow it up with Rook C7 to A7. I mean, these youngsters are amazing because this is such a difficult endgame to navigate. And Prague so far is doing extremely well.
I mean, you are walking on hot coals here with Black and avoiding landmines at every turn. And one of those landmines, it literally is that rook on d5. That's the square you don't want to click on in Minesweeper. If you take that rook, the whole situation explodes. White plays e takes d5, and just look at those pass pawns under the able supervision of White's king. It doesn't matter if Black has a passer on the other side of the board. Those pass pawns are going to tear the rook limb from limb. So instead, bishop b3, showing restraint, and now rook a7. And the reason that that move is better than rook a8, Peter, I think is very instructive. If instead Black plays rook a8, White has this incredibly deep move, a3, a4, saying, you can have my pawn, but you're going to have to give me one thing in return for that pawn. And that one thing is access to the 8th rank. After rook takes a4, obviously bishop takes a4, self-pins, White trades, and then maneuvers his rook behind Black's passer with rook d8 and rook b8. And Black is in major trouble because he will simply not be able to keep his b-pawn alive. He can throw in the check, he can play b3, but ultimately White's going to park the bishop on c4, or even rook b4, more to the point, and Black loses the pawn. So for that simple reason, you have to keep one of the rooks on the 8th rank and use the other one to win back the a-pawn. But it's not necessarily intuitive, because you could make a case that, oh, I want to keep the rook on c7 to fully immobilize the c-pawn. Something tells me that Prague is going to see this, though.
Yes, I mean, I also have the feeling, but it's such a difficult position. I mean, whenever there is a status quo like this in the center, and you know that you can't touch this construction, and you have to move, you have to make some mysterious moves instead, they are very tough. And Prague has made a move, and that is rook a7. Yes, I mean, amazing. Yeah, these youngsters are amazing. They are not really youngsters. They are superstars already. They are just brilliant players.
Yeah, and you know, the whole piece of old advice about going into the end game against young players, that used to be, you know, the surefire formula for sometimes defeating even the most talented players of the younger generation. Take that and toss it into the Ashgan, because nowadays I think the young players training involves understanding end games, and you cannot make the claim that end games are necessarily the weak point of players from this youngest generation. Maybe for some of them, but definitely not for Prague, as we see him handling this difficult position with exquisite precision so far. And he's also built up a 5-minute advantage on the clock. Now, Hikaru can bail out probably with the move c6, which I think he's likely to make. What do we make of that attempt to push White's passer as far as it can go?
Yes, on the other hand, on c6 it will be a bit vulnerable. Yeah, the pawn on c5 was double protected by the king and the rook. The big question is how ambitious Hikaru is at this point. I mean, clearly we know that he is super ambitious, but the game is extremely tense. We see that after the time control, we have only seen 4 moves. It just goes on to show the complexity of this endgame. No natural moves come to hand. You have to get really deep into it in order to understand what is going on. There is also a case to be made for the same a4 move. I'm not ruling out to see the move a4 even here.
Yeah, I feel like from my experience playing Hikaru, it's always hard to predict his moves, but I think a4 is quite likely. He wants to mitigate his risk given his time situation without eliminating winning chances entirely, and I think a4 straddles that bridge. Now, it also poses black with a dilemma, but no, he goes rook to d6 is what I see, and I think he's trying to get his rook over to b6, Peter, which is also a very interesting idea.
Yeah, it's a very solid choice, but okay, for example, now it's obvious that black will take b takes a3. This is a rather simple move, and after rook b6, we're gonna see a rook d8 check, I believe.
Yeah.
Taking that beautiful, lovely centralized king, white king will fall back to c3, and then we just move that bishop back all the way to f7, and with this puzzle on a3, eventually going to a2, I don't feel like black is risking anything.
Yeah, and there's not there's a pretty high chance that the c and a pawns get exchanged for each other, where like black doubles rooks on the c file and white manages to take a3, and if that happens, then we will likely see a draw. So I think I'm beginning to see the direction in which this game is going, and unless there's a dramatic blunder or the position sharpens up again or we get a time scramble, I think at this point we're pretty likely to see a mutual liquidation of each other's passed pawns.
Yes, and basically it's also very understandable humanly. I mean, there was so much tension already at the time pressure. Before at the opening and the middle game, Hikaru was under tremendous pressure. Then the last 5-6 moves in the blitz time trouble, Hikaru had the upper hand suddenly, all of a sudden, but Prague handled the time scramble beautifully. He made great decisions. I mean, we saw at one point Computer was little critical of one little choice, but it was, humanly speaking, impossible to exploit. Hikaru has tried everything with this rook f1, rook a1, but Prague seems to be navigating and should be able to, yeah, b takes a3 played,
Good
should
stuff by
navigate
Prague.
this.
Yeah. Good stuff by Prague. Rook b6. And you do not want to play rook takes b6 because white recaptures with the c pawn and paves the way for his king to jump into c5. Now, there is a very important trap, Peter. After rook b6, rook takes b6, cb, rook d7 check can be tempting. You say, oh, well, the king has to go back to e3, and then I go rook b7. But no, in fact, the king can drop back to c3, which is winning. But even more beautiful is king to c5, demonstrating the ultimate importance of piece activity in the endgame. It's always worth sacrificing for. Rook takes d3, b7, rook d8, and simply rook takes a3 with the rook coming to a8. That is unstoppable, and white will make a new queen. So definitely avoid these types of moves, which help your opponent advance their passed pawn and garner new prospect for his king.
Yes, I mean, clearly, judging by the fact what a high level encounter this has been, I'm expecting a faultless continuation. The tension is growing. The players might also think about this safety net. Yeah, you just definitely don't want to do any craziness because you feel like you have played a great game. You don't want to throw it away just by one mistake.
And I think both players really will be happy with the draw. From Hikaru's perspective, he was in trouble. Not in mortal danger, not in the sense that Prague was 2 moves away from winning, but definitely, a situation where you could conceive of a reality where Hikaru loses this game. On the other hand, Prague would hold with black. He would have a game with white tomorrow. He would gain more rating. And perhaps he would feel a little bit disappointed that he didn't squeeze more out of the advantage. But come on, you're playing Hikaru Nakamura. And to not convert a -1 position against Hikaru is nothing to be embarrassed about. Nobody can seem to convert better positions against Hikaru.
Yeah, it's basically Hikaru's characteristic, that he survives every single challenge. I mean, it really feels like he has 1,000 lives. And yeah, here with this knight e3, knight c4, he turned the table. Objectively, black was perfectly fine. Maybe black would have pushed, but practically speaking, Hikaru managed to create himself the play that was necessary for the time pressure. it was easier for him to play. And I also feel like it would be a very fair result if this game ends in a draw.
I'm honestly really impressed with how Prague handled the stage of the game after he allowed Hikaru to get active. He didn't panic. He made some inaccuracies, and arguably Hikaru did have a chance for a serious advantage, but it would have been very easy in Prague's shoes to completely collapse. Instead, he handled the new set of challenges with a lot of grace, and he went right back to ultra precise play as soon as time control was made. So just really impressive resolve. We mentioned that this is one of Prague's biggest tests. How will he handle the turn of the game in Hikaru's favor? And I think we more or less have our answer provided that he finishes up with a couple of accurate moves. But I think we're likelier and likelier to see a total liquidation of the C pawn for the A pawn after rook d8 check.
Yeah, but now he has to be alert, yeah, because this rook takes b6, c takes b6 lines are very devilish and very good for white. However, at first sight, they look a bit tempting for black, yeah, that, maybe I can take and I have some chances. No, actually, it's exactly the opposite. White is the one who gets great chances.
Indeed.
So rook d8 check has to be played.
Yeah, this is perhaps 2 or 3 more difficult decisions that stand between Prague and a peaceful conclusion to this game. Rook d8 check, king c3, and then probably bishop f7. And at that point, I think Hikaru will be ready to push c6. And that c6 pawn is actually kind of hard to attack. Black might have to double on the c file. Black might also invest the tempo to push his own pawn to a2, where it would be protected by the f7 bishop. And then Black has to watch out for the move bishop d3 to c4, slicing off the connection between Black's bishop and the pawn. So there is still an element of uncertainty, an element of tactics in this game. I'm not seeing exactly how the pawns will get liquidated just yet.
Yeah, but eventually we will get there. Yeah, once all these moves will be on the board, I think then we can highlight the lines that are most likely to happen. But all eyes on Prague, because he doesn't have so much time, and one could argue that rook d8 is kind of the natural only move, but he's taking his time. Does he consider rook takes b6 as a serious alternative? I hope not.
I hope not as well. The saccharine nature of that move is misleading, right? Looks forcing, looks like you can get that b pawn. And it's so tempting when you feel how close you are just to forcing all the rest of the pieces off the board. But you have to approach these moves objectively. And with 6.5 minutes, Prague maybe just kind of gathering himself and a little bit of anxiety there as he reaches for the pen that he just dropped. And we will get a blitz game to finish off this fascinating battle that has had so many different stages and an interesting middle game and an interesting opening, and now a really interesting tactical endgame as well.
Yeah, very tense. Still a very tense moment. Prague has played wonderfully, but you never know. Yeah, Hikaru is waiting for that one chance. Yeah, if suddenly Prague shows a sign of weakness, Hikaru will exploit it instantly. So Prague needs to be super precise.
Oh, without question. And I'm starting to get a little bit concerned. How much has he spent on this move? Something like 6 minutes now, which means he is definitely seriously considering alternatives to rook d8 check. Maybe it's rook d7 check. But no, then king c3, that to me makes almost no sense at all, because the bishop will hang and you've left the a pawn without supervision. 5 minutes now on Pragnananda's clock as he tries to cross one more important hurdle. Oh, and Hikaru offered a draw. That's what he was thinking about.
Yes.
Huh. That solves the mystery.
Yeah, because, okay, rook d8 check will be played, and it's always very interesting to look at how they are discussing and look at this. Hikaru is showing what he has maybe missed.
Yeah, making some motion to the right side of the board. And a draw for totally reasonable here. After rook d8, the endgame remains very balanced. And I think Hikaru just happy to escape this game with a draw.
Yes.
Okay.
Wow.
What a game.
Yeah, very high quality.
Indeed. Players analyzing there. Well, we have an interesting pawn endgame in the women's section in the game of Eline Rubers, who is the only player remaining with a perfect score in the classical portrait. She is 6 out of 6, and she is trying to go 7 out of 7 against Dronavali Harika. So let's go on to that end game where Dronavali apparently has to walk a tightrope with little time remaining in order to hold the position.
Yeah, these are so difficult, and she has 6.5 minutes. Well, that's not much for the complexity. The point is that in pawn end games, the price of each move, each mistake is more and more critical. It's decisive, and we do see that here. Apparently, I mean, according to the computer, because we would not be able to understand this within 30 seconds, Black has to play the move h5 and trade those pawns after g4. But to understand that, yes, usually it helps the defender to trade pawns, but if it's always tempo, you have to very delicately calculate everything.
And there's a crazy defensive idea, if I've understood this correctly, where at some point it appears that white is much closer to the queenside pawns than black is, but black can go after the b3 pawn, because after black captures it and steps away with her king, the b4 pawn will promote just in time, and she's found it. She's found it. She's played h5, and Eline Rubers has squandered a winning position with her 50th move, king d3. Apparently, she was winning and opted for the completely natural centralization of her king. And I think we are going to see a line play out, or shall we say, a lane play out that results in simultaneous promotion, white with the A pawn and black with the B pawn.
Yeah, let's show this line because it's very important. So white plays g4 is the most natural, takes, g6. It's about mutual Zugzwang. Yeah, white plays the move f5. Black takes g takes f5, and after g takes f5, black is not playing the move king d6, which loses after king takes d4. Probably this is what Elina had seen, but black loses the tempo with king c6, and after king takes d4, king d6, white is the one who is in Zugzwang, and if white pushes the pawn, which white has to, then we might end up in this line, which I believe you have been mentioning.
Yep, and it all, intuition would seem to indicate, white is first to the pawns, but black promotes tempo for tempo, steps away, a6, b3, a7, and I think this is what Eline missed. She probably stopped her calculation in the position after king takes d5, seeing that she is much closer to the pawns, but pawn endgames are tricky precisely for that reason. There are so many optical illusions in pawn endgames.
Yeah, it's so tricky, and it looks like what is the difference between this move or that move. But also we have to say that this time control does not really help or favor the players to play extremely precise endgames. Yeah, and often there are even these critics that the old masters, they played the endgames much better. Yes, but they also had much more time. Yeah, then the time control was much longer. Also, they had access to adjournments. So this is a completely different situation, and that's why we also see players making so many mistakes in complex endgames.
Yeah, especially because when pawn endgames are reached, it's often move 50 or after. And as you're saying, when you don't have that time addition on move 60, it's just exceedingly difficult, precisely because pawn endgames ultimately come down to pure calculation. And they come down to the calculation of long lines, 15 moves, sometimes even 20 moves. And to calculate those lines accurately, to visualize them, and to make the right conclusions on their basis, you need to have a luxurious amount of time. Mistakes are so common when you trust your intuition and make a completely natural move. I think Eline is coming to terms with the fact that this is, in fact, a draw. Could she try a move like g3? Ultimately, black will time king c6, king d6, I think, based on where white is in the process of making that pass pawn.
Yes, this h5, h4 is the critical loss of a tempo, yeah? Because black's pawn is already on g6, if black would make the natural move h take g4, then white wins because of the Zugzwang. It's black to move, and now this king c6 trick will not work, because after f5, it is black to move in this position, exactly the position which white wanted to reach. So it's super important that after g3, g6, g4, black has this move h4, and now white is the one being in Zugzwang, and the line f5 which is exactly the same g takes f5, g takes f5, king c6 motif, and after king takes d4, king d6, seems to be again the mutual Zugzwang position, which saves the game for black.
Pretty incredible, honestly, tempo for tempo. There is also the line h5, g4. Okay, we're about to see a move, so let's
On
hold
the
off on
board,
that for now. Okay, g4 is on the board, so we're going to have hg, hg, g6, and white could also try the move g5, basically setting up a pawn breakthrough with f4, f5. Now, it's very risky. White could actually lose the game when you immobilize your own pawns like that. But at least that has to be calculated, the move g5 here.
yes. Okay, so g5 basically, then we go king d6.
Yeah, king takes d4, king e6, king c5. I try to shoulder you. King
And then, okay,
f5.
probably I go king f5.
Takes king c5, takes g5, b5.
It should be fine for black.
I think it's fine for black. Yeah, looks like black at the very least promotes and then can deliver perpetual check with her queen.
Yes, yes. I mean, intuitively, it looks like black's king is close enough.
Yeah.
Wow. Unbelievable tense pawn endgame. And
What a
Elina has
save.
3 minutes.
What a save
Yes.
this is going to be by Dranavali, who's had a very stressful World Cup.
Yeah, we have witnessed that dramatic moment when she basically just was overfilled with joy and relief, surviving that crazy tiebreak.
Yeah, putting her head down and just letting the moment sink in. Sometimes it takes some time to just adjust to the fact that you've just scored in an incredibly clutch moment. And right now she comes through clutch again, holding a losing pawn endgame. Elaine's clock situation really hurting her. And she's going to have to move on from that. That's just part of the process. And Rubers will move on to a disgraceful 6.5 out of 7, giving up her first draw of the tournament thus far.
Yes, such is life. Such is life. But on the other hand, okay, she played a great game. Of course, it will haunt her if she realizes, or maybe even during the game, she felt like, I can play the move that I played, which turned out to be a mistake. And she has also seen the other continuation. She just assumed that both moves are equally strong. Yeah, these are the situation which drives you all the more crazy at night.
This is honestly the most frustrating feeling. I completely agree. It's when not only did you have the win, but you had it in your pocket, and you saw it, and you probably even sensed in some deep, dark corner of your mind that that was the correct move. But ultimately, you know, the evil side of your brain prevails, and you play a move that you think might win in an easier fashion. And what often happens is when you second guess yourself, you don't spend as long considering the move you actually end up playing as the move that actually wins. So your brain plays tricks on you. How many times has that happened to every self-respecting professional player? A million. So Rubers will have to move on. She will have a black game tomorrow, and that game will decide who moves on to the 5th round and to the round of 8.
Yes, and she is down to a minute. Of course, she's not risking anything. She knows exactly. She's calculating all these lines. Yeah, and she pushes f5.
And a trade, and we're going to go down that line. No question about it.
Yes, and king c6 will be blitzed out because this is the whole point, and Harika has foreseen it, of course. Yes, on the board.
Yeah, this is basic Brian. And Elaine has calculated that as well. Just it's clear by her body language that both players, I think, know exactly how this game is going to end.
Yes, and she has to come terms with the fact that she was winning before. And probably she has already calculated the line that, of course, I should have to listen to my inner voice. And because often the inner voice tells it correctly, but then you try to tell yourself, no, what, I have to be more professional, more solid. This is simpler. I should be playing like this. And then suddenly you miss something.
It's a horrible feeling when it just dawns on you that you had misevaluated a certain position. And okay, f6 is forced, otherwise white loses.
Yes, of course. And we're going to see exactly that line that you have calculated right from the beginning.
And Elaine clearly not thinking about her next move, but rather spending the rest of her time coming to terms with the inevitable. Not sure what the significance is of taking time here, but just double checking that you know, that there are no hidden resources. There it is, f6, king e6, f7, and black's king is just in time to reach the b3 pawn, and they're blitzing through the line.
Yeah, these pawn end games are merciless. Yeah, intuitively it feels like white is up 2 tempi in the race, but thanks to this advanced b pawn, black has this tactical resource of heading towards the b3 pawn and winning just in time.
Yep. And okay, there we go. King b5, king d4, exactly what we talked about, and we will stay for their handshake, which will come very shortly. King b5, king takes b3. White starts pushing, and black steps away, just not to the a file, of course, but rather to the c file.
Yes, because it's so important, yeah, that whoever checks with the queen usually wins, or in this case, it's a mutual promotion.
And now the only question is, will one of the sides offer a draw, or will, in fact, they trade queens and end with bare kings?
I think once black wins, but hang on, king c6 loses to queen h1 check, yes.
Okay. Oh, king c5 also no, king c5. Oh my gosh, queen b4 check. And you have to go
shaky.
king c5. King a6.
Yes, king a6 is the safe choice. Yes, and it's on the board. Intuitively, I already put the white king on b6 instead of b5 from the beginning, not to run any dangers, but that's it. Yeah, the game is about to end in a draw.
Okay, not sure what the thinking is about here. Harika probably thinking about, you know, about earlier parts of the game, but maybe she should trade queens first, and you could do that from the comfort of your hotel room. There we go, queen a2, and we will have a queen trade.
I think she was just so relieved that this is the first position when she has everything under control.
Bare kings, and we know what that means. That means a handshake, and that means a draw in this first match game, in this scintillating match between two of the top female players in the world, the young phenom from the Netherlands and the more established Indian grandmaster, a veteran of these kinds of tournaments.
Yeah, what a turn of events. I mean, black saves with precise defense, h5, we just came in the right moment. We did miss the chance of Aline. Apparently, for just for a second, let us just see that what happened. Okay, but it's such a complex. Okay, we already switched. Okay, no problem.
Okay,
I had a look. And it was such a complex endgame that okay, it was possible to make the wrong choice.
So it's Aline shouldn't feel too badly, especially given her incredibly acute time pressure. It's always just so easy in hindsight.
Yes, we see the results. So Berkesh has managed to beat Ponomaryov. Berkesh is playing a fantastic event, winning. I mean, with the white pieces, he's scoring heavily.
Wow.
And what about the other games?
Okay, so we're going to have a draw in Wojciech against Dominguez. That's going to be a draw literally any second now. That result is decided. Then, most likely, Niels Grandelius is going to win his game. Perhaps we can go to the Niels Grandelius game, which is one of two games that will remain after Dominguez draws that opposite colored bishop endgame. He's up 2 pawns, but white has a complete fortress. So the most interesting game, perhaps, is the Grandelius affair, which is a completely winning position for Niels. The only intrigue is his time situation, but it's plenty of time, I think, to convert this easy endgame.
Yes, I mean, white is not only 2 pawns up, but also has the attack. I mean, black's king on f8 is in a terrible danger. The bishop on d5 is a monster beautifully cemented by the pawn on c4. Basically, these are the type of player positions where you think like there is no way I'm not going to win, no matter how much time I have. White has very simple plan of going king f5, eventually when sacrificing his rook on f6, and the 3 pass pawns with this monster bishop should easily win the game.
That's such a lovely plan. You go king f5, and the c4 pawn is kind of waiting in the shadows. If black moves the rook away from a5, Then you push c5 and you push c6, and that ends the game immediately. Black is powerless, and Niels doesn't need to leave himself with any time because there's nothing to calculate. He plays, however, the move c5, which is a more concrete attempt, also completely winning. He's just going to push his pawn down to c6.
Yeah, it's basically a matter of style how you want to finish the game. Now, Black has the stylish f6, f5 check at some point, but not now. I mean, no. Okay,
There
f5, king takes f5, bishop d4, or what?
Yeah, and then I guess... maybe just g5 is winning?
It should be completely winning, yes. No,
Yeah.
This was somehow computers move c5, f5, but also it's given with +6, so no, it's hopelessly lost.
There is also this idea rook a4, rook takes f4, and I think that's what Niels was focusing on calculating, because then white can actually take on f4, and after bishop e5, lift the king up to f5, then take on f6, and you've got trousers. Once again, 2 passed pawns either side of the board, and the thing is, neither of them is an h-pawn of the wrong color. That would be the only circumstance under which such a position would not be winning. Here, you just overextend black by pushing the pawn up to g6 and then moving the king over to d7 and promoting the other pawn.
Yes, this is simple elemental thing. Yeah, so Niels even showing good nerves. I mean, he has good nerves, a part of being a fantastic player and a great guy. I think everybody who knows Niels likes him a lot and roots for him. But also Santos Latasai knocking out Timur Radjabov. That's basically also one of the biggest sensations in the tournament.
Yeah, Sama Santos in the tiebreaker. Radjabov, no stranger to excellent performances in the World Cup, but not this time for the local hero. Now, this is one of 2 games that are still going. I think the result is completely not in question. Jaime will resign any second now. The other game has a little bit more meat on the bone. It is Sindarov against Arjun Erigaisi, which is also going down to the wire. Now, this has been a winning endgame for the Indian GM for a long time, but it appears that he has squandered his advantage, and Javohir is very close to squeaking out, to eking out a draw in this rook endgame.
Yeah, in fact, it was important that you mentioned that black was actually winning earlier, because I felt like, yeah, white just saves this. Rook takes f5, eventually falling with the rook behind the pawn and relying on the f4 pawn as a counterplay connected with the white's king on h6. Of course, it's easy to say. One needs to calculate like crazy, because the rook takes f5, c3, the pawn is advancing, and it might look like rook f8, c2 is just not in time because rook c8 is met by rook c3. However, probably white can give first the rook d8 check. That's the key intermediate move. Yeah, let's just show this line quickly.
Beautiful.
And now comes the check, the crucial check.
And this dislodges white-black's king. In whichever direction it goes, you go rook c8 pre-move. Then you give up the rook for the pawn, and white is just in time. That king on h6 is on a perfect spot. That's the thing. Yeah, yes. Rook c2 and f5. But not f5 because of rook c3. So you actually have to actively give the rook up for the pawn, not wait for black to promote, because rook c3 is one of the most commonly missed tricks in the endgame, where the rook is put between the enemy rook and the pawn. It's interposition, and it wins the game immediately.
Yes. So white needs to calculate very precisely, but I believe that by this point, white definitely has foreseen this crucial rook d8 check. The big question is, did Arjun, for example, miss it from a distance, and he relied on the fact that, okay, this is winning?
Yeah, maybe he missed rook d8 because that's literally the only defense.
Yes, exactly.
And Sindarov, 2 minutes on the clock. I mean, he knows that this is quite possibly the final important decision that he has to make. And I feel like they've had some moves made. Maybe we just haven't gotten an update on that board. We also see there the Niels Grandelius Latasa game where Jaime is making moves, but the result of the game is completely not in question.
Yes, rook takes f5 had been played. We could get the update. It was obvious that Sindarov will not be spending too much time on this. He has foreseen, has calculated, and there are no winning attempts. I mean, there is one idea like pushing c3, and after rook f8, trying to get closer with the king to the f pawn, and then after f5, keep on following that pawn, but then white will start using the a pawn. I mean, will anyway deflect some of the forces, and it should be a draw.
Yeah, and Arjun coming to terms with that. He's down to 6 minutes, so we're going to see a resolution in this game, likely within a couple of minutes.
He came up with rook g8, stopping rook f8, but this is one tempo too short. Now white will play rook f7, and it does not change the outcome.
Rook f7, and I think rook e7 and rook e1. C2.
Well, or
yeah.
Okay, it depends also where black is going. Yeah, after rook f7, probably then you go rook c8.
And there we go. Rook. Okay, a little hesitation there for Sindarov. He's got time, but I don't think he's going to need it. Oh, really shaking there. I think he's nervous.
No, okay, nervous because he feels that, yes, I'm about to hold the position, yeah?
Which is yeah.
Yeah, I mean, holding with white, it's so dramatic because if you end up losing with white, then basically it's match over. And you did mention that Arjun apparently had the winning position at some point.
Yeah, he was winning throughout the end game, and I actually don't think that it was one huge mistake. I think it was a series of inaccuracies that made the win more complicated, and ultimately Sindarov seizes the opportunity to generate counterplay on the king side. And this is the last remaining game. I think Santos has resigned. Not yet. He's still playing, but there's no reason to still be playing. He's down 3 pawns, and he will resign momentarily. This is the last game with any measure of intrigue.
Yeah, it was also very funny in that game between Grandilus and Santos Latasa that my mind did not want to push that pawn from c4, yeah, because the pawn on c4 was protecting, and white goes rook e5. Okay, it's still good enough. I mean, white just wants to fall back with the rook to e1. Just to finish that thought process, and when he pushed c5 and then computation f5, it made so much sense for me that of course now the bishop on d5 is loose, black uses, but then in fact the pawn on c5 was blocking the 5th rank anyway. So this is what happens if you are commenting for 5-6 hours, you lose your mind.
Indeed. Yeah, it's been a long day. This is the final game of the day, and you know, we're seeing the final moves being executed by the players here. The results not really in question. c3 is going to happen, I'm pretty sure. But Arjun is taking long periods of time here, just making sure that he doesn't have any more tricky attempts. Maybe rook g1, but it's all a moot point. It's a dead draw.
Yeah, because his last move was rook g8, stopping rook e8. So if black was to move rook g1, then white will definitely play rook e8. Yeah, it's the usual way. You go right, I go left. Yeah, it's vice versa.
You go up, I go down. You go north, I go south. You go west, I go east. Yeah, and that's literally the case here. White's rook has so much real estate down the e-file and can stop the pawn from 2 different directions. You're advised to go behind the pawn, but you can also defend laterally. And that could be a very effective way to prevent promotion as well. Arjun is not rushing. He's taking the rest of his time here. But is there anything else to think about other than just playing c3?
Yeah, well, it's probably much more than he's trying to come in terms with the fact that he spoiled this big chance. Yeah, we spoke about it, how important for white it is to save, which means that how important it would have been, and rook g4 on the board would have been for Arjun to win the game. Rook f5 will happen.
Yeah, he is repeating moves. And likely Arjun will not repeat, would be my guess. He might go c3.
Yeah, he does not need to repeat because, of course, he's the one playing for a win.
Yeah, and instantly Sindarov just trusts in his defensive construction, rook f5. And at this point, I think both players realize the direction in which this game is heading.
I think they realized already 10 minutes ago, but nothing to be done. Yeah, you have to try, and Arjun tried his last attempt with rook g8, rook g4, but Sindarov passed the test, and now it's very difficult to see another question coming up.
Something tells me that he's going to go c3 here. That's just Arjun's style. He will exhaust every last attempt. What's hilarious is that you can devise a situation where the A pawn ultimately wins the game. Of course, when you get down to it, the black rook can just keep checking the white king. Even when the pawn reaches f7, you don't actually have to give the rook up for the pawn. You can give checks and then attack the f pawn, and in that way you can force the draw. So black is obviously not risking here under any circumstances, but neither is white at this point.
Yeah, and by the way, okay, black has such a superiority that can afford to lose time to grab that a pawn before sacrificing the rook. Yes.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Okay, the Santos game has finished. Grandelius has won. Big, big win for Niels Grandelius, a crowd favorite and a very dangerous player. You have so many players under 2,700 who I think can go very far this tournament, Peter. I think that's what makes this World Cup maybe even unique, is just the abundance of dangerous players that are very much capable on a good day of contesting and challenging the strongest players in the world.
Yes, exactly. I mean, it's very tough, for example, in a Vaikanze, in a 13-round robin tournament, to show your best all the time. Yeah, and at some point, the underdogs are having extremely tough time. But in a mini match, they have the power, they have the knowledge to actually knock out anyone.
And that's part of what we love about the World Cup. I mean, the top guys put their rating at risk, and they really do. These are not hollow words, because a couple losses against, sub 2,700 players will crater your rating. And yet, that's what they do. This is an important tournament. It's a qualifier for the candidates, and it's a point of pride for the top players to throw their hat in the ring and do their very, very best to make a bid, not just for the candidates, but to win this very prestigious event. But the biggest result of the day, certainly Magnus Carlsen's loss at the hands of Vincent Keimer. What an amazing game that was, as King E3
Yes.
played. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, King E3, it's finally actually the last big trick. Yeah, that black actually gets access to the f4 pawn. I got fooled. The black rook was on g3 before, so it was not a repetition of moves. Arjun was setting up this idea that King E3, now any rook move loses because of rook takes f4, protecting the pawn on c4. So white has to, it's not difficult. You can't push the f4 pawn, and it's a forced line. You have to push the a pawn, but there is something to calculate.
Yeah, you have to go a4 here. 2 minutes to figure that out for Sindarov, but it helps that there's nothing else that's even remotely logical. Why would you give up the f4 pawn just like that? You have only one other source of counterplay. Push a4, and after rook takes f4, you trade the rooks. I think that's how the game was likely to end. I think Arjun giving him one last test, as you said, and if that test is passed, which it will be any second now, I think Arjun will acquiesce to the inevitable. And but maybe a4 c3 is what worries
exactly.
me. Wait a second, a4 c3, and what then?
Yeah, probably you keep on pushing a5, but the king can come back to d4. I mean, there is something to calculate.
And then rook f8. I think the key is you
Yes.
time the move rook f8, but you don't play prematurely. You use every tempo at your disposal to push the a pawn as far as it goes to set yourself up for a potential pawn race. Then, when a square along the c file is cut, only then do you bring your rook up to f8. And Sindarov perfectly executed. a5, a4, c3 on the board.
Yes, a4 was the tough move. I believe that now already a5 is rather simple. Of course, one could even argue that maybe white can sacrifice the rook immediately for the c3 pawn, but a5, if it's possible, it looks more natural.
There you go, a5. And at this point, okay, there's no, we're seeing we just saw a4 c3 on the cam, the player cam there, and rook c5, rook takes c3 is a draw, but a5 is the human way to draw, I think.
Yes, exactly, because you understand that you would like to sacrifice your rook as far as possible. Yeah, don't sacrifice it on c3 if you can sacrifice it on c2. You never know. Maybe the black king does some magic and runs back towards the f pawn. With king on c2, you are definitely sure that it's never going to happen.
Although maybe Sindarov is calculating rook c5, rook takes c3, because it is forcing in the sense that you guarantee the draw if you calculate it correctly, but I would never take such a risk upon yourself with less than a minute on the clock. He plays a5, and Javahir Sindarov with an amazing save. This is an endgame worth studying. And Arjun Erigaisi misses a chance to win with black, but still, overall, a pretty decent result, as he will have a chance tomorrow with the white pieces.
Yeah, on the other hand, if he knew that he was winning and he missed it, then it will be difficult to forget. On the other hand, Arjun has been in such situations. He's an incredible fighter. He has proven it in the Champions Chess Tour last year with tremendous performance. I mean, coming back from every situation, I think he will come to terms with this miss.
Indeed. Well, as Arjun ponders the inevitable, he will very likely play rook takes f4, and then the game will end immediately. The major upsets today, there were two of them. Wesley So loses with white to Alexei Sarana. It was just a crushing game. Wesley's bad form continues, and Arjun there with king to e4, still trying to squeeze the juices out of the position. And of course, Magnus Carlsen loses to Vincent. That was our second major upset. And then quite a few draws where the lower rated player held the higher rated player, but nothing overly dramatic. Ferenc Berkish also beats Ruslan Ponomarev, but I don't really consider that an upset. Okay, king e4, still going.
Yes, but okay, now with the pawn already on a5, it's kind of understandable if we go rook c5 and sacrifice it on c3. Maybe we have to. Maybe it's not time to. Just to highlight that rook c5, king d4, rook c8. Rook takes f4, a6 would be a horrible blunder because it would run into rook f6 check, taking that pawn and winning the game. He opts for rook f8 instead.
Also, I think plenty sufficient. Somehow
Yes.
Arjun is constantly finding ways to not take on f4, which surprises me. I think finally white has exhausted all of the winning attempts. He can still play c2, rook c8, king d3, a6, and then put the rook on a4. But then white will start the typical mechanism of checking black's king and then returning to c8, perpetually attacking the c-pawn. Black will run out of ways to make progress, and there we go. Rook takes f4, and this signals the end of the game.
Yes, basically acknowledging the fact that the opponent has passed all the tests.
And the players will simultaneously promote, much like in the Rubers Harika game. And what exactly is Arjun thinking about here? Whether to offer a draw, probably.
Yes. How do I queen? Or should we? But usually I think players already played until the end.
Yeah, and there we go. The players promote to a queen, and we are waiting on the draw agreement. Of course,
Yeah,
black is still trying to corner white's king.
Yeah, but king h7 is a very safe way. Yeah, queen c7 check.
And king h8. Okay, we're watching the players there on the camera making their queens. There's a small delay, of course, between the video feed transmission and the actual moves on the board, but we know exactly where this is going.
Yes.
Wow, really fighting until the end.
Yeah, queen c7 check, king h8. And basically, slowly I'm expecting the handshake.
Yeah, white's queen is actually on a perfect spot. This is instructive for newer players, how the queen on a8 has so many different avenues that it can jump to. Whether it's queen g2 or queen e8, it doesn't matter. But black can never set up any kind of mating idea because of the activity of white's queen. And, okay, they're starting a new score sheet. Really, prolonging the pleasurable experience of this queen versus queen endgame. And now they've agreed to draw.
Yes.
They've agreed to draw. And that concludes the games from this round, Peter. How fitting that in the final game we've had yet another fighting endgame. So many of them today, from Keimer Hikaru to Sindarov Erigaisi, which is a nice save for white. What a round.
Yeah, incredible. As you mentioned, the big upset, Vincent Keimer beating Magnus Carlsen. That was kind of unexpected from the fact also that Magnus had everything under control after the opening, equalized comfortably, even had the chance of seizing the initiative. I was kind of worried for Vincent, but Vincent handled the situation very well. And then at some point, Magnus just completely relaxed or tried to play against Vincent's clock. he made this terrible blunder with knight c7. Vincent used that opportunity with knight d6 and went on to show beautiful technique converting that winning position.
Well, Vincent doesn't have too long to celebrate because tomorrow he will have to play another game and hold his own with Black to defeat Magnus Carlsen and send him packing back to Norway. Tomorrow's round, the second match game of the fourth round, coming your way tomorrow at the same start time. Of course, 7 a.m. Eastern time, 4 a.m. Pacific time, and 6 hours later, or 7 hours later, depending on where you are in Europe. Folks, this has been yet another incredible round, the first match game of round 4. We were expecting incredibly combative battles in Hikaru's match, in Magnus's match, and in all the other games. We've had both upsets and incredible tactical skirmishes and positional affairs. We had something for everybody, Peter. I'll pass it off to you one more time for your concluding thoughts on today's day of action.
Well, first of all, I would like to say that it's an incredible pleasure to be commentating with you, Daniel. It's really fantastic. I understand why you already have a legendary status. It's fantastic. I'm
very
enjoying
touched.
every second of it. And of course, talking about the tournament, yeah, we see every single day some incredible fight between the players. Yes, today some players have lost, including Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So, but believe me, they will do everything in their power to turn the table, and they will be coming back with a vengeance tomorrow. Stay tuned, join us, because you don't want to miss the action.
You definitely don't. Thank you, Peter. The admiration and pleasure is mutual. Folks, we'd like to thank everybody on YouTube and Twitch for your energy in the chat. You will not want to miss tomorrow's day of action. The second game of the fourth round will be coming your way at 7 a.m. Eastern. But for now, we'll say goodbye to everybody. GM Daniel Naroditsky and GM Peter Leko wishing you a pleasant rest of your day. We will see you tomorrow bright and early for the second game of the fourth round. But for now, have a great rest of your Wednesday. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.